nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden never faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Rock used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rockin' and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog. Shit, the first in the month, boy. Hey, I got a new camera set up. Hey, I'm still getting it all worked out here. Switching over from my my laptop to the desktop. I got a fucking shoulder pain. I mean, shoulder pain a bit. Shit. What the fuck I do? Yeah, so I'm switching over from my PC to my desktop. I'm gonna have the PC just for like when I go out on the street, do shit like that. Yeah, it's a Canon, some kind of camera. So it's not whatever it's set up and all that just yet. So just bear with me for the time being. What is it? And it's the first of the month, man. You ought to see these people calling me, and the African woman called me. The couple other people called me. I don't know if you heard the story about the man who living in his work truck. I'm not sure if you heard that story. That was a very good one there. I put that out on the stream. He's supposed to be renting a room for me tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. The African lady, she said she had $1,000. I don't know where the hell she got it from. A couple other people. We're going to share all of these things as much as we have time. I have about 3 hours today, give or take. And a little bit of pain here today, man. Shoulder's fucking killing me here. The first thing I saw yesterday, I'm going to share this with you. Let's see if I can get to my tab here. I'm a couple of little NFL. It won't be necessarily sports like, hey, who's going to win the game? Just a couple of interesting things I've been seeing. Here's what I saw yesterday, and I'll lead off with this, just kind of let you know what I saw yesterday. Is this the video? No, it's not the video. Okay, so this is the picture here. It ends with us, they say, and you can see. Oh, it is video. Okay, perfect. All right.
Come on, because we got right out without y'all. If y'all want to, y'all better let's go. Hustle.
This is Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast. This is a church right here to the left, with the people in front of it. To the right, you can see, well, you may not be able to see it. I'll show it later. It's a school attached to the church here. So these people are now marching through the neighborhood. It's a pitiful little group. Maybe 50 people, 100 maybe. This is domestic violence march. And I'll show you who it's for. Matter of fact, let me back up a little bit. This is the lady. No, it's not her. It's one of the other ladies. I think. Okay. Yeah, that lady has purple hair.
We support you. I want my money back.
Excuse me, are you the organizer?
Yes, I am.
Is that your sister on the
yes,
front?
That's my sister, yes.
Oh, wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear that.
And so that was the organizer of a domestic violence watch yesterday. And so the lady, you see me talking to the lady there, she was the organizer of the march. And here's some more video of her.
It's a domestic violence walk on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue here. Lady with purple hair. There's a lot of people. Yeah, people. It's a domestic violence walk on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue here. Lady with purple.
And I think I have the lady's name somewhere. Let me see. Is it here? Is the video here? Hey, they were giving out popcorn and shit like that.
Hey, she went to this school? Oh, or her sister, somebody
Her
went.
sister work here.
Oh, damn.
Just honoring her.
Man, that's got to be rough seeing your sister. Damn. She went to this school? Oh, or her sister, somebody
Her
went.
sister work here.
Oh, damn.
Just honoring her.
Man, that's got to be rough seeing your sister outside and you coming to work.
And that's the lady. She graduated from the school too. Now she's back working at the school. The make work program they never had.
Jesus Christ. It was around here?
I don't believe so.
Dang. That's crazy. You say you in a training program across the street?
Thank you.
Yeah, I take popcorn.
And so I think you may have heard the lady say she's in a training program across the street. And there's all these programs and training this and training that. I'm trying to see if I can get this lady's name. I know I zoomed in on it at one point. Let's see. Is this it? Give me 1 second. Let me zoom in on this. That's not it. Her name was Crystal something. And let me see if this is it. We're going to look her up if I can find and see what was the circumstances of her murder there. That one. Not that one. Maybe it's this one. Not that one. Maybe it's this one. I zoomed in on her name at some point. Damn. Like Crystal. What was her name? Is this the zoom in? Damn, did I? No, I got the picture somewhere. This is one. Zoom. Come on. I know I have a video with her name on here. Let's see. I wanted to look up her name here. Damn. What was What's her fucking name? Jeez. Damn, I don't have it. Either way, her name was Crystal something. I thought it was in this video here.
Outside. Are you coming to work?
Thank you. I don't believe so.
Dang. That's crazy. You say you're in a training program across.
Anyway, that's whatever. So Lady Crystal something. Was it Crystal Waters? Was it Crystal Waters? Was that her name? Yeah, that's not her. But anyway, her name was Crystal. We'll find it later on today. Was that Sharon? Okay. Yeah. So that was the Lady Crystal. She was killed. So they had a domestic violence parade for her. And as you can see, most of the people don't seem to be working here. It's the middle of the day, about 12 o'clock, and they're out working there. Yeah, I'll give you a link in a minute. I don't know what the purple is about. I guess it's a royal color. Or you mean the purple hair? Could be the purple hair or the purple balloons. I'm not quite sure which one you're referring to. Anyway, a couple things I saw over the week, and I wanted to cover those. And no particular order here. I'll probably do order when I get to the football here. That's going to be interesting here. Here's take a look. Here's my dummy talking about how he's going to
and realize there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
So no plans to change that language on your website.
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
And realize there's a policy proposal that says you're.
And so my dummy, he's going full bore. I guess he's going to try to. Oh, I found her name. Damn. So my dummy, he's going full bore in there trying to figure out how to best tax the people with the money, because a lot of people in New York don't have a lot of money where you can squeeze more taxes out of them. They've instituted all kind of schemes, taxes to come into lower Manhattan, all kind of speed cameras, things like that. But ultimately, you're going to have to go for the income, and the people with the income that he's trying to attach for their wages, they have the most ability to move there. So it should be very interesting to see how it all works out with my dummy here. Here's the lady's name. If you can see my screen, is Crystal Walton there. That's the lady that was killed. Let me see if I can look her up. Crystal Walton. And if we talked to her, I guess that was her sister. Yeah, there was her sister there. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Oh, this can't be it. This can't be real. No. It's got to be a different woman. Okay. All right. How does it? Wait. Is this it? Is this it? Oh. Is this it right here? Yeah, this may be it.
And after an hour of deliberation, the jury found Orlando Mitchell guilty of murder and invasion of. I'm WRTV's Rachel Wilkerson. After an hour of deliberation, the jury found Orlando Mitchell guilty of murder and invasion of privacy. Crystal Walton's father, Chris, says today's guilty verdict is indescribable and something they've been waiting on since 2022. While the defense asked the jury to convict Mitchell, they claimed he just snapped and was acting in sudden heat.
He just snapped.
I know she's overjoyed with the outcome.
Crystal Walton was a loving daughter, mother.
Is that her? Is that her? Is that the same person? Is that the same person? Is it? Wait, carry on.
Their sister, cousin, niece, and friend.
I love her with all my heart, and I speak for everybody.
She was shot and killed by the father of her son outside the little boy's daycare. Court documents show there was a protective order in place and arrest warrants issued for Mitchell. One of them was the day before Walton's murder. During the trial, surveillance video from the daycare was shown to the family. Mitchell was seen waiting for Walton to arrive. He then hid behind a light pole while she took the children inside. When she walked out, the clip shows Mitchell run up to her and shoot her.
I was able to see my daughter alive one last time. I saw her getting out of the vehicle, walking to the school.
There were tense moments in the courtroom as Mitchell and Walton's family started mouthing words at each other.
When we saw the vicious attack on her and how he just gunned her down, we flipped. I'm just keeping it real. That was a lot to take.
After shooting Walton, Mitchell was shot in the leg after being confronted by IMPD officers. But that wasn't the end of Mitchell's trouble. In 2023, Mitchell attacked Marion County Deputy John Durham as Durham brought him back from a medical appointment. He choked Durham to death with his handcuffs. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Mears says this first guilty verdict sets up the possibility of the death penalty for Mitchell.
This is important for the Walton family, but it was also important because it's related to the other case. One of the statutory aggravators that has been alleged is that there was a prior murder that had occurred. And certainly this is evidence that will be very helpful in being able to prove and demonstrate that.
Orlando Mitchell is scheduled to be sentenced for Crystal Walton's murder on April 1st. Reporting in Indianapolis, I'm Rachel Wilkerson.
Man, that's interesting. I'm wondering if it's the same lady. I know the lady said it didn't happen here. So it's very interesting if that is the woman there. Damn, that is fucking crazy story. But anyway, that was Crystal Walton. Yesterday, they had a domestic violence walk for her here in D.C., right around the corner from me. Again, it's the middle of the day. And you heard the one woman say she's in a training program across the street in this high school. I forget the name of it. Maybe I can show it to you in a second. It's kind of like extended high school. I think you can go there until you're about 25. That's what they were saying yesterday. They have programs to train you to be a phlebotomist, and there are other like healthcare fields that you can take up inside of the at the school there. And many of the people outside working there were graduates of the school, so you can kind of see how the graduates turned out there. Again, this is a DC public school. It was a public charter school. Matter of fact, I do have the name of it somewhere. It's a DC public charter school attached to a church here. Let me see if I can see the name of it. Let's see if I can see the name of this church here. Oh, damn, this camera's all up on me here. Let's see if I can see the name of this school. That's what I want to see. Name of the school. Yeah.
What was her name? Do you remember her name? Is it on there?
Yes, right there.
Oh shit! Damn. What was her name?
It's one of these damn schools around here. It seemed to be like a scam to me, where they can get it government funding for the school, and they run a church at the same time. They're all attached. I went in there. You kind of see the setup there. Anyway, here's also in DC here.
You just said that my friend got what he deserved.
I
want you to back that up.
Yeah, because he
When
was
did
a
that
fucking
end?
Nazi who was advocating for violence,
He
bro.
was not a Nazi. He never advocated for violence. That is purely
He never
false.
advocated for violence.
No. How many cities burned after Charlie was assassinated? How many violent things happened? If he was
Bro,
actually
black
advocating
students
violence,
were lynched on campus. Violent things happened after he died. Yeah, don't look like you're
black students were lynched on a campus.
Yeah, there were people hung from trees on campuses. So maybe read the news.
Why would anyone lynch a black person on a campus for shooting Charlie? It was a white person who shot Charlie.
That's such a good question. No, and that's such a good question.
And that's wrong. First of all, that didn't happen.
It didn't happen?
It did not happen. Just like how Charlie.
So you're going to see the young girl there. She got the nipples showing. This is GW's campus, a very affluent area of DC. MFB, I think MFB went to GW there. Very hoity-toity place here, and you see this this young black girl arguing that blacks were lynched, and I think that black lynched himself.
Charlie wasn't a Nazi, just like how Charlie didn't advocate for violence. But lynching human beings is wrong, and that's the whole point of the pro-life movement, is that all human beings have unique value and right to life. They're all valuable. So lynching humans for any reason and at any time period of our human history has always been wrong. Even though it was allowed in many of our states, it's always been wrong because our legality does not make our morality.
No, I agree.
Oh. And that's here in DC again, GW University, arguing Charlie Kirk. Somehow she has her facts misconstrued. She thinks that someone was murdered or lynched because of the Charlie Kirk, a black guy, no less. And, you know, I talked about the shutdown. And so, you know, the shutdown is supposedly happening now. I haven't seen much effect here in DC. Typically, as I explained, these things are really just performance theater here. No one gets hurt. No one really loses their job or anything like that. Here's Governor Westmore talking about it. His county probably will be impacted more so than others because he's in PG County. A lot of government workers out there.
Good morning. At 12:01 this morning, the federal government shut down. The shutdown was avoidable. This shutdown was unnecessary. This shutdown will directly hurt Maryland and directly hurt Marylanders. And the President of the United States, the Chief Executive of this country, has a simple responsibility to run a functioning government, not to shut it down. Well, the idea of running a functioning government, we've seen that the president has failed in that responsibility and has abandoned his duty to the states and his duty to the people. Leaders at the highest levels of government and inside the White House itself are looking at each and every one of us, all 50 states, and saying, you're now on your own. But while Washington sows division, in Maryland, we stand united. I look to my left and to my right behind me, and I see public servants of the highest order. I see partners inside the work.
And you're going to hear more and more of this BS talk here, I promise you. And I'm going to see if I can find some of the articles for you. Like, as soon as they announce these shutdowns, and you see he's saying 12:01, they reach out to all, they have contingencies in play where the government workers do not get punished at all. Car notes get suspended, mortgages suspended, everything gets suspended. Like these people don't face any pain like you or I would face if our company shut down today. And once they go back to work, they will be reimbursed. I'm sure Ryan was mentioning that there are all kind of drawdowns and stuff like that where they can borrow money. People are actually willing, companies are willing to loan them money because they know that as soon as they go back to work, they'll be made whole. It's a situation that most people just don't find themselves in. And so that's one of the things. We'll listen to a little bit more, see what he says here.
And we other people are doing and will continue to do everything in our collective power to keep our people safe and to keep our state moving forward. So I want to recognize the members of Team Maryland who are with us today actively doing the work. Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, Representative Sarah Elfreth, Representative April McLean Delaney, Representative Johnny Olszewski, Comptroller Brooke Learman, Treasurer.
He's going to say anything interesting
about how we got here, about what the shutdown means, and about where we go from here. But for now, I would like to briefly discuss 3 immediate actions that we are taking now to make sure we're protecting Marylanders during this unneeded and unnecessary shutdown. First, I've directed state agencies to employ contingency plans that will help to make sure that federal programs can continue to operate, supported with federal funding, continue to get paid for as long as possible. Supported with federal funding, we will ensure that state employees supported with federal funding, continue to get paid for as long as possible.
See, I told you, no one's going to lose any pay. Okay, what else happened?
Federal programs administered by the state will continue to support working families through Medicaid and SNAP and TANF.
Okay, so the welfare benefits will keep going. Okay, well, who's hurting here?
We will also provide greater flexibility to Head Start programs and ensure that veterans maintain access to essential resources.
Okay, so Head Start is still open, so the mammies will be able to take their children to Head Start, not be affected. Okay, it's a win-win.
But I do want to be very clear. The longer this unnecessary federal government shutdown goes on, the harder it is for us to keep services going. We will continue to monitor the situation closely, and we will adjust accordingly. Second, we are working with the private sector to shield federal workers impacted by this shutdown from eviction, foreclosure, and utility shutoffs.
Nigga, did I not call it? Nigga, did I not call that shit? Did I not fucking call it? I told you it's all bullshit. They shut the government down, but they tell the government workers, don't worry. Nothing that comes to people that lose their jobs otherwise will come to you. Your light's gonna stay on, your water gonna keep flowing, you keep driving, the mortgage when you won't miss a payment. For those of you that I'm not sure what you listen to, here it is again. He's telling you how he's going to protect the government workers. The government doesn't come and protect you in this fashion. Right? They're eligible to get unemployment, right? If they've laid off, they're able to get unemployment. But he's going to step beyond that because these are his voters on top of government workers. These are the foot soldiers here.
I would like to briefly discuss 3 immediate actions that we are taking now needed an unnecessary shutdown. First, I've directed state agencies to employ contingency plans that will help, supported with federal funding, continue to get paid for as long as possible. Federal programs administered by the state will continue to support working families through Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. We will also provide greater flexibility to Head Start programs and ensure that veterans maintain access to essential resources. But I do want to be very clear. The longer this unnecessary federal government shutdown goes on, continue to monitor the situation closely, and we will adjust accordingly. Second, we are working with the private sector to shield federal workers impacted by this shutdown from eviction, foreclosure, and utility shutoffs.
Amazing.
This morning, I sent letters to the state judiciary and our state utility companies reminding them of their statutory legal protections for federal, state, and local government employees who are not receiving a paycheck or are at risk of eviction or foreclosure.
And there you have it. There you have it. All the bases are covered now. So the Democrats, they can take this thing as long as they want because they're workers, they're voters, their constituents who have been, I guess, laid off for the time being. They're going to be made whole. And that is the thing that I've seen over and over in DC, that these people face no consequences for shutdowns. It's like a extended vacation for them. They come back, they get made whole, they haven't paid any bill in the whole time, no car note, no utility bills. Everyone else that gets laid off, they got to keep it pushing. They got to figure something else out to do because things like welfare are not even possible until after 30 days of shutdown. They never cut the welfare out, bro. They would never cut the welfare out. He thought he was really going to beat his case when he's driving that. So I'm going to go find Case who streams the trouble. I don't know who Case who is. Okay. Yeah. What's that? I don't know what that is. All right. And what's up? What's up, Artifacts? What's going on? Big time. Why didn't Night go? Yo, I saw that shit at I told CT, I like, man, like Now they just go up on your channel trying to get some content. And I guess he was too damn sleepy yesterday to stay awake to get it done. I mean, you know, just, you know, you can't embarrass that motherfucker either, man. Like, there's just no embarrassing him. He keeps going up there doing that shit, and it's just no embarrassing. He'll be back up there tomorrow. Today. Yeah, it's all political theater, big time. Speaking of big time, $5 super chat from Big Time. Thanks, man, for the support. John, I watched you in Hood on Sharon, and the blacks confused the Pupu Memorial Police Station not reporting all felonies. Oh, man, jeez. Yo, and then CT, I talked to CT after the show because CT was up there. They immediately put CT off the show. And then, I mean, they put him off for 45 minutes almost immediately. And, I'm not coming on Sharon's show. I don't watch it quite a bit. He seems to be doing very well for himself. But to handle your show like that, to allow people to put off panelists, for one, CT's a content creator, so you think you have a little deference for him. But secondly, he was bringing an intelligent argument, and him and the white guy, they both put them off immediately when they were bringing alternative facts. You hear all the time, the blacks say, I don't want an echo chamber, but in reality, they end up with an echo chamber, and that's kind of what Sharon Bracey has going on there. It's an echo chamber of victimhood blacks, and anyone that comes up with an alternative point of view, they just can't, they can't accept it, and they will spend their money to avoid hearing the message. And again, what's interesting about all this is that when CT was up on Sharon's show, he was saying, hey man, I'm just feeding off the carcass, the carcass of the blacks. Everybody else is. People loan them money at high rates of interest, sell them bad food in the ghettos, whatever. Everyone's taking advantage of them. So CT said, well, me too. What's wrong with me taking advantage of them? Everyone else does. And, of course, Sharon and all those guys on the panel got a little butthurt by that. But then I'm seeing all the cash apps and super chats coming in to Sharon, primarily from blacks. And shit, he seems to be doing very well off of the black victimhood himself. He's on the other side of it. He's patting them on the head, fluffing up their pillow, telling them, things are just great, and that they're white people that are committing much more violent crime, although all those blacks up on the panel probably don't live around blacks that they can afford to. And so again, he's feeding off of it too, just like CT, if that is the case. But he just doesn't see himself as feeding off of it, but hiding the truth from those blacks is nothing more than feeding off of it just the same. So anyway, I found it to be very interesting. And then yesterday up on CT's panel, geez, Louise, I think he kind of phrased the question a little wrong. And I mentioned that. I said, man, this kind of reminds me of the SAT exams where, the blacks is not a culturally relevant exam. Maybe it's about skiing or something like that. And the blacks say, well, I ain't ever skied before, so I can't do the measurements and stuff like that. And so CT put a question up about, doing the per capita. And I was really amazed that the blacks could not figure it out. Like college people, blacks who had made it to college, either they couldn't figure it out or their mind would not allow them to figure it out because of the wording of the scenario there. It mentioned white and black. And I think that if he had, maybe if he had mentioned, just two black neighborhoods with differing crime statistics, the guy, Mark, he may not have gotten into his feelings so badly. But once he saw white, black, there was no way he could say that the black neighborhood was more violent. Even though this was just an example, he got into his feelings. And then the guy, it sounded like he was crying to me. It sounded like he was crying. And then he said, I got to go back to work. I said, oh my God. Like, he's going back to work in this frazzled emotional state. That, as I've been talking about all along, that is what a lot of these blacks are facing. JP talks about it too. Is he had to put the grin back on after being overwhelmed with emotion on CT's panel. And he said, hey man, I just got my lunch break and I wanted to come out here and straighten you guys out. And then I wanted to get back to work here, got the clock back in. And it's just that kind of grinning while having that kind of anger in your heart, particularly for white people. I don't know how you reconcile the two. And so that was a young man. That was a classic example of it. Yeah, I just sent you the link. Did I put the link? Yeah, I put the link. Anyone want to hop up on the panel here? Well, I was going to tell you something yesterday. I showed you I showed you the the domestic violence parade. Yeah, I showed you the domestic violence parade there, and we talked a little bit about the shutdown. We'll get to a little bit more of that. The whole shutdown is just bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe it, you just heard it there. I told you before it even started. All of the bills would be paid for or suspended for the government workers there. What's up, Pierce?
Good morning, John. Yeah, I just kind of want to expound upon the situation with Sharon and all them. Like,
you watched?
John, I was in the back, John.
Oh,
John, I was kept in the back until that John, can I cuss or can I say the N-word on here? Are you okay? I was in the back until that sassy ass wannabe hard nigger and I got that bald nigger that was saying that was on Sharon's panel, that bald nigger that was like acting really tough about, I put that nigger back in chains real quick. John, the reason why
what's his name?
I don't, he's just a nigger to me. I don't know his name. I don't care about his name. John, what I'm trying to say is those niggers never talk like that to me. Those niggers know who daddy is. Like these niggers know who the slave master and who owns the plantation, John. So they may act tough to all you black guys and all these punk ass white kids that go, they know who the rich white man is and who daddy is when daddy comes home. You're muted, by the way, John.
My roguish son. Yeah. Yeah,
that little tough nigger. He was in the back. He was like, oh, fuck you. I'm like, you want to try, nigger? You know what actual tough nigger is? I've wrestled since I was 7. That little nigger doesn't know what real white men do to people. See, this is the thing, John. This is what really pisses me off about blacks.
Yeah.
They act like they're some tough fighters, tough hood, this and that. When whites have butchered them for centuries, Asians butcher them now, Arabs butchered them before the whites, who haven't enslaved them, and then they act like they're one-on-one tough fighting. John, I have kicked the shit out of more blacks in my life than whites because blacks don't know how to fight, John. This is a myth that some black guy automatically knows how to. John, wrestling is the scary.
Yeah, now since you mentioned wrestling, I think Bud, that boxer, it just knocked somebody out. He said wrestling is the more dangerous sport. In terms
Dude, if I got a hold of Bud, I'd tear him apart. Like literally at my level wrestling, when I competed at BJJ Worlds in Long Beach, I would make Bud look like a bitch, dude.
Hey, Hood, hold on for a second. Imperious Hood, were you up on the panel? You were up on Sharon's panel when they were talking about per capita, right? Hood may not be there. But yeah, back to their roguish son. I'm assuming the guy's late 40s, maybe 50s. I'm not sure.
John, they're these tough wannabe nignogs that go in there and go, oh, I'm the tough black. I'm the tough black that's going to straighten all you other blacks out because I'm the tough black.
Well, again, I think the bigger point, though, in Pierce, is that, like, he didn't look like a dumb man. He had a somewhat decent setup in terms of his, speakers, mics, and whatever. He seemingly talked like he had halfway decent sense. But then as soon as CT got up there, he started cursing, F you, MF. It sounds very similar. And there's something that these people have a real serious problem with CT. For the ones that don't like CT, I have some thoughts about what I think it is. I'd be curious to know what you guys think.
Because he's influential, John. And John, everything with blacks comes down to pride and jealousy. Every single thing. Everything.
I think it's more that he's African. If you listen, or they think I don't know what the hell he is. Doesn't really matter to me. But I think if you look at the way the Afro nerd and this roguish guy kept coming at CT, it was nothing of any substance. It was more or less, you're African, you tether, you this, you that, it was more or less about African, his origins or his whatever his heritage. And someone says he's Nigerian. It doesn't matter to me. But the fact that they keep going after him, that to me, what it signifies, there's the blacks are being out competed by everybody, and they used to be for all this immigration and be for all these Africans and adopt the African, and now they don't like Africans anymore. And so that's what I take it as.
Again, John, jealousy. So
Yeah,
again, it's pride in jealousy. John, this is what I say. Why? Okay, people ask why when blacks can't associate. John, I sent CT while he was doing the show a question like that talked about red dogs and blue dogs. Okay, it would have been the same thing. John, they don't understand. John, this is what I mean. I was talking to CT this morning about this before now, and we're talking about intelligence relating to honesty and John, there's more to this. Even when you correlate and equalize intelligence for honesty, the data shows blacks lie.
Man,
not only that, I couldn't talk a second ago, but I believe there's an IQ floor for humility and embarrassment.
Absolutely.
You have to have
absolutely. Yep.
Let me play this. Hold on. Let me play this clip for you guys. I heard this shit last night. I like listening to DJ Academics. Hold on, let me read this super chat first. Big time again, $5, man. Roger's son threatened both Hood and CT. Oh, he threatened Hood too? Damn. Why 30 Hood? Then says how racist and dangerous white people are. No self-awareness. I mean, like, on one hand, the panel was about how dangerous white people are. He's bringing it back to me now. And then almost immediately, he went 0 to 100, talking about he killed someone, he beat someone up, he effed them up. And again, my initial impression is he looked normal, like a normal black. And he jumped right into the violence. At that age, it was somewhat surprising to me. Oh man, I can't explain. But look,
John, no, what it is, John, this is so simple. John, they know how weak they are, so they have to put a giant front on so that other people don't see how weak they are and prey upon them. These are insecure people that are preyed upon, John. These people are prey. These are not John. The reason, John, that they act like that is because they are so terrified of white people. This is why I call their bluff, and when a crazy white like me acts the way I do, they never say shit, John. They never say, "Oh, I'm going to do something to you." No, because they know, John, I have a $2,000 body armor. They know that I have a $5,000 rifle.
When you talk about being prey, the ghetto is a very prey-heavy environment, right? And so what do? You become a mock predator, not an actual predator. You become a mock predator because it's a prey-heavy environment.
Now, I think you're definitely right. I think, I want you to listen to this clip. I heard this last night, and I clipped some of it.
You go to jail to fuck your baby mom. How would you? Yo, that's twin. How is that your twin? Yo, that's what I'm saying. It's easy to brainwash black people, bro. You just keep calling them terms of endearment. Yo, that's twin right there. That's twin. Twin would do anything for me. Twin would do anything for me. That's not your twin. That's your twin when you need him to go crash out. That's mud when you need him to go kill a nigga, slap a nigga. You need him to do some criminal shit. Yo, go take this over there. Yeah, you might get locked up, but yo, twin. Yo, twin, you know how we do it. You know how we rocking. They do all these bullshit handshakes. I mean nothing. Wiping their nose, doing this goofy shit. Just for later, they tell us the truth. The truth is, it ain't no twin no more. It ain't no you my brother. That's out. Stop calling me on that JPay, nigga. Stop calling me for this bullshit. You go to jail.
And so basically he's saying, how it's just easy to, take advantage of these black people. You give them a term of endearment, twin, bro, man, sister gal. And, they're easy to manipulate. And that was DJ Academics more or less saying the same thing there. Very interesting.
But John, you have to understand, everything is about individual gain. They don't care about black. The people that, just like every person that cries virtue, they're the ones with the least virtue. The people that claim they're most pro-black are the ones that hate black people the most. Okay? It's always the same thing, John.
Yeah, I don't
like.
think, I don't
John,
think
the thing.
I don't think the blacks on Sharon's panel hate black people. I think that they may hate.
Why do you think? Why do you disagree?
Yeah,
I
John,
think
no,
there is some hatred
inadvertently.
there.
Yeah, John, inadvertently. They may
Uh,
not go, oh, I hate them, but they do the things that destroy them.
well, that may be just more a lack of intelligence.
No, John, they know John, do you think when they walk into a store and John, who are the people that black people get most mad at? Other black people.
Well, that's
They always call them,
I think love, as we understand it, has an IQ floor, just like the other phenomena. Like it's hard to love if you're really stupid.
yeah, I think I agree with you on that.
But they love when it comes to themselves with self-love. That's why I always say, like, I got to hit the gym right here. But John, the issue I always say is the reason why black people, for example, get so mad when you mention black or anything is because they have this whole I'm every black person is in me. So it's like,
Yeah,
because they have nothing to hold on to, they have no actual self-esteem, no accomplishments, nothing. Without something to hold on to, John, there'd be no reason for them to want to live. And so they create a whole fantasy in their mind to keep them going every day, getting up, doing. Because, John, if you knew that you were the bottom of everything, there is no hope that you will always be the way you are, that you are less than, that you are worthless, that you are the bottom of the bottom. Now, smart people would go, okay, I accept that. Now I need to start working up. But they don't. They just say, okay, I need some fantasy to keep me going every day and keep me getting up and living. And that's it, John.
You know,
So
man,
I'll be back later. I got to hit the gym, but I'll be back, John.
man, I walk. You know, you saw me yesterday, Hood, in the neighborhood, and you heard how loud it was. I'm not sure how long you've been here, but did you see that domestic violence parade in my neighborhood yesterday? Anyway, so they had a domestic violence parade in my neighborhood. It was all loud and shit. They're walking through the neighborhood, 11 and 12 o'clock, you know, screaming, marching. You know, it's probably not the place for it, but you can get away with doing those type of things in the ghetto. And if you behave a certain way and then you move to another neighborhood where that's, you know, that type of behavior is kind of not the norm, that's kind of what blacks are going through. You know, you move to the suburbs, you still have these same thoughts and feelings like Sharon Bracey and all these other people, and now you got to kind of table them. Yeah. Yeah, it was a domestic violence parade yesterday. It was about a lady, and we were, you know, I profiled her. She had been, her sister was killed. It wasn't in DC though, but the lady works at a school in my neighborhood, a school attached to a church. And so they had a domestic violence parade for her. I showed it to you yesterday. I showed it to you earlier. I'll show it to you again. And I got to make a couple phone calls. Hopefully, some people are calling about rooms for rent. Let me see if this guy is calling. Give me 1 second. Damn. I need to call him. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, it's it. Hey, Hood, you still there? So hold for a second.
Yeah, I was driving to a bad spot. I couldn't talk real good.
Okay. Hello? Hey, yeah, what's up, man? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, yeah, you still getting the room for this week?
I'm sorry?
Hey, this is a guy up in Northwest, right? You moving across the street to the other room today?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna be sending what, Cash App, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the room will be ready by 2. I seen the code by 2.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. But send the Cash App as soon as you get a chance.
All right, no problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah, gotta get this money, man. Gotta get paid. These niggas coming inside, Hood. It's getting cold out there. It was about 50 degrees last night, bro. They gotta bring their ass inside. Man, somebody said go in on Nightish, bro. Like, no need, man. Like, shit, Nightish, Nightish was up on CT panel the other day. And, you know, he like, man, CT was asking, like, yo, why you leaning on John like that, bro? Do you he said these things to help you, and now you gonna, like, just go off on him, and, you kind of backed up. He said, might need to reconsider how I'm treating Mr. John, I think he said. And so, man, hey, again, I was just amazed at his bad behavior. You know, the way he got up here on my panel and did what he did, and then you know,
I
not
had to
showing.
tell him about himself the other day.
Say what?
I had to tell him about himself the other day, and it wasn't even like intentional. I didn't go up there to do that specifically,
Yeah.
but I suppose it had to happen because it really it was. I was watching one morning, and I'm like getting ready for work usually when I click in. It was early in the morning, and so he got something up about JP, and so I thought it was something current he was reviewing, and it was actually something kind of older. And what I was saying was that damn, everybody messing with JP. They I think they actually tried to they call like a CP, they call Child Protective Services on him and sent like the people to his house. So that's why I was like, damn, why they doing that to him or whatever. So I'm telling Nightish about that whole situation. Somehow or another, the niggas start cursing me out. And I'm like, bro, what the hell just happened here? Why are you mad at me for? And so I let it go for a hot second. And then JP came up. And so him and JP are arguing back and forth, whatever. And then a nigga like jumped to me again about some bro code shit. I'm like, oh, now you want to have a brother? Fuck you, nigga. I don't want to be your brother now. You up here starting all this bullshit. And so I wound up cursing him out like, bro, how you 50-something years old and you don't have nothing to talk about? Like nothing interesting has ever happened to you. You just live vicariously through other niggas who ain't shit.
Well, that's what he said, man. You know, we have Sin 7 in the audience, and she asked him one time, I think it was Sin, yeah. She said, you know, why don't you talk about other things instead of showing other people's content? And he said, I don't have anything else to talk about. And I found it to be rather interesting considering, you know, he's 55, 50-something. You know, he still has a long life to live. He lived a pretty long life so far. You got to have something, man. You can't be that empty. And, you know, he's more or less just saying he's empty at 55. So I found it to be interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it's very, very common, especially like, you know, I'm from the bottom, so I see niggas wash out. I know what it looked like when a nigga finally done washed out. And he like one of them niggas that's washed out, bro. He ain't got it left. He ain't got no energy left, you know, got to the end of life, haven't achieved much. That shit it's rough, bro. That's why I work every day, bro. That's why I stay on the grind every day, because I ain't gonna be 50 and washed up.
Well, you know, he doesn't seem to be like he's starving on a little property or something. So I wouldn't necessarily call him washed up.
He married up. He married into that.
I don't know anything about him.
I'm almost certain his greatest achievement is being some bitch's husband.
I don't know.
I'm almost positive, bro, because I've listened enough, and like, you know, you listen long enough, people put their backstory together if you just listen. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. She scooped you up out of jail, and you just was loyal and faithful.
He in jail?
Amazing.
In jail? What the fuck?
Amazing. Hey, man, like I said, bro, I know what it looked like when niggas be washed up, bro. I've seen it 1,000 times.
He doesn't strike me as the type, but you know, I don't know. I don't know him very well. You know, he's talked about raising children. You know, he doesn't look like the type that would be going to jail. But you know, stranger things have happened. So I don't know. That's interesting about Nightish. You like he's a kept man. What's up, 12th man? But you know, I just found it interesting. He didn't have any topics to cover. Hood, do you watch football at all?
No, I gave up on all sports ball. I might watch a little bit of a Brazilian beach ball. I like that sport. Have you ever heard of Brazilian beach handball? Oh my God. That is an epic sport, bro. It's amazing. So much athleticism coming out of those Brazilian girls, man.
Someone said he went to jail when he was younger. What? Nightish? Well, you know, man, I don't know if you noticed, Hood. The blacks are doing, you know, they are taking over the quarterback position in the NFL. Did you know this?
The allegation was that it's always a high IQ position, so they were always slower to give that one up.
Yeah,
it was bound to happen though eventually.
Well, what's happening though, Hood, is that now that they've claimed the mantle of many of the quarterback positions, think they're about half of the league now is black quarterbacks. You're starting to see some things.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because like I said, I stopped watching sports ball in general, so I don't even know niggas' names no more. Do the black quarterbacks run a lot more than the average? Because quarterbacking isn't a running job, and I know typically if you're a black quarterback, you're basically a running back with an arm.
Yeah, and so I profiled the highest. Let me back up a step. My mother doesn't know anything about football. She lives in the DC area. She likes Lamar Jackson. That's her favorite. So by extension of that, she likes the Baltimore Ravens. When I asked her about football, she don't know anything about football. She just likes Lamar Jackson. He's flashy, enough pizzazz to make you want to watch him. He's good enough for you not to see his flaws if you're a casual fan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
Right, and so my mother likes Lamar Jackson, and I
gotta do some work stuff on my phone. I might drop out, but I'll be right back. I'm listening.
So anyway, so Lamar Jackson, he's good to a point, but he really relies on running quite a bit, and so teams ultimately figure that out. And one of the teams that have figured that out is the Kansas City Chiefs. They have a defensive coordinator. So I was reading into the defensive coordinator a while back, and you'd be surprised to know that Steve Spagnuolo, the defense coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, the team that gives Lamar Jackson a lot of trouble, was a former quarterback. I think up until college, he was a quarterback. So he understands the quarterback position very, very well, and how to pressure quarterbacks and how to make them uncomfortable. And so I was reading an article talking about that, and his deep understanding of the quarterback position puts him in the position as a defensive coordinator to really, really expose quarterbacks. And so with these black quarterbacks coming into the league, and I kind of speculated that you're going to have these old school defensive coordinators, 55 years old, that never could be coaches or never maintain head coaching jobs, but they go deep into defensive coordinator. They're watching these players. They're like savants, and Steve Spagnuolo is one of the savants there. And so now you look at the people that he's coming up against, his opposition of sort, and here's one guy. Here's a black quarterback. And I want you to just listen to him.
I mean, we're blessed at the end of the day. You look at the bigger picture in life, we're getting paid well to play a child sport. So I think that's one, just like I said, just looking at the bigger picture, no matter what everybody goes through, at least this is my mindset. No matter what I go through in this game, I'm always going to keep a positive mindset just because I know how blessed I am. But in kind of other terms, what I think you're looking for is, like I said after the game Sunday, we've lost 3 games by 1 score. So I think, that's a positive to look at. And I think if we clean up, turnovers, penalties, that's definitely going to put us in a better position to secure those wins instead of, saying we're close and this and that. But just, focusing on us, not our necessarily our opponents, but fixing everything that we can to put ourselves in the best position to win.
And that's I think this is Justin Fields. He's been in the league about 4 years now. And he said it's just a child's game. And we're blessed. We get paid a lot of money. Just a child's game. And I'm telling you, the people that are depending on him to catch the ball and them to throw him the ball, the downstream dependencies there. He can't get the ball to them. He's getting paid a lot of money, but for the people who have incentive pay, the ones who are trying to get their next contract, it's not just a game for them. This is their livelihood. I mean, a lot of them have big bills, big responsibilities, and they want to get the ball, man. They want to be able to contribute so they can get paid, in their next contract here. And here's a guy not able to, hold up his end of the bargain there. And so when you're asking about the black quarterbacks and stuff like that, these are the things you're seeing that they, the mental side of the ball, I think they're having a lot of trouble.
Well, I mean, it's a terrible thing to say to the audience too, because you're directly insulting your audience now. If it's a child's game, what are they?
Well, that is true too. I didn't think about that. That is very true. He's kind of insulting his audience. But you know what? I think he's 0-4. He hasn't won a game yet, and so you got to start to make light of this losing, right? You figure something. Hey, it's just a game. It's just a game, guys, right? And here's another quarterback not doing very well. Listen to him. His
throw the ball farther, be down.
Yeah.
But do you feel like you should have more targets in a game right now?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah. You know, I say it every time. Like, do I wish all of them could get 10 targets a game? Of course. There's only one ball. You know, we've been playing this game for a long time. We all understand how it goes. Some days he's going to get 10. Some days he might get 3, whatever it is. And Mike might get 8. You know, you never know.
Throw the ball farther, be down.
Yeah.
But do you feel like you should have more targets in a game right now?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah. You know, I say it every time. Like, do I wish all of them could get 10 targets a game? Of course. There's only one ball. You know, we've been playing this game for a long time. We all understand how it goes.
And that's Kyler Murray again. What you're seeing, Hood, you mentioned that they're mostly running backs, running the ball a lot. They're not able to get the ball to their receivers. Their receivers are very diva-like. They want to, you know, catch the ball. And he's not able to throw the ball to him, so it's making the other players, the players who are very dependent on statistics, he's making it very difficult for them. But there's one in Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts. You've probably heard of him. I mean, he doesn't throw the ball at all. And so the wide receivers that look like, what the hell am I doing out here? Put myself at risk of injury. And, you know, I have contract negotiations coming up, and I'm not able to put up any statistics to prove my worth here. And so this is Kyler Murray, another one of the black quarterbacks having a lot of trouble in the NFL right now. Let me read the super chat. This is Chris Reed, $5, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. Pretty soon, black people will be weeded out of the NFL. They don't get it together. They're bringing people from other countries to play sports. I don't think so. Not in the NFL. The NFL is going to be very different in that I think it's going to be like boxing. Yes,
Africans don't have the body type for this shit anyway.
I mean, so there are some Africans that are in the NFL, but I just don't think that.
Are they American born? Like his parents are Nigerian, but he grew up in West Virginia.
Oh yeah.
Listen, as a continent, they just don't produce beefy niggas like that. They just don't.
Now I think you're right. Here's another black quarterback here. I want you to listen to him again. This is the new state of quarterback in NFL here.
Everything from interception to a penalty to an incompletion by me, a bad ball. And then once we pass the 50, we just not continuing to drive. So I mean, we keeping the buck right now. We ass. So we 0-4. We have. At this point, we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our fucking games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that, you know, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on something.
And we're just ass, he says. And that's the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans here. And this is just the quality of the player, quality of the person. Forget about the player. This is the quality of the person, the players coming in at the quarterback position. These are typically leaders, maybe a little bit better with their words. Instead of saying we're just ass. The other guy, he's saying it ain't but a few balls to go around. The other, Jalen Hurts, we haven't gotten to him yet. Lamar Jackson, he basically tipped off to all the teams how to beat him. Very interesting. His choice of words more or less told all the other teams how to beat him. Let's see if I can find that clip.
You know, you're really not. You're not making me regret my decision to not watch a lot of sports ball.
And I don't watch it.
You guys sound like you're struggling over here as fans, bro. It's terrible.
Yeah. I think the fans are. The scoring is down very low. Let's call it here. Let's see who this is. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
It's Phil.
It's who?
It's Philip for the Southeast room for the mall.
Oh, yeah. You got the video, right? I sent you a video or something.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So when I bring you the 800, because I that?
Say what?
When I bring the money, would it be a lease right there too? Or how we gonna do this?
I'm gonna send you the we send what you need a lease for. Cause what we do, we send leases for. Do we send to you by email? You print it out and take it wherever you need to take it. But that's more or less the extent of it.
I bet. So just send me the address so I can see exactly where it is in Southeast.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
I'm ready.
All right. Yo, did y'all hear the call from that guy? I posted that shit on the net the other day. Shit. Did y'all hear the call from that guy?
No, I don't think so.
Play that shit. I got to play that shit. Let me see. Oh, I gotta play that shit. Oh, Hood, you gonna love this one, Hood. Oh, you gonna love this one, Hood. Oh, you gonna love this one, Hood, my nigga. Let's see. What did he say? Where is that? Where was that call at? What was that call? I know I released it, right? I released it. Oh, I know I got it here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. A week. Yeah, a week. So you get a little bit of a discount. That's the cheapest room we got right now.
Okay. Yeah, I might have to job for if my kids decide instead of me.
Man, in Southeast, private bath too.
This Friday, then I get paid not next Friday, but the following Friday after that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Let me lock you in right now. So.
Yeah, lock me in right here. What is it?
Yeah, because I need somewhere right now. Like I said, my kids, when my kids come over, I'm gonna need them to like. I don't need to worry about nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I got two girls. So I'll be
we got a basement apartment, man. It'd be perfect for you then, Southeast. On Martin Luther King. Right.
Can you text me? Can you text me a visual to my phone of the picture, how it looks and all that?
Yeah. I'll text you when I get off the phone with you right now.
All right, thank you, bro.
Yeah, take it easy. Let me see if I find shit for you, Hood. Let's see.
Because like I got paid last week, the week before last, I stayed in the hotel for a week, and then I stayed in my truck for a week.
Well, oh, you sleep in your work truck?
Yeah, or not. I'll get a hotel for a week, and the hotel I'm staying at is $764 for 8 nights, and then I'll sleep in my truck for another week. That was my plan. This check coming up for this Friday.
Wait a minute, the hotel charge you how much?
$764 for 8 nights.
God damn, that's a lot, right?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, I got no other choice because I do bird bath, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I do go to home shelters to get food and stuff like that. But like I said, the companies allow me to sleep in my work truck, so I got all my clothes with me.
Yeah.
So that was my plan for this week at the same time. Because like when I got paid last week, the week before last, I stayed in the hotel for a week. Then I stayed in my truck for a week.
What hotel you
Is that the guy that got divorced? He got kicked out. His wife wouldn't let him come back and use the shower.
Yeah.
I remember the title, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like that type of situation in life.
But imagine coming back to your ex-wife's house, see your kids. Like, let me go take a shower. I'm stinking and shit. Right? Like,
man,
looking at you, you know, like dad is stinking. Brought his clothes over here, take a shower. What the hell, daddy?
Anytime I ever had to go back to my baby mother house, I had other options, but my kids are here, so I'm gonna go for this one first, bro. I always had options. That shit is terrible, bro. You'll never want to come back crawling on your knees, all desperate and shit, man. I'd rather stay in the street than go back to that bitch house.
You know, it made me realize. You know what's interesting is I'm not charging these people enough. Think about it. You paying $784. 8 nights in a hotel.
But that's a week though, so
yeah, I'm $400 a week. I should be charging him $600. Shit, he paying hotel, right? But he ain't staying there a full month. You know, you stay in a week, go stay in a van a week, back and forth. But I need to be charged a little bit more, huh? If he got the money to pay $700, he should pay me $500. Right?
Plus, you just said you in DC. Half the niggas get guaranteed money anyway.
He worked for a pest company, so he isn't as guaranteed as others.
Oh, and he's sleeping around all of the bug spray at night. Oh, this nigga's struggling. Because when you say truck, I'm thinking like a type of black box truck, maybe a big rig, a little fruit truck. No, this nigga's sleeping on chemicals every night, bro. He gonna die in that truck.
Oh man, he had to sleep at the I guess at the wherever they have it parked, because I said, why don't you just drive over? He said, I can only drive it during work hours, so he can. Oh shit, he can come by and see the place. Very interesting.
Right, because it's not his truck, so he putting miles on it. That's They giving him a little grace, letting him even use the truck like that. Technically,
here's another black quarterback here, man. I'm just going through the black quarterbacks, man. This is Deshaun Watson at the NBA YoungBoy concert. Have mercy. Does that look like a quarterback to you? You ain't got to hear with the music playing. Does that look like a quarterback to you? That's not your typical.
No, he's not giving Peyton Manning vibes, Peyton Manning was my dude back when I was watching football.
This is what has become in the NFL at the quarterback position.
John Galt, in the 90s, do you see Troy Aikman behaving like this?
Honestly, you didn't really see none of them do this until Deion came in there. Like, I don't remember Emmitt Smith. None of the Cowboys glory team, that whole Cowboys glory era, they were all consummate professionals.
John Galt, if I may share with you, Emmitt Smith back in the day, you know what he was promoting? Being a college graduate.
Well, let's not get into it now. All these are like people.
No, seriously, it was something that was important to his mother for him to finish college. So he did make the media rounds, making it clear, I'm going to finish college. It's important to my mother. Education is important. But think of it though, even though regardless of how you may view attending college, it was important for him to finish something that he had started.
Yeah, these were different people.
And promoting education amongst children. There were billboards about this. Like
there would never be another NFL
after
player.
They won the Super Bowl.
There would never be another player in the NFL named Emmett.
And also, sir, Emmitt Smith has kept a very, very clean nose, clean record, respected.
Yeah, no, he is.
Known as a family man. Even Deion, but Deion still kept that family man image. Father.
Well, Deion was never like a hoodlum or nothing, but he definitely brought this image, this sort of jewelry, partying, flamboyant. I'm a nigga type of image. Deion started that shit in the NFL, as far as I know.
Also,
like when when Allen Iverson came into the NBA, it was a whole era change after Allen Iverson. So I'm looking at Deion in the same way as Allen Iverson.
Deion is, he's a super black, in that he's not a very good team player. Never was. He didn't make his living as a team player. He didn't play a position that would be a requirement. When he was at the 49ers, again, when I used to watch him closely, he wouldn't even go in the huddle with the other players. The other 10 players who go in the huddle, he said, I'm not going in the huddle. I don't need to go in the huddle. I do my own thing out here. I cover a man, whichever man you tell me to cover. So I don't need to go in the huddle and figure out what y'all doing. I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm good enough that you can just craft some work for me to do, and it'll be good enough that the other 10 men can do what they're doing as a team. He was not a team player. He's very black. He's very, very black in that regard. He's a solo rapper.
Mm-hmm.
And after the 49ers won the Super Bowl, one of the things he complained about was they wanted to get back to business and win another one. You're like, I want to party. Y'all niggas ain't partying? And you're like, I got to get the hell out of here. Y'all too serious. That was why he went to Dallas. Because you got, some real niggas down there, like Michael Irvin, street niggas.
Well, Michael Irvin was big cocaine back then.
Yeah, he had some run-ins, but he was still very contrite, and he was never loud about it. John Galt, conservative. I think you were a young fellow back then. You should remember.
Well, Deion wasn't into drugs. That's what saved him. He was not. He lived a very clean life in that regard. But he is nigga now. You can't get away from that. I don't give a damn how much God he talked about, how much Jesus Christ. He's still got real black traits. As one of them, he's a mercenary.
And also, John Galt, as you remember Tom Landry and the example that he had set, that the time Tom Landry, Jimmy Johnson, that type of era with Dallas. Also, Dallas in the 80s quarterback, Mr. Staubach, John Staubach, never. Were those white quarterbacks, Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, you never heard these stories.
Well, the thing is that
they retired.
The thing is that as a quarterback, you really can't be in the same places as your running back. You can't move in the same circles. You can't move in the same circles. This is an NBA YoungBoy concert. There are other football players in this audience. Deshaun Watson probably dapped up a handful of them on his way in the stadium. The black quarterbacks are down dealing with the enlisted men. Black quarterback, like officer. You're like an officer.
I see what you're getting at. You are.
Right. He's like the
as a quarterback, you should be hanging out with your O-line, if anybody.
Right. Because those are the people that make your living for you. They block for you. You need them to be cohesive. And if anything, you're hanging out with the O-line or maybe management.
The receivers, the O-line or the receivers. Those are the people you work with.
You don't hang out with the receivers, right? They're blacks. They're the main character type blacks. You don't hang out with them. Quarterbacks never hang out with receivers. Michael Irvin did not hang out with Troy. When they left,
O-line do be a bunch of big white guys too.
White guys, right? There you go, right? And so that is and they kind of have a similar background. They may do things very similar, maybe go fishing or something like that, hunting or something. Ben Roethlisberger and his big white offensive line, they may go hunting. But Deshaun Watson I'm going to the NBA YoungBoy concert. And the offensive line, not for us. And so what you're seeing is just a different class of quarterback. And what I suspect is that the defensive coordinators are going to outsmart these people. These are not very serious people playing a very serious position. And defensive coordinators, and I'm going to show you an article about Steve Spagnuolo to explain it to you. I don't know if I Spag. Let's see. If I didn't do it here, I know where it is.
Let me ask you a question. Did this happen before or after they beat up that security guard at the NBA YoungBoy concert?
That may have been the Newark concert right there.
No. This is after all of that, John Galt, Hood Conservative.
Really?
Yeah, NBA, he's back on, he's on tour. Insurance is taking care of everything.
Oh, yeah.
I saw they were canceling shows. I didn't know what happened with that.
They just canceled another show, I think, in maybe Milwaukee. Somewhere. I can't remember exactly. Well, we'll cover it in just a second. But here, Steve Spagnuolo was a quarterback for his high school team, the Grafton high school team. And he talked about how he really, really learned the quarterback position thoroughly. I didn't even know he was a quarterback. He learned that quarterback position thoroughly. And then he was on the offensive side of the ball and was asked to flip to the defensive side of the ball. But he really learned the ins and outs. And his approach was to make the quarterback uncomfortable. If you look at what he's done to, say, Lamar Jackson, he's really made him uncomfortable playing the quarterback position. He's making him run. And if you get the quarterback running, you're winning because he's not throwing the ball. That is what Steve Spagnuolo has done there. The people like Deshaun Watson.
That seems like a common sense thing, right?
Yeah, well, the people like the people like Deshaun Watson are making it very easy for him. And, here's Tom Brady from a while back. I won't be able to show this, but I'll play it. And I just want you to think about the new black quarterbacks and listen to what Tom Brady said.
I had 40 starts. What if you had the 32nd ranked coordinator? They play two variations of cover two. When they're in this variation, this is what they're trying to stop. When they're in this variation, this is what they're trying to stop. Okay, this is cover four. This is how this team uniquely plays cover four. We shouldn't line up in this formation to try to run this concept. For 1 year, for actually more years beyond that, that's how I developed and learned, oh shit, defense calls a certain play. This is how we can put them in this formation and they can back the coverage off and I'll have a short throw underneath. Oh, great. I love that. Let's do that. Nobody's getting that type of development. So I learned from an offensive standpoint watching Drew and having very good offensive coaches. Then I had a defensive coach, the best one of all time, teach me how to read defenses. Then I would go out and meet with player personnel people, who are very talented. Okay, we'd go through the.
And so what you're hearing here is a man that's taking his craft very, very seriously. These are things that he does not have to do. He's doing it to be the best that he can be. And Deshaun Watson ain't doing that. Let's be honest. Lamar Jackson, he's not doing that. Caleb Williams, Justin Fields, they're not taking it to that level of quarterback play, trying to master it. And I think short of that, the guys like Steve Spagnuolo are just going to have a field day with him. I think that's what we're seeing in the NFL.
Well, I mean, if you can't throw, your knees are going to give out way before your arm does.
Well, what will also give out is your willingness to go out there and keep getting defeated.
Yeah, because you said it, if you're not throwing the ball, if the quarterback's running, you're losing.
Yeah, and this year, just last week, people are saying that Lamar Jackson may have quit on the field. It's not the first time he's been accused of that, but the record, let's see, someone has compiled the record for quarterbacks, black quarterbacks in the NFL here, and I'm going to share the record with you here. This is from AI. I think they have all of the records here. Let's see. One
I'm
loss.
trying to think now. Nobody accused Warren Moon of being a runner, did they?
Well, Warren Moon, he
was quarterback for Minnesota a long time ago, if I remember.
But if you look at Warren Moon's talent, I'm not taking anything away from him. Based on public game results through week 4 of the 2025 season, black starting quarterbacks have an estimated collective win-loss record of 15-20. It should go down and talk about, okay, so here is the records. Here are the records for all of the black quarterbacks here. And you kind of see Patrick Mahomes 3-1, Lamar Jackson 1-3, Hurts 4-0, 2-4 for Justin Fields, 1-3 for Caleb Williams, 2-1 for Dak. Russell Wilson was bench. Geno Smith is I don't know what his record is. It don't look like they have all of them here, but the records aren't very good. Jason Whitlock was covering it here. And let's see if I can. Jason Whitlock, I think he did a video of it just yesterday. Anyway, their records aren't very good, and it's getting very interesting to see how the defensive coordinators are really doing a very good job of attacking them. Anyway, what were you about to say, Hood?
Nothing really. I'm just thinking maybe it takes some time. Like, it's a trendy kind of thing. Like black folk like to follow the trend, and the trend is being a running quarterback if you're black. And I think maybe eventually it's going to take one guy to be like, you know what, I'm different from these other niggas. And he's going to be the guy to actually perfect the craft inside out.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I think that's what has to happen. You can't lean on your strong arm or how fast you are to make it work. You have to really, really learn the game there. And I don't think that many of them have really learned the game inside and out. You hear they referring to it as a child's game, this and that. It's a man's game. It's a lot of responsibility out there on the field. A lot of people are depending on you to execute very well. Their paychecks are dependent on you, so it makes it very interesting there. Anyway,
there's a reason why they call the quarterback the field general. Like it's a key, like a critical position. So you kind of have to have not just your job under control. You have to actually know what everybody else is doing or should be doing at any given moment.
Yeah. No, definitely. You Hood, have you heard of NBA YoungBoy?
Yeah, we were just talking about him.
Have you watched any of his music?
I don't listen to nigger music, bro. I'm gonna make me start talking like Imperious.
No, but I'm saying, have you ever? Because I don't, you never listen to it. Okay,
I
before
was
we get
over that shit when he came out anyway. I wasn't feeling them new young rappers anyway.
Before we get to YoungBoy, here's the last thing on the NFL I'm going to cover. This is one of the other quarterbacks coming into the NFL now. He's giving an interview. This is the interview.
Enjoying yourself and having fun?
What can you say?
How much is Joe important was he and Dylan? Your guys like development?
I can't really hear him talking all that much.
That nigga ain't talking.
Yeah, it's the audio. I heard. Okay, I know. I saw that headline. Yeah, they say he pantomimed every response. Like, I never actually watched the video. I thought the video was messing up on me.
He miming, bro. He's moving his mouth without saying anything, like a child would do. People saying, "What's up with the audio?" Like, this is him being asked about his fellow draftee being announced as the starter. Instead of him being able to say, "Hey, man, all I could do is go out here and be a good teammate, help the team win," he comes out here and mimes a response.
Oh, he butthurt. Oh.
And so this is how he responds to that. Again, this is the type of quarterbacks coming into the NFL now, and they are just, it's a lower caliber of player. Mentally, they're just not there. Physically, they have all the skills, but mentally, this is not what you would expect, out of a quarterback there. And it's probably why he was drafted so late there. He's miming the answers here. And remember,
I just love how everybody tried to call the NFL racist.
Yeah.
Because your favorite player didn't get drafted right away. Like, the NFL just prints out black millionaires, by the way. So, like, it's kind of a weird thing to do for such a racist organization, is to just make niggas millionaires over and over and over again. Let alone, like, all these other black people got chose, but somehow it's racism because Deion Sanders' kid didn't get chose. Like, niggas just, that's why I'm glad the word is losing all its power. You deserve to lose your power.
Here's Jason Whitlock talking about it first week.
What everybody in the legacy media wants to talk about. That I fell in love with the Rams. I love their helmets. I love Lawrence McCutcheon. And part of the big reason they had this black quarterback, James Harris. But it's not the 1970s anymore. It's 2025. Black quarterbacks are in high school, they're in college. So Anscape and everybody else loves to write these stories. And last week they wrote one about the 16 starting black quarterbacks. And they quoted Jalen Hurts in the article. This is Bill Rhoden, who's past his time as a sports writer and, has one grift, and that's talking about the hardships that these black quarterbacks face, and somehow Jalen Hurts is facing one of these hardships. He's not getting enough respect. So on behalf of those starting quarterbacks being
play the whole thing, but it's Jason Whitlock basically talking about black quarterbacks. I think they started the first week losing the majority of their games, and it has only gotten worse since then. But anyway, so Hood, I was asking you, say you heard about NBA YoungBoy. Questions: have you heard about NBA YoungBoy? You ever heard his music? You're young enough to be listening to that.
Of course, I'm familiar with him.
You listen to NBA?
I admit, I there's one of my favorite songs is him with Migos. I need it. Like I do like him. He's had a difficult John Galt. There's some things that have happened to this young man. It's very sad. Very
I'm
sad.
curious. When you hear a song called "I Need It," what exactly do you need?
I don't want to talk. I don't want to bring it up. Like I don't want to bring it up. Like there's some things you just keep inside your house. I can't be going outside with all of that.
I hear you. I hear
Yeah,
you.
But
We
I
all have
admit it,
beautiful
I
pleasures.
do run to his music. I do run to his music when I'm getting ready. I do get pumped up. I will admit it.
I mean, he is a very
Always the girls let you down.
I mean,
Yeah,
well, he is very popular. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
he is
He has
very
a hell of a flow. I'm just being honest. He can ride the beat. Like just when you see like John Galt, conservative, if I may share with you, Birdman made a very good point. Baby
Oh,
made a very good point.
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Are you talking about the Birdman interview? What did he deal with? While the young guys on tour? Is that
No. Just Birdman in general. Baby made a good point. Birdman
Okay.
said that hip hop is a young man's game. I remember
Yeah.
he said that a few years ago. I was like, that's so true. Like where nobody wants to see old N words. Like
Yeah.
like 50 Cent was in Vegas. People weren't feeling it like that. There was, like the millennials, Gen X, they went out to see 50 because it's 50, Vegas. But like we're
Right.
not trying to see, you want energy, you want that spark, you want like ride the beat, be happy. There's something about hip hop. At NBA, he's still very, very young. He's also the father to Floyd's grandson.
Yeah.
Also, he's had some issues. There was a DA who did give him grace because he's had a very, very difficult life, John Galt. And I do believe not that I do believe there was rumors, in the Black Twitter sphere that there was a man who took advantage of NBA YoungBoy. I won't say what happened, but took
What do you mean,
advantage.
like sexually you took advantage of?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to go in detail respectfully, but one thing that did happen, the Mormons took NBA in.
Really?
Yes, they did. Yes, they
Is
did.
that why he's there?
Yes, they just took him in because he just, the Lord, somebody put it in LDS, like, can you just take him in? And just to kind of get him away from all of this hip hop, just away from Black people, basically. Let him be in a more calm setting. And he even said it was very good for him. And if you know about the Mormons, they're very anti-stimulant. They do drink a lot of soda, but that just kind of being that disciplined atmosphere the Mormons have, they're very work focused. And it was good for him.
Let's take a look at young boy here. Damn, here it is. Here's a young boy making the beats.
Imperious, stop this. Imperious, it was me.
I let you drive inside my bros, but they been laying with it. Honest. That one right there. Popping with his fucking truck out when you land with it. I let you drive inside my bros, but they been laying with
it. And that's one right here. Here's another. We've talked about this. I think this is the punching method here, to be honest with you.
Searching for my ops. Hold on. I got my green ass on. Time to get active. What's happening? What's happening?
Play it again, y'all.
To be such a nice sounding, you seem like a well put together young lady. Don't you feel bad that you are happy to listen to niggas like this?
I got my green ass on. Right around in the drop top with a stolen Glock. Searching for my ops.
Like, as a grown man, I cannot be associated with this, bro. As an adult man, never mind Black. As an adult, as a man, I cannot associate. Hold, I can't hear you.
We keep it to ourselves. Conservative.
I get that it's hip hop.
Conservative. When I grew up, I cannot express to you. There are women, you just like that energy. It's like you work out.
I know like women like that shit. I understand that women love you.
No, I'm like, you work out. It's just plus hip hop is like fun that it's very get together.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Well,
I totally get the energy.
Yeah, we don't take it outside. You don't take it outside.
I think you're attempting to rationalize your female impulse, and that's just not going to work for me.
If we're going in that direction again, please stop. Like, please stop.
Well, I mean, you think he cute. You think he cute.
You very much listen to hip hop. I know you listen to Pac.
I stopped listening to it. I haven't listened to rap in a while, though. And this is why I realized I was filling my own head with bullshit words by skinny retarded niggas.
Good for you.
You know, I think people look at it for different reasons. And, you know, I'm not criticizing it by bringing it up. You know, he's a very popular guy. You know, I don't listen to much music. I don't watch much TV. A lot of people do. And I think, you know, Hood may be somewhere right in that, you know, a woman can look at that and, you know, she's exercising to it and, you know, okay, cool. A man listens to that and it's different probably. You know, when I look at it, I'm like, well, first I'm trying to figure out.
You do, Imperious. We know. Look at talk about. I listen to gangster rap. Imperious, you, Marshall Mathers, Slim Shady. We all.
But I think, you know,
white guys listening to gangster rap is a different vibe because gangster rap isn't blowing up your suburbs when you leave the gym at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. No, it's not. No, if you're living in an upper middle class neighborhood, it's not. You're going right back home. Some people can listen and just go home. Some people,
you know, some people go to the gym, they listen to Young Boy. You know,
in your ears. Am I going to play this out loud in my Land Rover? Absolutely not.
You know what? I think that's a great example. It's not your real life, and it was my real life, and so like it's not a vacation for me. It's not slumming for me. I literally need to get away from this.
No, okay, so that's motivation.
Yeah, and the number one listeners, viewers, and purchasers of hip hop is white people. White people listen to rap ironically, not seriously. Like it's something my mother said. It's basically like written banter poetry. The best Wayne undoubtedly is one of the best. He's a lyricist, and you have to put Marshall Mathers up there too. It's like you're supposed to be a wit back to a B, and yes, you do like a good B, and it's
you know, ultimately, I think what you're seeing though is this right here. If you know blacks well enough, you're going to know that they're not going to put any effort into their craft, be it playing quarterback or be it playing music. And so this is how the music gets made for NBA. And you know the
right around in the drop top with a stolen car, searching for my house.
And so if this is how, you know, where black music has more or less devolved to, hell, he not even, you know, I was watching a video from his producer, it's a white guy. And he's saying, you know, making music for NBA YoungBoy is very different because you don't go into the studio. Right? Like this is probably like shit, and I'm not criticizing it, but this is as far away from, say, Michael Jackson as you, right? But
we were talking about this at length yesterday, me and SKC, bro, because there's a huge difference in how a band makes music versus how a producer. You understand, a producer by definition isn't a musician. Some producers can play instruments like Timberland or whatever. Some of them are good. But rap is basically a computerized product from start to finish. Like you're literally feeding sounds into the computer. The computer is like collating the sounds and making a beat and a rhythm out of it. And then you're rapping over it, right? Where a musician has to actually know the physical mechanics of playing the instrument and the emotional feel of playing the instrument and make it all work together.
Conservative, if I may share something with you, I don't think you're old enough to remember. The Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, he was a very, very large proponent and supporter of black music, and we all know the Rolling Stones are from the UK. And you know, and we were also discussing on CT's channel, Chaotic Truth's channel, Tina Turner. Mick Jagger greatly supported Tina Turner in the 80s. You know, they performed for Live Aid in the 80s, and Mick Jagger, his commentary on Prince, yes, Prince, that he was a revolutionary, and he really did believe that he was underrated because Prince, and as you know, conservative, we all know Prince, a musician, producer, writer, performer, vocalist, he was everything. That you will never find another Prince again. He really called him, Mick Jagger, a revolutionary.
Apparently, he was a basketball star too.
and he was also amazing. And that's a true story. We all know this story from Chappelle's show. And that really was a true story. So if I may share something with you right now, Hoodservative, I'm not sure because about a year ago, Republic Room, I wanted to bring this up to you as well, Republic Room, because I know you listen to them. I know you grew up with them. Fleetwood Mac. I know John Galt's very familiar with them. Stevie Nicks, Lindsey Buckingham, huge in the 80s.
Stevie's my girl, yeah.
So listen to this. Listen to this. Their album from 1977, Rumors, that's Fleetwood Mac, Rumors, has still been charting on the Billboard for like a few years now. Like it came back into the Billboard 200 about 5 years ago, and it's still on the charts. Think about that, Hoodservative, because you're
not shocking me.
You just brought up bands, and it made me think because hip hop is very confectionery. It is. Hip-hop,
It's pop music for black people.
But when you're looking at rock and roll, rock music, alternative, it's like meat and potatoes that like sticks to you.
Well, this is the conversation we had the other day, right? Rap music isn't timeless. You can do timeless with bands.
It just comes and goes. It's not timeless. Maybe like the 90s, like Tupac, Biggie, I would say, they stick harder but Tupac was very, very intelligent, and Biggie's the son of an English teacher. Biggie was very intelligent, very, very, and a lyricist, very, very talented. And of course, Biggie could ride the beat. These are talented rappers. I mean, Notorious Thug still goes hard to this day. But going back to what you said, Hoodservative, bands. Jane's Addiction came out Jane's Addiction. Jane says, I got caught stealing when I was 5. That song, which came out in 92, 93, that band still tours till this day. Jane's Addiction, 1981. Metallica, late 80s. Guns N' Roses came out in 88. Appetite for Destruction, I think that was 87. They're still on tour. Axl Rose still makes hella money. Before the shutdown, they were on tour, Guns N' Roses, Slash and Axl Rose made up. They already had, in revenue, just going on tour, no new material, Hoodservative, $500 million.
Not surprising me. I was just thinking about this yesterday.
These bands from who else? Motley Crue, they just picked up a Vegas residency. Motley Crue. These bands from the 80s, these are rock and roll, rock music.
How many people want to go see? How many people are going to pay $75 to watch Inspector Deck?
It's not. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Now you're talking about Wu-Tang. That's a different situation.
Wu-Tang is a group that can maybe tour, but only 3 of them, at maybe 4 at best.
Okay, what RZA? Who else? RZA. I mean, and he kind of moved on.
RZA, Meth, and Ghostface.
Ghostface Killer and Inspector Deck. Okay, Ghostface Killer, RZA.
Nobody coming to see Deck. That was my whole point. Ain't nobody paying $75 for Inspector Deck.
For nostalgia, I think so. From the 90s acts, I do believe people will go because Gen X does have money. The Gen X white people and black people, they do have money. Gen X white people, very familiar with Wu-Tang, they'll pay to go see him just off nostalgia alone. They will. But the fact is,
and I mentioned Wu-Tang because they're big, but outside of Wu-Tang, I don't think because the whole conversation was rap isn't timeless, generally speaking.
It's not timeless.
Throwing out wild songs. Somebody throw out Back That Ass Up and shit. I'm like, bro, you're not going to be playing Back That Ass Up when you're 65.
Yeah, they'll pay money to see Cash Money. Conservative.
When you're 65 years old, are you going to be singing Back That Ass Up fondly?
They will pay money to go here. They will pay money to see Cash Money. Conservative. Let's be honest here. You play that hook, Juvenile. Everybody's coming out. Let's be honest here. For the 9.
I could be wrong, but I don't.
No,
I don't know if it is. I don't know if it because you know what? I was thinking about old music. I just discovered. Wait a minute.
That's too deep.
Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin. Right, I listened to that for the first time the other day. I listened to Stairway to Heaven the other day.
I love Cash Money, Juvenile.
But the question I want to throw at you.
Go see Mystical.
The question I want to throw at you though: do you imagine it's 60 years from now if you play Back That Ass Up for a young new audience, will it still hit? Because like I said, I listened to Stairway to Heaven the other day, and I'm blown away.
No, we're going to be
blown away listening to Stairway to Heaven for the first time. Certain music is timeless.
They're going to listen to it. Yeah, on the cruise ship, the retirees, you play Juvenile will be making money. He's going to have a Vegas residency. That's the hit. Everyone's
Like if you play Whitney Houston, I Will Always Love You, that's a timeless hit, right? It
okay.
will always be dope. I don't know a lot of rap
Conservative.
songs that are like that.
There's Whitney. We love her. Her voice is beautiful.
Right, but
It's
that's
timeless.
R&B,
But then
right? This not it's not rap
at the
though.
same time, it doesn't matter that it's rap or not. But then when you hear some hip hop music that is just so ingrained in the culture, people still like to get turned up. Gen
The
X,
question is,
that generation, yes, and they have money. You know, sometimes
no, I don't think the young folk are gonna hear that the same. Like when you play
no,
old
yeah, they
music for
will.
certain
Yeah,
young
they
people, they
will.
still
Where
like
do
it. I
you
don't
live?
know if
Yes, they do.
I live in the
A
world
few
with
months
everybody
ago,
else.
I just heard this little white boy playing. I mean, because what is it? That Slim Shady, that one song, he and Dre, and he didn't even have earphones on. Like he had nothing, just on that bike, just running around. They listen to classic. Like this is like classic music. Like you're assuming that just because it's not new, people don't like old school, classic, retro, whatever you want to call it. Yes, they do. The 90s did put out good production. Cash Money put the word bling bling into the American lexicon.
They
Like
did.
bling, like hip hop at that time really was
But how
doing.
many times do you hear bling bling actually on the
So
radio or even on a classic
why?
station?
What?
Like
First off, no one listens to the radio
it
like
is
that
so
anymore. No
consumable
one.
bubblegum shit.
No,
Nobody
no,
really
no, that
holds
was
on to it
no
longer
Cash
than the
Money.
moment.
No, I'll respectfully disagree. The 90s hip hop was just too deep. Like it just got too
I
ingrained. That
think
was like
we
their
think it's
golden
deep because we're black and we like it.
No,
Because
no,
I don't
no,
know if it was
no.
really
I
classic,
know
timeless music like we want it to be though. That's my whole stance.
no, it's too deep. Call it. It's too deep in the culture.
It was
Let's
all
just
deep when
enjoy
we were
it.
16 and stupid. Now we're 40 and we pay taxes and
No,
shit. It's not that
no,
deep.
no. Okay, but first off, the younger generation. I'm running around hearing this music. And number two, who has the money? If these groups are going to go out on tour, who has the money to buy the tickets? These are classic acts. But I'm saying I see your point. There are some hip hop that's just not going to make it because it's too confectionery. But once you have a hit that runs deep in the culture, like what happened in the late 90s, early 2000s, yes, people are going to come out.
And that was
Birdman
my whole point
money
in the
indefinitely.
beginning.
Birdman would making. However, going back to why I have this on the screen, that you have Fleetwood Mac, an album from 1977, is still charting. Fleetwood Mac.
What rapper is doing
Period.
that?
Well, but
Even
hold on.
Jay-Z ain't
But
doing
I
that.
know. Imperious. Just one
Fleetwood
second.
Mac but that's a compilation album almost.
No,
I
it's
mean,
no. No.
it's
This one
not,
right
but
here.
it's like their
Imperious.
one
Wait. No,
album
it's
that is
not. It's not the
huge, though.
compilation. Imperious. Wait a
No, I
second.
know. What I'm
Buckingham
saying
Nicks
is
is
that's
not
their
the
one big
compilation
album, though.
album. No, they
No,
have a compilation album. They have the
no,
Rumors album, and this right here,
no. But what
Buckingham
I'm saying
Nicks,
is, Rumors
that's
is
not the
like a
compilation.
once in a generation album. It's kind of
Okay,
like Led
it's
Zeppelin 3. They
okay.
hang
But
around
wait a
forever.
minute. Okay, but
It's
wait a
like
minute, Imperious.
Thriller. It's like
But Imperious, wait a second, Imperious, wait a second, wait 1 second. Rumors 1977 is charting. The actual Fleetwood Mac greatest hits album from the early 2000s, that's also charting.
No, I
And
know. Yeah, I know.
and the number three, Buckingham Nicks, Imperious. This is the album that Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks, they put an album together before, actually in the same record studio where Mick Fleetwood was recording Fleetwood Mac when they were still the British band. This is the one and only album, this album right here, Buckingham Nicks, that Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks put together before they joined Fleetwood Mac. I know Lindsey
You know what?
Buckingham.
Rap doesn't even have strong
Okay,
lore like
conservative.
you
Just
see
1
how into
second.
that you
Conservative.
are?
1 second. I'm just like, please. Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, they put together this album together. This was the album that Mick Fleetwood heard them record in the Polydor studio sometime in the mid 70s. They put together one album only. Because Mick Fleetwood heard this album, Mick Fleetwood asked Lindsey Buckingham to join Fleetwood Mac. Lindsey Buckingham said, "No, I cannot go without Stevie Nicks." From then on, Mick Fleetwood sent a limo to where they were living. Both Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks were like dead broke. They were just making music together. They went to high school together. Imperials at San Jose, and college. They all went to
Yeah, I know, but this isn't like
but
I
my
mean, look
point
at
is,
hold
okay,
on, but
Imperials, just 1 second. My point is that
Jesus.
you have an album that was put together like in the mid 70s. Lindsey Buckingham has been trying to get this album released for like 15, 20 years. Finally, it got released. It's a whole complete album. It's not a compilation album. And now it debuted at number 11. That's just my point. The fact that their music is so incredible, so timeless, that an unreleased album from like the early mid 70s finally gets released and it charts the Billboard 200. That's just my point, that you won't see this in any other genre.
But
It's
that's like
always
the
existed.
Beatles. You release the Beatles greatest hits every 10 years and they have the same thing. I mean, if you go like the Beatles, the Stones, the Eagles, Pink Floyd, Zeppelin.
I do. I love Fleetwood Mac conservative. I do.
I mean,
I love
I love Fleetwood Mac too, but
I love
my
them.
thing is
We
they're
all
not
do.
really
I love
like, I mean, they're good, but they're that like kind of like indie hippie rock. And I mean, they have good songs and stuff, but Fleetwood Mac, I mean, Stevie Nicks was bigger on her own. You know what I mean? Like she became bigger on her own than Fleetwood Mac.
Okay, arguably. I know she was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Fleetwood Mac and on her own. Yeah, okay, so because Edge of 17 was incredible. Belladonna,
Yeah, I mean,
album was amazing. And she was
I'm not saying
girl
Fleetwood
before
Mac isn't great. I mean, I love Over My Head. That's a great song. But what I'm saying is like they had kind of like that Rumors album is like that one Titanic album that they had. It's like Prince with Deep Purple. You know what I mean? Or like or Purple Rain or whatever. You know,
Purple Rain, 1984. And he won
yeah,
the
I mean, and so it's like, you know, some people have like a like look at even MJ never hit what Thriller did. You know, his albums never hit what Thriller did. Like sometimes there's one album that just is Titanic in people's career, and that's what I'm saying. Like you got to go outside. Like Fleetwood Mac's a great band, but they're not like the Eagles, like or something like the
You
what is
really think so? I mean, okay, I know that
or
she
like
got with
Jefferson
John
Airplane
Holmes.
or Jefferson Starship. They do. I mean, look at Mickey Thompson. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of other band. I mean, Deep Purple's another big freaking band. My favorite band, yes, is Gigantic, but like people forget who they are. Roundabout, all those
Could they
kind of
get
like
back?
people
Okay, but could they get back together? Do you remember? Okay, you were
dead.
still like
They're dead. Yes is dead. I mean, they're dead.
Okay, Imperious. What was that? The late 90s, Fleetwood Mac, their song, like that one song that was Bill Clinton's like campaign theme song. It was so huge. Fleetwood Mac got back together in like 97, 98 and went on tour and they were massive. Like you had like this band 20 years later, they're able to get back together and make music and everyone comes out. Like their
I feel
music
like you're kind of reinforcing my initial point, which is like very few rap songs can even be reused 20 years later in a presidential campaign. The lore around rap music albums is like we were in front of the studio and we didn't get killed that night. Like the lore in rap is just not the same, bro. Like
Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, the thing is, there are some like I could think of some on the top of my mind's playing tricks on me is a great song about being paranoid about living where you are in your society and letting that affect you. You know what I mean? There are songs like there are songs out there.
Think about it, you know, you mentioned some the mind playing tricks on me. I saw Scarface at the Tiny Desk, the NPR. There was some guy. There was some guy, Mike Dean, apparently, that was Scarface's producer. I imagine he's produced for the Ghetto Boys as well. This is a white guy. He played the instruments and shit like that. Mike Dean. You can go back and look it up on.
Well, who's that guy who did that album? The white dude, that did the album for what was his God, what was that dancing guy that did Pink Champagne or Strawberry Champagne? That's what I like. What's that song? God damn it. He's that Puerto Rican rapper, but he had
Bruno
that really
Mars.
big. Bruno Mars. There you go. Yeah, Bruno Mars.
I think he's like Polynesian or something. I don't think he's
yeah,
Puerto
and
Rican.
well, what's his name? The guy behind that, Ronson. He's like some white dude that looks like he's out of the out of the '60s. It's so funny because he looks like a greaser guy. You know what I mean? It's so funny, like how they match together and stuff.
I don't know. I don't know. I probably tend to disagree. I don't know if you're gonna be able to perform back that ass up 20 years from now. maybe play it.
I'm trying to tell you. And I
But
don't know
you're
if it's
picking on,
timeless,
yeah. No,
man.
John, we get that, but John, you're
One
also not going to put on Brown Sugar
No, one at a
from
time.
the
but
Rolling Stones either. You know what I mean? You're not going to put on "Start Me Up," John. I mean, if you know what that song is, you know what I mean, or
Right, but you
"Shattered."
still you can
like,
still hear "Start Me Up" on videos, on commercials, and
But
other
that's
people's
because it's just the
movies, right?
words. There's no cuss words. Like if you listen to the
Because
words of the song,
because
like
but hold on, man. Hold on.
it has become a timeless song.
One at a time. Like, you know, you
Imperious. When I was in school, they played. This is what the nuns. It was. We were in. Look, we had intramurals. Imperious. You would be surprised the people who know hip hop. You would be very surprised.
dude,
And
everybody I knew grew
Pablo,
up on freaking 2001, dude.
Cash
Like to this
Money.
day, everybody
Cash Money.
knows.
Okay.
Like I remember, I was in like
Imperious.
I was freshman year when
Hold on,
2001
man.
came
Hey,
out.
I don't. Nobody cares how old you are. Cash Money is not going to be performing at 70 years old.
They'll play the hit. They'll play the hit.
Yeah,
Though.
but there's a big difference between playing the song and getting a stream. I don't disagree with you on that. Versus being able to go out like, I don't know.
But they had one good hit. That John
But
Galt.
Cash Money had a lot of
That
hits.
song went too deep. Like there's some albums that just do a good job and go deep in the culture.
I don't care what it did. I don't care if it sold 1 trillion streams. You're not going to be a 70-year-old man coming out with a hoarse voice talking about badass up. It just doesn't hit.
We're gonna have AI. We'll have the hologram.
Okay, maybe you do something like that. 50 Cent can't go.
Holding on to glory. You see, that's the typical thing, man. Trying to hold on to the glory.
50 Cent is not going to be able to do a song called "In the Club" when he's 60 years old. It just doesn't look appropriate.
However, though, John Galt, like I mentioned to you, In the Club came out like what? Oh, I think 05.
God, 22 years ago, 2003, man.
And he was just performing in the club in Vegas.
Okay, 20 years from now, do you think somebody will
and he had a full show.
He's still fairly young. Maybe you can go do it in Vegas, right? Where you get a
right. You can do it in Vegas. I mean, if you think about it, John Galt, even
hold on,
I hate to say it though, John. R. Kelly can perform this music right now.
Who say what? Who? R. Kelly.
I hate saying that. Robert Kelly would still get an audience. I know it sounds bad. It is bad. He would still get an audience.
He's not talking about back that ass up. He doesn't have to perform. R. Kelly probably can sit down and
some people like to get
R&B. We're talking about rap as a genre, though. You went right to R&B, which disproves the whole thesis.
Yeah,
but listen, R. Kelly could sit down in his old age and sing a song.
I know.
But I would argue, though, John, the Rolling Stones can't sing everything either. They have songs about underage girls and stuff they can't sing.
Yeah, Imperious. What is the song Brown Sugar about? Have you actually listened
an underage
to
black girl? An underage black
girl?
girl.
That was bought.
Get the fuck out of here. They was all so nasty back then. They was all fucking teenagers.
That was what? Their music
Hold
was inappropriate too.
on.
Listening to urban music invaded that came out was a good time. SB, yes, it was.
I just don't understand the whole concept that the white rockers aren't ashamed of shit. They can only sing specific things.
I don't understand why everybody keep talking with me. Here's the thing. Fleetwood Mac or whoever the hell, I've seen some of these bands, Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band.
Yeah.
Those people be touring at 70 years old.
And they are.
And all they have to do is get up on stage, and if they can play an instrument, they can stand there. They don't even have to move that much.
Right.
I saw B.B. King in his 70s just sitting down in a chair playing a guitar. People would pay for that. Nobody's paying for a 70-year-old, out of shape, fat, juvenile, screaming, back that ass up. You might listen to it in the car. That's a different way of consuming it. I'm not arguing that point. But there's a shorter life cycle for them to perform. 50 Cent in the club, 21 Questions. You can't perform that at 65 years old.
Right. Very good point, John.
You can't move. Like just the actions. Just when I look at NBA YoungBoy, he's a young man. He can move around very fluidly. His body's still very limber. Imagine him trying to do all them funny little moves at 50. his body creaking and shit. You know, it don't
Yeah,
hit.
they said the same about Elvis when they were listening to Sinatra, dude.
But Elvis,
It's our cultural change, dude.
right,
They will change.
that's my point. And that someone will come up and start doing the things that Tupac used to do, which is what they say NBA YoungBoy is. And NBA YoungBoy,
You know,
will fade into the oblivion. It may take longer for him, but he's not going to be able to do this at 50,
well,
60.
there's another thing we have to think about too. As you age, your ability to actually speak drastically alters. Like nobody talks the way they talked when they were 20 years old. Like when you listen to your grandparents, you realize that your grandmother didn't sound like that when she was your age at 19 or whatever, right? So when Lil Baby or whatever these rappers are, like right now he's a mumble rapper, right? You can't get your lips to move like that at 65, 70 years old.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
Yeah, but when I saw the Stones in the early 2000s in college, dude, the only thing that was keeping them up was pounds of cocaine and baby's blood. Like you don't understand that these men were in their you thought they were gonna die on stage.
But
It's not like they sounded anything like they were doing it because these particular people, their high was performing, not because they're any good. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like John, when I saw Aerosmith, when I saw the Stones, when I saw ACDC,
they still toured too, Imperious.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They like literally they do it because that generation, and I'm telling you because my dad went and saw these people when they were young. My mom and dad saw Zeppelin when they were young. My mom and dad saw.
Don't tell us the whole list. We got it.
No, but what I'm saying is, John, it's just the same cultural cycle, John. Like I did not think that we're old. Like I see myself as old now, and I look at the rappers now, and I'm like, oh, this is not music. This isn't any. It's the same thing, John. We're just old.
I'm not. I'm not
old, dude.
I'm not disagreeing.
Like, I mean, Snoop's been on tour for 5
Aerosmith was still really good in the 2000s.
I mean, Snoop's been on tour for 35,
40
40 years. I mean, you know, Exhibit's been on the tour for 30 years, 40 years.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure Snoop is
These
mostly
rock bands do really, really well. Aerosmith, like
that's because they did so much cocaine back in the day. Like this is what I'm saying. Like you guys
their
understand what these
band.
bands did?
These bands are
Like
orchestras.
Hey, you may know more about music. Hey, I can see the argument. Maybe you know more about music than me. Clearly, maybe.
Well, no, I just, John. It's just I know what these people did.
You know more about music than me. That's true. And so, if you think NBA YoungBoy can perform at 70,
hey CT, John Gall, CT's here.
What's up, CT?
I mean, they can because there'll be an audience for it. Just like if they're John, I made this argument on Sharon's channel. There's an argument.
You hear me? 400 degrees.
Yeah, and who's the audience for this? White people. That's my point. It's not black people. Like black people aren't buying this. It's white people buying this.
I need white people to be more racist so they stop listening to this shit.
Chaotic. Chaotic. You're showing your age.
What about
Chaotic.
the deaf one,
You
John?
grew up off Cash Money. You grew up off Young Money. Chaotic.
John, what about the deaf one? The one in Africa that makes.
Hold on. Stop. What I'm talking about here is this. You look at the quarterback playing in the NFL. Somebody mentioned Warren Moon. It's over the last few years, 20 years, you let the blacks take over the quarterback position. This shit degrades to where you got quarterbacks at NBA YoungBoy concerts. I just showed you a $250 million quarterback hanging out with my ops. Whatever the fuck you say. Like what you're seeing is a degradation in the music. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Understand.
Like you see the degradation in football, quarterback play. Now, where this goes, I don't know, right? There may be enough ignorant people to sustain this shit and they'll go see this boy. Like hell, we just had I interviewed a lady, 45 years old, at the Congressional Black Caucus, and she said, yeah, I just came from the Jeezy concert, the T.I. I put my gold teeth in and I went to, you very well could be right that there could be enough people that y'all could be right. Y'all know music better than me. I find it hard to believe.
John, all I'm saying is this, John. Look.
Hold on. I just find it hard to believe that this is sustainable. But I could be wrong because I don't know music very well.
John, let me say something. Just as a, and I'm going to tell you this, okay? If you, maybe because I'm hyper conservative, I look at it all the same. John, in the 70s, the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin were dating. Dude, John, could you listen to me really quick before you, like, if you're just going to cut me off and just say it's all black people, okay, fine. But you don't want to hear about the pedophilia in the music industry, John? Do you want to know how Zeppelin and Rolling Stones and all them past 13 and 14-year-olds around made songs about it that they can't play today? Do you want to know how Jack Nicholson and actors still the 15-year-old? John, you don't want to know that, of course.
I don't want you
because
to go down
it's all the same.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you there. I say, hey man, you know
So what are you complaining about them for?
I'm not complaining.
More influential. That Congress every year has a slush fund for rape accusations, or some rapper.
Hey, we're talking about music. I'm just saying.
But that's what I'm saying, John. Who's more influential? I don't care. I care about the people that have influence.
Hey, Imperial, we're talking about music here. I was just saying, this music seems to be very, very, simplistic. What you're seeing here is the punching method, where you just scream out some shit and then you get enough screams and then you just make a song out of it. I don't see how that's sustainable, but that's just me.
What is metal though? What about screamo?
I don't know.
What about screamo?
Again, I just told you, you can go down all these lists of genres of music. I don't know much about them. So you say, what about this one? I don't know.
Well, John, have you ever heard screamo? Have you ever heard screamo metal?
I just fucking told you, I don't know anything about
Okay, so then until you listen to that and counter the other side to it, you can't say this is worse than that.
Did I say
screamo metal is literally people screaming their head off, John.
I don't know anything about music. How can I compare one to the other?
Okay, so then you're just complaining about something you see.
Who said I was
okay, so
complaining?
I'll introduce you to worse shit.
Okay, well, good, great. But again, that may not be sustainable either. What I'm saying is
it's been there for 50, 60 years. The bands are in their 70s doing screamo.
Okay, well, maybe again, that's why I said
Slayer.
Okay,
all those guys, John.
Okay, don't name them all. Okay, maybe, and I said, hey, I very well could be wrong because I don't follow music as close as you guys. You heard me being quiet, listening to you, and so maybe you're right. Maybe the young boy can be performing in his 70s, 60s. Maybe, I don't know. If you say so, I'll take your word for it. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
John, Milli Vanilli used to tour, and they got paid for it.
Used to? Are they still touring? What
because
happened?
the one's in jail for fraud now.
Oh, so you see, I didn't even know that. I don't fucking watch music.
See, that's what I'm saying, John. Like maybe it's because I'm so conservative and so right. I don't see any difference of any of this trash. If you wanted my opinion, nothing but gospel music and nothing but Catholic chorus music could be played.
All right.
So I don't see any
I used to
difference.
question that. Like I didn't understand. I had to like think my way to the conclusion, but I totally understand why gospel is all right and every other secular music is bad. Because if you think about a love song, right, you're supposed to express that love for God, not for some thought with big titties.
Yeah, music was there to exaltate God. That's what the original reason for music was. Every single origin of music was to exaltate God. It wasn't there to talk about things or to pleasure or to fun. It was there literally either as a very basic worshiping music where they did it around, Native American tribes, Neanderthal tribes. Like every original music that we taught from China to everywhere was built around worship.
Well, not just music, but art in general starts out as an expression of the divine or expressions of beauty, which is related to the divine in its own right. But I just realized over time, like, that's why church people don't like secular music, because you're supposed to love God, not hoes.
Or God, not money. That's the big one.
Same thing. Yeah.
And that's in rock. That's in every genre is the worship of money. Every rock song, every country song, every hip hop song, every pop song is about money. So, John, I'm just saying it's a bigger picture. We have a degraded society because John, this is what I go back to. There's no difference between races. It's how dedicated you are to the truth. If you have a black race that is completely dedicated all to the Christian ethics, that will be the most successful society in the world.
Well,
it's not questionable.
It's unquestionable. I'm not arguing race at this point because I looked at some of the fans at the Youngboy concert and all different groups of people. And
exactly, and white people mostly because they can afford to go. Those expensive tickets in the front, it's all upper middle class white people.
Yeah,
They can
Also,
afford
John
plate body
Galt, to
armor.
kind
You
of
know,
touch
plate
on
armor
what
is
you said,
expensive, bro.
Imperious, do you know that many of these young hip hop, they can't sell tickets? They are
I know that's why they do it all
consistently
on their Streamlabs or whatever, the
they
StreamYards and all those things.
yeah.
Yeah, because they
So
can't be in person anymore.
John, you know, you're making really good points, and you are correct. Even now, these young hip hop, they are not selling out concerts. They're mainly based online, which goes back to what you said, John, that these are high production, high synthesis. It's not music per se. Like
Yeah, but
Well,
remember,
that's what I said. It's coming
Ponder,
out
do
of
you
the
remember drum and
computer.
bass
It's
in
all
college?
computer shit.
So when they actually go to perform like a concert, the stage, they just don't sell tickets. Lil Baby had to actually close down some dates. Even Kodak Black, and Kodak Black has a pretty solid following. He had to shut down some dates. It's like hip hop now, like young hip hop, they're not selling these tickets at the level that people are expecting. Like the ticket sales don't match the streaming.
Hey, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Master Kim, I'm dropping the link for you right now, Master
Hold
Kim.
on, let me ask this question. So where are they trying to perform? Are they trying to perform like it?
It's all download streams, John. You pay 99 cents for their
No,
song. That's all.
to answer your question, John, like they're going to amphitheaters, which are kind of too big for them. To answer
Right.
your question, John, that's too big. You know what I mean? Like
They
that's
do a
too
lot of
big.
celebrity birthdays too. A lot of these celebrities, John, now go and travel. Like for example, I think it was last year, or the year before, these Indian billionaires had like J-Lo paid her like 25 million to perform for an hour.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've seen it.
You know what I mean? So a lot of them.
Imperious, John Galt.
Those are the
J-Lo had to cancel her tour because nobody bought tickets. Like she had a
But that's
huge
an economic thing too. I
No,
think
it's
it's
because people
that
don't
normal
like her
people
like
can't afford
that.
that shit.
The
Well, the
Indians,
whole
of
music
course,
industry
the
is
Indians
flat.
will pay, but when it comes to a tour and being backed by someone like Live Nation and insurance, people are not paying to see her.
I think J-Lo.
Yeah, but Taylor Swift had to cancel a couple of dates because she couldn't sell them out either.
Hold on, J-Lo had a residency in Vegas. I think she can sell out.
No, the residency actually had to cut down money. They were going to pay her something like $1 million. They had to shut that down, like cut off money because she could not tour. Think about it. You can look it up right now, John Galt. She had a huge tour,
Hold on, boy,
and
I'm
it
saying,
was canceled. No
hold on.
tickets sold.
Hold on. How
Yeah,
was her?
Kendrick sells tickets. Yeah, he does.
How was her Vegas tour? Her residency. If she had a residency in Vegas, her ability to tour doesn't matter. How did she do in the Vegas residency? That's what matters if you're in Vegas.
And you're correct, John. My point is that they were able to negotiate to pay her less because they had to cancel her tour. She makes money, but she doesn't have that level of popularity where she can tour and sell tickets. She doesn't, she can't, that's not her. Mariah Carey, Beyonce, Fleetwood Mac.
Wait a minute. Somebody, Cam the King said her
It's not
show.
that level of artist. Like
Hold on,
it's
hold on. Cam the King said her show in Vegas is always free. So maybe that explains it. I didn't know that they have free shows up there.
You remember Celine
but
Dion?
what about Britney
You
Spears?
remember
I mean,
Celine
John,
Dion
she's still
was at
performing.
Caesars was at Caesars. Celine Dion forever. Bruno Mars has been in Vegas forever. Britney Spears had a residency in
But
Vegas.
look at her.
for a
If
long
people
time.
want to see Britney Spears doing her dancing, how crazy she is at 40, there's going to be people at any age seeing these people, John.
will
Well,
pay
I mean,
money to see
Britney's
her.
giving it away for free on Twitter,
Okay,
though.
but Britney people, when Britney's ready to go back on stage, the number of people who will buy tickets because it's her. When you have
That's
a
what I'm saying.
solid
It's
following,
crazy.
people will pay to see her. People are not going to pay to see Lopez. She's
I
not
will
white
pay to
like
see crazy Britney dance with knives on stage.
okay. Anyway, conservative. Yeah,
I like
Jennifer
this new
Lopez
era of
can't
Britney.
sing. Jennifer Lopez is not like she can't sing. Like she's not known for being a vocalist. She doesn't have a backing of fans for her music. She falls in that hip hop category. Very
None of
confectionery.
these bitches can sing except for Mariah and Whitney.
She's
After
very
Mariah and
confectionery.
Whitney, maybe
And
Adele can
Mariah doesn't
sing.
even tour like that. Mariah
I mean,
just
there
Nah.
are some girls like what's her name? What's that skinny girl that did the whole
You
the
know what?
Wicked Witch movie? What was that
I
movie? What's
like
her name?
Ariana.
Oh,
She
that
can sing. She's got a
Ariana
great voice.
Grande.
She can
She's got a
sound
great voice.
Maybe.
Imperious. She can sound like Mariah Carey. Vision of Love, Mariah Carey. That girl can
Yeah, she's got a great voice. She got a beautiful voice.
sing. She can sing. Very, very impressive.
And I think John, what it really is like, look, I think the
Cam,
market
Sexy
dictates
Red
everything.
had to cancel her tour. Nobody
like
bought
that's what I'm saying, John. Like, look,
Nobody's listening to that shit.
there are a
Yeah, we
ton
loved
of
it.
white
We
bands
saved
that
it.
I could tell you that never made it, never were able to do it after the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, John, look at like Slipknot, look at all of those bands in the 90s, and Head PE was another big one. A lot of these bands, these rock bands that came out in the 90s. I mean, what was that Semi-Charmed Kind of Life? That band got
Do you
huge,
think
but
they?
they're gone.
Do you think
You
they
know,
could go on tour though? What was that? Third Eye Blind?
Third Eye
Was
Blind. There you go. Yeah, they had like
Yeah,
four
there you
hits,
go.
four big
Do you think
hits,
they
but they.
could go on tour? Like, okay, let's think about
Yeah,
the
I think they
90s bands.
could. I think they
Period.
could. They just don't. They hate
Matchbox
each other.
20 could go on tour. Don't you think? They could go
Well,
on
but
tour.
you know how dirty Matchbox 20 is? Have you ever heard that song In a Boy's Dream, where the lyrics are hike up your skirt a little more and show your world to me? It's like
No, 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 no.
what
That's
is
not
this?
Matchbox. That's not Matchbox 20 Imperious. That was that's
Sorry, that
Dave
was Dave Matthews.
Matthews.
Sorry, that's Dave Matthews. Yeah,
Okay,
whatever.
since you've
Same
been
kind of
deciding to
thing.
bring up Imperious, you brought up Dave Matthews. They were going on tour for like 10, 15 years
Oh
without
yeah,
music.
straight. Yeah, they did it, dude. Same
They
thing
were
with
going on
what's his
tour
name?
for the longest time. Just
What
and they
about
were
like
doing
guys
the
back in the
college
day, like
tour.
Rod Stewart? What about Rod Stewart back in the day and those kind of people that did it?
Imperious. I
What
can't
about the
believe
dude
you
that sang
remember those lyrics.
what about the
I
Italian
like
singer
them.
that did the San Francisco song, The Bridges of San Francisco? What was his name?
You know,
That old
sometimes I feel like I was born too late. I missed the cocaine backstage party era.
Imperious.
well,
I
just
cannot
go to
believe.
any jewelry store that
How do
sells
you
80s
remember that
era
song,
jewelry. Hold on.
Imperious?
Did you know that if you go to a jewelry store right now, ask for any 80s era jewelry, it will have a secret compartment to store cocaine. Every single piece of jewelry
That's
that was
no
made
no,
in the 80s.
Imperious. That was very
I'm not.
no.
It's
That's
true.
true.
Very true.
That's true. That's
I
true.
think
That's
they
very
still
well
make that
known.
shit.
That's very well known.
Really?
And how do you know that song?
Yeah, John, you didn't know that, dude.
Imperious?
My mom and dad used to tell me stories about that shit back in the 80s, dude. When they would, dude. Oh my god, not that they didn't do it, but back like my dad was in my fraternity because that's why I'm a legacy. Oh my god, John, in the 80s, you have no idea because it wasn't regulated. There was nobody. John, you could go down to Mexico and come back with 10 pounds. Nobody stopped you at the border. Nobody stopped anything, John. Like it was, John. This was. John, the 70s and 80s was
Pre-drug
if you
war.
John, if we went back, like it was John, my dad used to go down to Mexico with his brother, and they would just go and buy parts down in Mexico, fix it up on Rosarito, and then just drive it home. Like no one would check anything. No one would. John, it was a different world, John.
ACT, I got your message, man. Oh man, I got a funny story one day I had to tell everybody.
The past really is an alien planet, though. This is why I like looking at old movies and stuff, listening to old music,
Dude, look
trying
at
to
a beach
understand the
photo from
world.
Santa Monica in the 1960s.
Oh God, they're all white and they're all skinny.
CT, I don't know how long you
Look at
been
New
here.
York in the 60s. Look at Brooklyn. If you look at how dressed up everybody is in a suit and a dress and nobody left their house not made up. No one Harlem, same thing. No
I was just gonna
LA.
say, old shots of Harlem. That's the best era of black
Oh my
photography.
God, yeah.
Old shots of
Oh, yeah.
Harlem.
CT, man, I don't know how long you been here. Yesterday, I was riding through the ghetto.
Anyways, I gotta head back to the gym. I took a long break. All right, I'll be back.
You took a break in the gym. Get it over with, man. Yeah, CT, man, I passed by hood out. Did you see this? I passed by a domestic violence parade yesterday.
Hey, she went to this school. Oh, her
that was the woman that was killed there, hood.
her sister, somebody.
Her
Went,
sister work here.
oh, damn,
Just honoring her.
man, that's got to be rough seeing your sister outside.
When I
You
came
coming
in,
to
I
work.
asked you who did.
Who did? Yeah, that's the dead woman right there, hood. And so here's the parade they had yesterday for domestic violence in general in the ghetto.
If y'all want to, y'all better go. Y'all better come on, because we got right now without y'all. If y'all want to, y'all better go.
You know the interesting thing about this hood, Ponder?
Yes.
This in the middle of the day. This in the middle of the day and nobody's working.
Yeah, it is during the day. Good point, John Galt. Why is everybody not at work?
Man, it's all these damn like around here they have
Remember
all
that Chris Rock joke about the neighborhood where women be jogging versus the neighborhood where grown men be hanging out riding bicycles?
yeah, this is it right here. So in the middle of the
With
day,
her hair tied, John Galt. Like she left left her house with her hair tie. Like she could at least wear a wig. I don't like bringing up black women and their hair, but just this is a little bit no.
oh, that's all the heads are covered out here. And but again, you know, they you know, they're
And
protesting.
what is she yelling at? Or
Oh,
yelling?
she's whipping the crowd up.
Oh, she's getting the crowd. Okay.
Getting them all together. She got a wig on. CG.
Oh, she's getting the crowd lit up. Oh, John Galt. Whoa. Did you see this purple?
Big
A bit
purple.
much?
Barney
Big
right there.
purple. Big purple. Big purple.
Again, these people in the middle of the day protesting domestic violence here. And all of these people, like what you're seeing here, honestly, is
They're protesting domestic violence, as John Galt said.
Yeah, domestic violence. And so they're protesting on behalf of one of the teachers at the school had her sister killed. We profiled her earlier. And so they're having a march through the community there for the dead woman, or just for domestic violence.
This is why I can't be invited to certain things, because like, is this supposed to bring her back? I mean,
No.
are you marching for? Hold on, hear me out. Are you marching for domestic violence awareness, as if nobody knows that niggas not supposed to beat their girlfriend up? Like, what are you doing? What is it supposed to actually do?
Well, they were giving out popcorn. Like, you know, part of these things are more or less like social
It's
service.
a party, bro. This shit is a party.
Yeah, no, this is DC. This is right around the corner from me. This
That's
was
why I
yesterday.
know if something bad happened to me, you niggas gonna throw a party, bro. I fucking hate y'all.
And so they're walking around the street. This is in Washington, D.C. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue here. And so they're clearly admitting that there's a domestic violence problem. And their solution clearly is to march for it. Or march about it. And but, you know, one of the things you're seeing here, honestly, these are all adults with nothing to do in the middle of the day. I mean, I was headed to clean up or some shit, and I saw them. And, you know, they're giving out food, pamphlets, you know, telling you the services that they provide. The high school accommodates you up until 25, I think. So if you want to go back and get your phlebotomist or whatever, they do all of that there. So that's kind of the state of the ghetto there. A lot of wraparound type services where people are making money off of this shit here. Anyway, we got Master Kim up here. Sorry, Master Kim. Keep you waiting there.
Oh no, it's been just great hearing the feedback. I'm very impressed, not with Imperious, because yeah, he has a big, but with Aponda. When she broke, she knows her alternative rock music. She knows her rap.
Yeah,
That's
she knows all of it.
stunning.
I love music, Master Kim. I do. I'm a big fan of Fleetwood Mac. I love Fleetwood Mac and Van Halen. And
Dave Matthews and Matchbox 21, I get them confused too. It's for
how
you to
do
break it
you
down.
and Imperious get Matchbox 20 and Dave Matthews? Do you remember the song that Imperious was quoting?
Because they all came out at the same time with the Fray and all this shit and all these little Avenger movies and all this came out at the same time. But real quick, one thing I wanted to comment on is some of the best jams are so explicit that you just can't. I mean, can you imagine hearing the flutes and Little John and everyone gets up off their seat? Yes, but such explicit lyrics that I'm ashamed to have my kids hear me listen to them or all these kids because of what I'm trying to portray as a conservative family man, right? But you're right. Juvenile would get all these old school people hyped up, but it's just not marketable mainstream because it is explicit. Oh, Dad, what's back that ass up? And then they Google the ad or see the Cash Money video. I don't want my kids seeing that shit. So the problem is some of the hypest music with rap is too sexually explicit, as opposed to, you know, this is how we do it, or tag team, or all that. The clean. That's why you still hear the clean rap shit today, because it's marketable, because it's not explicit. Now, trying to get busy and lay that hammer down, R. Kelly in 12 plays the best, right? But you can't. I mean, you know, some of the best creative art. I'm almost going to put R. Kelly in the fine arts category, and I know CT's listening; he's probably giggling. But you know, if you can't bust a move, you could be the most
R.
wackest ass
Kelly
dude.
as fine arts is a nasty move.
No. Back at the 12 play era, you know, like back in the day, shit. Before the
That just the
2000s.
idea is hilarious.
Yeah, just before the 2000s, you could be in a
Master
wheelchair.
Kim, you were listening to R. Kelly's 12 play.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, Master Kim. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that's for Kim. Not
You know,
12
I'm
plays.
just
Good
realizing
Birmingham, you
something
were
because
listening to. You all know you were listening to. That's one
well,
of his.
no. Just think about this for a second, because we get stuck in our black bubble and we imagine everything is black. But can you imagine two Asian kids on the West Coast getting down to R. Kelly in the background?
Oh, of
Like, I
course I
can't
can.
picture the shit.
I
I
absolutely
couldn't
can.
picture it until just now.
The Asian kids, especially back in the day, hip hop and R&B. Oh my goodness, absolutely.
So
Asian
do you remember?
kids back? Yes, they
Hey,
do.
hold
They
up.
love hip hop.
I got a couple things I want to run past you guys. I'm gonna step away short. I'm in a lot of pain right here. Yeah, Pony, this is for you. I'm gonna set these things up for you. In case you want to talk about it. If you if you have time, if you want to keep it going, I'm gonna step away probably about 30 minutes or so. I'm gonna send you something my buddy Philippe sent me yesterday. Philippe, he's gotten his second interview at NVIDIA. And
Wonderful.
so what they told him, some of the things he needed to touch up on was SD1s, which is a software development one, and then spine and leaf. I think that's what it's called. Branch and leaf strategies and server technologies. So if you guys are interested in getting into the AI field, AI infrastructure, we'll cover that a little bit later. But here's something that he did mention to me that they told him. It's very interesting. They said, hey, so we want you to go to the next interview, and the next round is you need to talk to one of our affinity groups. Which one do you want to talk to? You can talk to the women of NVIDIA, or you can talk to Hispanics of NVIDIA, the African Americans of NVIDIA, the LGBTQ within NVIDIA. You can talk to the Asians, the disabled NVIDIANs, or the veteran branch NVIDIANs. But that's the second level of the interview there. Pick an affinity group and talk to them. Isn't
Can
that
I talk to the straight white guys?
That would probably be the veterans. So he has to choose. I said, well, who are you going to choose? He said, I don't know. I said, well, I choose the veterans. Right.
The veterans, yes.
Or the disabled.
Choose the
So you can choose the Asians, the LGBTQ, the African Americans, or the Hispanics, or the women of NVIDIA. That's the second interview there at NVIDIA. Amazing. That's very amazing there. You know how you have to.
And they're called affinity groups, John Galt? Affinity?
Well, that's what they're turning. Let me see. Basically, he said they've asked me to talk to one of their culture groups to have an internal chat with employees about what it's like to work there. So you pick a group. You pick your group, and then you get to talk to them. That's at NVIDIA there. It's pretty amazing that, high-level company like that still having these, DEI type things going on. Very amazing.
If I may share with you, John Galt, number one, DEI is always vets. Always. They are the first picked, chosen, because they really do bring what they bring. A veteran brings to these groups is unmistakable, unmatchable. These are the problem solvers. And when you're looking into technology, you want that background of a veteran. And I'm just speaking from my own experience.
Well, what does a lesbian bring to the technology game?
That's just for posterity's sake, conservative. It's just.
I'm just saying, because I'm willing to go with the veteran thing, because old people in general know stuff. But
what it is with the veterans hood, more than likely.
Conservative Jay, welcome.
How you doing?
What it is with the veterans, more than likely, is a company like NVIDIA is going to have government place people there. It's national security, chips and shit like that. Trust me, the government going to put their people in there, high-level CIA type people. Understand? Everywhere, Facebook, Google. You look all over Google, Facebook, like them former government people up at the top. So that is that. And I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing with NVIDIA, that some of those veterans probably are military, have some type of intelligence to keep, our chips safe and stuff like that. That's what I would imagine. I'm sure there are other veterans there as well.
What are y'all talking about? The veterans?
Oh, we were talking. My buddy Philippe, he got an interview with NVIDIA, and the next interview level is you need to pick a group to talk to. You can pick LGBTs, you can pick the Asians, you can pick what was the other groups? Veterans, disabled, Asians, blacks, and Hispanics.
Let's see. You had women of NVIDIA, Hispanics of NVIDIA, LGBTQ of NVIDIA, the Asians of NVIDIANs, disabled NVIDIANs, and then you mentioned lastly vets, the veterans NVIDIANs.
No white NVIDIANs. So.
Yeah,
they're the managers. They're the
Question.
status quo. They're the CEO. Well, Jensen Huang, of course.
Questions to ponder. I know this is off topic, but is it wrong to be like a moderate conservative? Like, is it okay not to be like extremists or like have radical views? Because I feel like they like to call people like me moderate conservatives. They be like, "Oh, you're a fence sitter, and you know you can't pick a side."
If I may share with you,
You're
conservative,
pro-black.
a moderate conservative is more in line with Bill Clinton in the 90s. So just put yourself more with that moderate. When you look at Bill Clinton, his time with Newt Gingrich, Speaker of the House, even more so with Bush, I think HW and Tip O'Neill, even back then, that's more in line with moderate conservative. And I think John Galt is a great person to also provide feedback as well. It's not like now.
Well, I don't know if John's all that moderate either. John seems kind of far right,
but John remembers the time. John was a young fellow back then. He remembers how
John
it
was a moderate
I
conservative.
I was
No,
talking
I'm saying
about this the other day.
remembering the Clinton administration.
When Charlie Kirk died, I did a whole show about this. I don't think there is a moderate position anymore. There is no safe place to stand in a slaughterhouse, so you're gonna have to pick the left or the right.
Yeah, I think it is a time for choosing. Honestly, like the issues that whatever that you say make you moderately conservative. I don't know what they are, what issues that you have to make you moderately conservative, but to your opposition, that's probably makes you very conservative. Whatever the case may be, it could be abortion. It is so many wedge issues where you really can't play the middle.
Well, I like the conservative because, like the Christians, you know what I mean? Because like they have a lot of Christian values.
Well, okay, if it's Christian, if you feel like Christian values where you want to hang your hat, these people are really going hard at Christianity. Very, very hard at Christianity. So you're not going to be able to fence it in that regard. If that means something.
Christians are getting murdered all around the globe, bro.
Yeah, bro.
It's up on Christianity right now. What they in Ghana? No, not Ghana. Nigeria.
Bro, let me tell you, I was in Egypt, man. Like shit, they rough on Christians in Egypt, bro.
Right. Where Egypt has the oldest Christian culture in Africa.
The Coptic Christians. They're basically their own ethnicity.
And they get like they get a little cross put in the middle of their hand, like a tattoo. It's like right here. It'll be
it's like a Star of David type of deal, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And so they had all these cruise ships lined up. So I'm in Egypt, in Cairo. We about to sail down the Nile, and someone said Ethiopia. You may be right.
So Ethiopia too.
We about to sail down Ethiopia. And so before you sail down, they let you just go from cruise ship to cruise ship, checking out what's for sale.
Mm-hmm.
And the absolute last cruise ship was a Christian man. And we bought something, because you're going through like, okay, we can wait to buy something till we get to the next man. But they all had the same shit, the jalapenos, little tourist shit. So we bought something from the last man who happened to be a Christian. He's telling me like, yo, why you buy something from me? I don't see you coming in here with any bags from anybody else.
That's what he said?
Yeah, he said, these fucking Muslims gonna be on my ass if I'm the only one that made a sale to you all and you had to walk through all these Muslim stores. He's like, man, buy something from somebody else. Before you leave these shit, buy something from one of these Muslims because they'll get on my ass. You know what I mean? Because he's the last man in the ship. But you kind of delaying, buying. And you see everybody got the same shit. Okay, fuck it, I buy the last man shit. But you gotta walk the ships. You know what I mean?
I'm not like the most religious person. I don't like the Bible thump and getting the Christian scripture wars and whatnot. But once I realized that all the evil people hate Christianity the most, I kind of started to appreciate the book better. Like, there's got to be something going on in here. Like, why are all the evil gays trying to tear down this one book? Let me read it again.
Yeah, and that is something very interesting. It is very, very interesting. You know, that's why I think they closed the churches during COVID. First thing they did, kept the liquor stores open, but they closed the churches.
Mhm.
You know, so
And it was
there's
Trump, John Galt. It was Trump who stood tall and he said, you need to keep these churches open. And Trump even explained why. This isn't, we're as human beings, Trump mentioned this. We're human beings, this is mental health. We have to be together. Trump understood the importance of going to church and worshiping together as a community. And he made this very vocal before an audience.
and they still fail because the money, the powers that be, were much greater than the people's faith. Honestly, shit, man. Anyone ever heard of? Let's see if I can find it. Anyone ever heard of people in Alabama? Let me see if I can find this shit.
What, they starting their own town?
Mm-mm. Mm. When I was a little boy, I used to go see this shit. Probably can't show it. This is HBO. I can show this probably. Oh yeah. I'm gonna zoom through it. I can't play much of it.
One play. Because they were, and when
Y'all know what it is? That's a church in Alabama where they would go and let the snakes bite their ass. I remember seeing that shit growing up, bro. They believed in the Lord so strong.
I think it's a
They thought the snake won't kill me.
Snake handling is like 1,000-year-old tradition, bro. You have no idea how dark
My
this
point
is.
being, though, COVID, a virus, closed all the church, and you got these type of people that were going to church letting snakes bite them. Clearly, a
For
snake
some
must.
reason, mankind has a weird affinity for this particular animal. Like this one animal is probably most depicted in religious worship more than any other animal. Something about man and snakes, like all the way back to the Bible. Like just something about this one animal. It's like it's just very God coded, and I don't really quite understand all of why.
Maybe it's the venom. That is an antidote to the snake bite. I guess I'm not quite sure.
Well, like you see statues of Ishtar, which is a female, what do you call it? Mesopotamian goddess statue of Ishtar holding snakes, right? Everybody back in the day was snake crazy. Conan the Barbarian. What's his name? Thulsa Doom? The snake people.
Yeah. No, there is a lot to the snake. Hood, did you hear that quote I played from Academics?
A little bit. Some about dudes. Refresh my memory. I know you played something. I kind of say it was about dudes fucking each other, girl, or something crazy. I can't really remember it.
How would you? Yo, that's twin. How is that your twin? Yo, that's what I'm saying. It's easy
Oh
to
Lord,
brainwash
not
black
DJ
people, bro.
Academics.
Hold on.
Yo,
Oh, sorry.
that's what I'm saying. It's easy to brainwash black people, bro. You just keep calling them terms of endearment. Yo, that's twin right there. That's twin. Twin would do anything for me. Twin would do anything for me. That's not your twin. That's your twin when you need him to go crash out.
And that's DJ Academics talking about how easy it is to brainwash people. And it made me think about the whole Sharon Bracey, the whole shit. He had those blacks up there acting like they didn't know shit per capita. They know that shit. Trust me, they know it. But for the sake of maintaining the argument, like they didn't know the shit. That was very interesting.
Before CT came on the panel, because I started out that show.
Yeah.
And I was the first guest up there. Then this fat nigga E comes up. And then I'm talking shit about E, and I'll never stop now because E had the nerve to admit on the panel that he has a degree in mathematics. And this nigga gets emotionally activated by per capita.
You talking about the guy called E the Man or whatever his name is?
Yeah, yes. That fat, fraudulent fucking nigga. How you got a degree in mathematics and you getting emotionally triggered by per capita? I had the nerve to say that per capita gets used in a racist way.
Conservative. He probably is just lying. You know, they like to exaggerate their education backgrounds to legitimize themselves.
Well,
Right. Yeah.
he may not be lying because again, these schools are probably passing a lot of these blacks on through.
I'm trying to tell you.
That's the reality of the matter is that
As a person who did go to I went to high school, and I feel like some of these classes they kind of did just pass black people
What?
without even putting in the work. Like a lot of them
Social promotion happens in college apparently too. You get socially promoted in college too.
Yeah.
For diversity purposes.
But it's a little bit different though in college. It's just you don't know what this person's saying. He may just be exaggerating and lying his background.
You want to know why it's a lot different in college? Because in college, you can take your money with you. In high school, it's not so much so that, you're locked in a high school. You're locked into a school system, right? Unless your parents move. If you're in the DeSoto school district, your tax money is going to DeSoto school district. But with college, if you don't like the college, if it's too hard, you go somewhere else. They flunk you out, you go somewhere else. So you go to, double down, maybe go to one of them associate colleges, wherever, junior colleges. So they're in competition for those federal dollars too. So now the college is seeing a student that fails out or doesn't like it here. Well, he can go somewhere else and take his federal dollars there. So now the colleges have an incentive to keep that person because he can go elsewhere. He's not just going to sit at home and come back when he's ready for college. You're going to go somewhere else. It's going to make it easier for him or make it more fun, And so that's college,
People like to defend DEI by saying that it doesn't actually lower standards, which by policy prescription, no, it does not. But if you want to actually commit to the policy by the letter of the law, you're gonna run out of blacks really quickly. Like all the qualified niggas, all the qualified good black people, you're gonna run out of them real fast.
Okay, but John Galt, conservative, it's more than just DEI. No one brings up the fact, I brought this up to Imperius, these other students, these other white students are passed through. They're given extended time. They're able to use chemicals, medications for their disabilities. They always have a disability.
Whatever the case may be.
And also, Imperius, he never mentioned about his fraternity and how they also have access to tests.
Whatever the case may be, and that is true because I went to I went to a white college and they did have the answers to the test. That's true.
Yes, they did, John Galt. And also, don't forget extended time, John Galt. You're not.
I didn't experience that, but the bigger point is that no one's getting flunked out because what college would turn away a $50,000 a year customer? You got to go replace that. Hey, listen, every time you flunk a college student out, you got to replace him. It's like a lost customer. Go try to replace $50,000 and see what happens to you. Right? See how hard it is. Right? It's just if you want to put in the YouTube model. Go try to.
Well, I think question raises a slightly different issue.
What's that? They all get. What did you say?
No, I think with damn, I just lost my train of thought. Give me a second.
Adderall. Are we talking about Adderall usage in these schools and who's using it?
No. Black folk are really trying to use the government to make up for the lack of social networks.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
That's a good. Yeah.
And I think that, and again, colleges.
So they're trying to make up for the lack of nepotism because the nepotism is strong.
Yeah.
But how do you get nepotism without families? You need an uncle. You need a rich auntie, a rich uncle. You need solid networks.
Not necessarily. You don't. Imperius has not mentioned to you.
By definition, nepotism is
Imperius
relative.
has made a point. I know where Imperius' fraternity, and it's he has.
He's a legacy, though. He's a legacy.
It's not even just legacy. It's his fraternity in and of itself. His fraternity is very, very, very well connected. The organization that Imperius fraternity is part of, that organization, I was very surprised how a lot of Black people have never heard of it. at all.
That's my whole point. Isn't that the exact point of it? They're like the fraternity itself is the legacy. So
Right,
on top of Imperius having the
It's
blood
what you're
connection,
saying. It's the nepotism and the connections that you just said right now. That's
it's
the
built
network.
into that. That's the whole purpose
right.
of
It's
it,
a
though.
rich,
And black folk don't have it, and we want the government to give us one.
Yeah,
hold on,
yes,
hold
he
on,
was. Yes, he
hold on.
was.
What is saying? Like,
Not was, he is.
there's no rich uncle in the AKAs or auntie in the AKAs. There's no rich uncle in the Kappas that creating this big institution the way that Imperius is, whatever his fraternity is. They probably don't even have the test to pass.
They do have
Well,
rich people, though. It's a lot of
John
rich
Galt,
niggas.
ask
I'm not saying they don't have
CT about his fraternity,
Well,
because CT's
yeah.
fraternity is very well connected. A lot of these, CT made a good point. A lot of these government officials who are black, they are part of one of these like Divine Nine, these fraternities, Omega Man, Alphas, very well connected.
Yeah.
So the black, but they're well connected when it comes to like government positions, government jobs, and also some industry as well. Like some industry, they're connected.
Yeah, I don't deny that. There's something there. Big dog. He says he's a little disappointed he watching Sharon, and I didn't get. Now you know why I didn't get pushback, man? Because I knew what they were going to do. They were going to put you down as soon as you say something. Those blacks.
I figured you were trying to be cool. I know you. You seemed like you were trying in that moment.
But if you notice, what I did was, I said, hey, if there seems to be some confusion about what per capita is, why don't you look it up? They didn't look it up. Notice that. And then I said, well, you understand about representation in football, don't you? In basketball, blacks are 12% of the population. We dominate in football and basketball. They understood that. That's per capita right there.
Facts right here. Master Kim, thank you. Right here. Matt, right here. These colleges are supply and demand. And of course they can flunk out as they have a piece of from Pakistan or China raising to be accepted, paying double tuition. Absolutely, Master Kim.
Well, but
these international students,
hold on.
not so much now. Yes, sir,
but that's not the case though, because what's going to happen is that the colleges are just accepting those people first. So there's like a crowding out. If you have two applications come in, one is a guy from Pakistan and one is a guy from Alabama. The Pakistan guy, his family got money. Everything being equal, who you accepting? If you're the acceptance admissions officer, you better accept the right one, or you're gonna lose your job, right? If you don't bring in the revenue. So so what you're seeing is a crowding out, where that person who has to compete with the Pakistan, he just got to go to another school. Right? It's not like they're going to be flunking people out. I don't think that's how it's going to work. You don't flunk out $50,000 a year students.
Oh, but I don't think but what Master Kim said is very important, because when you have an international student who can pay cash, there absolutely is going to be a push or a want to bring them in. It's very different from like one student who's American using FAFSA, which is different. I mean, you're still getting paid, but then when you have an international student who is paying double and can pay cash. Also, certain schools, like the school I attended, they recruit from California big time, because everybody else in the surrounding city where I went to school, they cannot afford the school that I attended. They have very, still to this day, very few blacks who go to my college. And my school has a huge, like Imperius, that fraternity, white frats, white sorority, they are known for that type of population and environment. That's why I know where Imperius went to his frat and how big they are. They pay money, and these frats also pay additional tuition to the school. So there's so many ways that these colleges, universities are able to earn revenue, not just from the Greek, like the whole Greek life, also international, also recruiting out of state. So you can keep a university that's surrounded in poverty. Like you have a city, you have a university that's wealthy. The outlying area, outlying city is poor or can't afford your school, but you can create like this echo chamber, as you mentioned, John Galt, where other people from around the world and from other states can come in and build your revenue. That's been happening. Yeah, 65,000. This is like standard now. DJ MFB, my undergrad tuition is now 65. Yeah.
Well,
And
and so,
there are people who can pay cash.
hold on for a second.
I know there are people who can pay cash.
And so there is the point, like, you're not going to flunk out somebody paying $65,000 a year. Just not going to do that. You're going to figure out a way to get him to pass along and matriculate him. He's not your responsibility when he leaves. So that's college. Go ahead, Hood. What you about to say?
I totally forgot what I was about to say anyway.
How much is your school now, Conservative?
I didn't even graduate. I didn't go to school. I didn't go to college. I am not an alumni.
What? Conservative.
Do I sound like a college boy to you? That's so cute.
Conservative.
You don't need it, huh? Hey, let me ask you this question: Do you think it hindered your life at all by not going to college? You regret not going?
Well, obviously I can't get that sweet corner office, but I used to regret not going to college, and only for like, making crazy amounts of money. But then I look at what college produces in people, and I don't often like the people that went to college and they think they know things, and then you talk to them and they say the weirdest shit.
Do you think you can? You think you do? You? I guess you're saying you can't make a lot of money without a degree. Is that how you feel?
No, I think people who make the most money probably have a degree. But like, if without a degree, you're pretty much going to have to go the blue collar route or an entrepreneurial route.
John Galt, you do know human resources can literally pay you less legally without a college degree.
Yeah, I can see that.
Damn,
Like 100%. Like it is such, especially I heard this back then. Now, college is essentially high school. Everyone now has to have a master's degree.
Yeah, it's a
STEM.
gatekeeping system.
Yeah, STEM now includes a master's degree. An undergrad is not enough for STEM. Not enough, not anymore.
And then honestly, the way college is going, it's not even an educational environment anymore. It's like the kids are coming in dumb and they're coming out just slightly dumber.
Yeah. I don't know what they're learning in college, but I tell you this: if you got to spend $300,000 to go learn something, it's got to be a better way.
So, John, you make a good point. The number one issue right now is that we need to get the government out of these schools. Let these schools finance themselves. When it comes to FAFSA, what Joe Biden did, I think it was the late 90s, when you sign for the financial aid, it no longer goes to the student. It goes directly to the school. So these schools have guaranteed money from the government that, of course, cannot be wiped out through bankruptcy. You can't you can't use the chapter laws to clear out your student loan debt. Like it's like child support. It never goes away.
That's always been the case. That's not anything new. It was that way when I went to college. You didn't get the money. It went straight to the college. I think one of the things that, from the American standpoint is if they allow more foreigners in, they can use some of that aid to let the Americans ride free. That's probably one of the things they're doing. But the bigger thing is, man, like, again, if you got to spend $300,000 to go learn how to do something and you can't find an alternative that's cheaper, that's the problem right there.
No, it is a problem, and it's going to be rectified by removing these students from this, removing these schools from this money. All money goes directly to the student as opposed to the school. Let these schools finance their own revenue. So
they're giving the money to the students, are they?
No, they're not. No, it goes directly to the school.
Are they talking about doing that? Is that what they're talking about doing?
Well, it needs to be done. I've heard I know there's congressmen proposing it, but there hasn't been a bill proposed. I think to answer the question.
That would be interesting.
So think about it, John Galt. Let these banks, the student, let them handle the money. So the banks be a mediator or a middleman. A lot of banks don't want to do that. You could also have you can have like financial services get involved, but you can't let these schools, who in and of themselves, these are not financial institutions. They're treated like financial institutions, but they're not. You're in education. You need someone who is specialized in financial services to handle this level of money.
Yeah, that's that. I think. I mean,
think about what's happening now. Biden, the fact that we have Biden now, the same guy, Joe Biden, who signed a bill into law that made it clear that government money is going directly to the schools as opposed to the student. Think about it, John Galt. It's the same Joe Biden who's also doing the student loan forgiveness, where we're wiping out student loan debt. And the student is then having to pay earned income off this wiped off debt because you have released debt. It's still earned income. So they still have to pay taxes, John Galt. And you know that.
Yeah. Hey, for the people that just joining, that, you know, I want to hammer home here that the shutdown is one big game and you're not playing. You're not invited to play it here. Here is the governor of Maryland explaining to you how it's one big game here.
Funding lapse.
Wait a minute.
These are not handouts.
Oh,
also provide greater flexibility to Head Start programs and ensure that veterans maintain access to essential resources. But I do want to be very clear. The longer this unnecessary federal government shutdown goes on, we will continue workers impacted by this shutdown from eviction, foreclosure, and utility. Second, we are working with the private sector to shield federal workers impacted by this shutdown from eviction, foreclosure, and utility shutoffs.
And he failed to mention car repossessions. So around here in the DC area, these people going on an extended vacation with no bills, no car notes, no mortgage, no rent, no repossessions, nothing. So it's like a vacation for them. Did you know that, Ponder?
With the government shutdown,
Right.
but nothing is interrupted? Absolutely.
As soon as the shutdown hits, the Democrats in Maryland.
Just like you said, there are contingencies in place. Just like you said. Do you remember when this occurred back in the late 90s? And just like you said, everything you said recently, there's contingencies in place. Yeah, there were contingencies in place back then.
Well,
it's not as big of a deal as what people say. They like to politicize it.
It's not a big deal at all because, as you can see, these people have already mobilized to comfort and protect the government workers. Now, what I want you to think about, they don't do this for you when you lose your job.
No, there's no furlough.
Right?
Many of these people will be furloughed.
Let your lights not get cut off. They don't let your car be exempt from repossession. You still up for foreclosure and eviction if you don't pay your bills. But look how fast the government moves to protect their own government workers.
This morning, I sent letters to the state judiciary.
But would otherwise go unpaid. These are lifelines. It allows someone who shows up for work, but family, pass the federal shutdown loan program, which creates a mechanism for zero interest loans to Maryland federal employees in Maryland who are required to work during a federal funding lapse.
So what they're saying is we got a loan program for the workers, for the government workers. When they lose their government job temporarily, the state of Maryland steps up and start paying these people bills and loaning them money, exempting them for everything. Like, think about the people in the private sector. This is why the people that work for the government hang on so hard. This is why they fight so hard and why they hate Trump so much. Because there's hundreds of thousands of people whose life they've been babied all of their adult life. Most of you in the private sector never felt this kind of baby. Where the states will pick up your slack if you get laid off, something like that. It's truly amazing. And it just shows you how this whole federal shutdown is all manipulated. And in this case, it really benefits the Democrats here. That's interesting though, huh, Ponder? And loaning the money and everything, huh?
Oh, yes, it is interesting, but it's not surprising though.
Yeah,
like everything you're stating right now, John Galt, it's just not surprising. It's been this way for well over 25 years now, at the very least.
Somebody said they sacrifice competitive race. No, they don't. A lot of these people couldn't even get paid like what they're getting paid.
And they also have their own credit unions as well, specific.
And then they have pensions. They have pension.
Government pensions, guaranteed.
What do you mean that these people would get paid for the rest of their life? I think they phased out the pensions for the younger ones, but still they have guaranteed employment. And I don't know how many of you have changed jobs over your lifetime, but many of these people, they can change jobs within the same organization, which means that they don't lose any time or rank or pay. If I switch jobs, we start over anew. We set a new salary. These people, they switch jobs and their salary stays the same. Their rank stays there. It'd be a GS9, step 3. They're just working for HUD now as opposed to the Department of Transportation. And so they get a stable income, no income decreases, steadily going up. And they get the stability of knowing that they will always have a job. And if you know that you're always going to have a job, you can live a little bit freer. And that's what they have there. And that's why they fight so hard for it.
And also education, free education paid for them. John, if I just want to just respond to this person, federal workers can't even work in private sector. This is wholeheartedly flat incorrect. This is wrong.
Yeah.
This is very, very wrong. Not only do they can work in private sector wants them. I know a woman who took early retirement from the federal government, came to work for Oracle. The federal government already, this is a much older white woman. So she was willing to go back to law school. Government paid for it. Federal government paid for it. She took early retirement, went to work for Oracle, making 5 times as much.
Well, she may be talking about moonlighting though. Can they work a part-time job while they work government jobs? Some of them can. The majority of them can. But the majority of them that work in the government sector, not all, they can't go to the private sector and get anywhere near that kind of money. Most of them cannot.
This is not true. They are fantastic. Federal and private sector, they do very well. Whoever this person is just not familiar. And
I think you're saying they can't keep up in the private sector.
That's not true. That's not true.
I mean, the government. From what I've seen, like I have my buddy Philippe. I've worked with a lot of these government workers. And they could not go out into the private sector with that same level of work ethic and what they know. My buddy Philippe, he used to work at the FBI. He was building on a cloud something. And he went to his recruiter, or not the recruiter, went to like the manager, the FBI lady. And she thought the cloud was a physical thing. Like it was out in the, it would take him to tell it. But she had no understanding what the cloud was. She like, it's going to be out in the cloud?
Well, John, let me ask, when did you have this conversation? Because you remember, a lot of people were still confused about the cloud back in 2012. They were still not sure. That's not true.
But this
person doesn't know what they're talking about. You 100% find federal workers in Amazon, Apple, or Sony. There are particular roles at Amazon that are just for those who have federal background. There are them right now. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're right in that, I've talked about it. If you come from Dulles Airport to DC, you're going to see all these big companies, real big companies, I mean, you've never heard of before. And those, they're going to have their political organizations are. Every company has a political arm, a government relations arm if they're very big.
Yes.
And so if you see a government worker, oftentimes, in say a company, I covered Joe Lockhart. Joe Lockhart was a government monkey, white guy, but then he was placed as a spokesman for the NFL, and he immediately did his duty and politicized the kneeling. So a lot of them you will see in the what they call it, the political. It's the government relations. Oftentimes they do hire government people to do that. That is true. Someone that's worked on Capitol Hill can now go to Northrop Grumman and be in government relations. That's very true.
Well, not just Capitol Hill, John Galt, just background in the federal space. A lot of these positions in federal space move very well in the private industry, especially when you're working in technology.
Well, I mean, anywhere, if you've been a contract administrator, right? For
Okay, yeah,
government,
procurement,
right,
yeah.
right, procurement, right? Okay, and you've been working side by side, shoulder to shoulder with Northrop Grumman. Okay, it should be an easy progression for you to go to Northrop Grumman if you ever wanted to leave the government. The thing is, why the hell would you want to leave the government? Most of them don't until they retire. Then they may go, but Northrop Grumman could lose a contract and then they could lose a job, and that's a element of risk that a lot of them don't want to take there, from my understanding. So it is a mixed bag. The ones that have some skills, like the military trained ones, they will go to the private sector. You will see them in Amazon. You look up at the top ranks of the Facebook, Amazon, what's the other one? Google.
Amazon, Google.
You will see
any of these tech companies. I mean, we were discussing in the Federal Reserve. Any of these tech companies, they have very, very clean, direct government contracts, work with the government in and of itself, guaranteed money. And you want to have someone who, the big issue, John Galt, is understanding that level of regulation that the government is now placing on all of these companies.
Right.
A bank is viewed just as much as a technology company as it is as a bank.
Right. And so, that's, so I think what the commenter is saying is that operationally, you're not going to find government people. I think that's what he's saying. Up in the high levels where you had that company dealing with the government, well, it makes sense to lure some of these government people away. That's what Madoff did, if I'm not mistaken. That's at least how he was able to get away with the crime, is because those government workers wanted to work for Madoff.
Well, absolutely. And Madoff also is one of the key founders of the NASDAQ. What Madoff has contributed to the industry is unparalleled. He's one of the main people who moved the industry off paper to electronic. Madoff is one of the first people to bring in NSCC. Most people have no idea what NSCC is and what it does. Madoff was able to get away with what he did because this man was so integral to modernizing the industry. So it's not surprising he got away with it. Madoff had a completely separate arm, which was his the wealth management, which was separate from the work that he was doing on the trading floor. So that's what got him in trouble. He was moving money for very, very wealthy individuals, which in fact really was not even money. But Madoff was legitimate. Most of Madoff's work was legitimate and very transparent and very well known. Everybody knew who Madoff was. Everybody. So yeah, it was surprising that he got caught. But what Madoff got caught for was something that was wholly separate from his legitimate business. Madoff also, okay, forget you. Amazing American millennial. Amazing how efficient the federal government can be when they want something from you. But when you need something from them, you have to jump through 50 million hoops. That is very true, American millennial. That is very, very true. The government is efficient, because it's, at the end of the day, it is still dollars and cents. So there's going to be efficiency, and there's of course going to be audit. When the government reaches out to private industry, they're pretty efficient because they know you go to private industry, they're not going to do everything in-house. The government's not going to do a lot of these applications building. They're not going to do it in-house. They're going to reach out to contractors to do this type of work. Like there's like an in-house build, and then of course there's going out to a vendor, going third party. Most of these large companies, they go outside. They're not going to build most of these applications in-house. Some of the applications are in-house, very similar to John Galt. The job description that he had with the Federal Reserve, that clearly was an in-house build for a particular group, for a particular business application, or as the business calls line of business. Yes.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry, but were you reading something? Sorry.
Oh, no. But when you have like large vendors, like securities as a service, you're going to go out to a third-party vendor. That's where we have companies like CrowdStrike, Zscaler. There's another company called No Name. There's another company called Akamai. There's another company called F5. When you're looking at big jobs, big loads, where you're handling a lot of transaction, you go third party. Most of these applications that are highly integrated, you're going to look for a third-party business solution. You're not necessarily going to do this in-house or an in-house build. So you do once, and when you're doing anything that's highly integrated, you're going to have government eyes. The government is, there's so much regulation right now. You do want someone who is familiar with government, someone who is familiar with the logistics of just moving about in government. So
Hold
federal
on.
work, yes, John, excuse me.
Hold on, I think I got to call somebody.
Oh, yes, sir.
What? Did he send me some money? Go ahead, Ponder. Well, we'll call him in a minute. Shit. I don't know what's taking him so long. Send me the money.
Oh, he's probably at work. He's probably at work, John.
You gotta figure it out. No, go ahead, Ponder.
There was something.
I wanted to get into a little bit more with Hood. Next time he comes up.
He had to drop.
I wanted to ask him about his, did he feel like his life has been limited financially because of, and get into a little bit more of that. Because he's in delivery, and he, there's many ways where you can move into the business aspect of it. You could buy a truck. I don't know how hard or easy that is, but you could do things like that. I see people doing it, so I was wondering, has he ever considered that? Little things like that, because not having a college degree doesn't forever just force you to be, lower class and not make a lot of money. You may not get a corner office, but you may have your own corner office in the corner of your house or something that serves you just as well. So I was curious to know what he thought about that. Just text me.
Okay, John. Here's the thing about this is what it always comes back. It always comes back to you. Even maybe not when you're younger, but as you get older, it is something that's going to come back as you get older. And I've spoken to people about this myself. Not having a college degree, you will always have to explain why you didn't obtain the college degree.
Well,
yes, John.
Well, but I guess if you're always looking for a job, you're gonna have to explain. But there are many people that make a living, without a job, and without ever having to explain it. Most people do. I don't know if most people go to college here in America. But I think there's so many things you could do without a college degree. We see immigrants come here without college degrees. They own stores and stuff like that.
But they work as a group. That they practice group economics, so it's much easier.
So it'd have been, that would have been interesting to, ask Hood, hey man, have you ever had the opportunity? Have you thought about it? Is your biggest barrier to doing something above and beyond what you're doing is the lack of group economics there? It's possible.
And immigrants have high college graduation rates too.
And
Indians.
Not the ones coming over here delivering food and shit like that, right?
No, because they're just getting started. I can pull the data for you right now. Actually, I can pull it for the Indians, the West Africans, the East Africans to a little bit lesser extent. They do graduate.
You come over here 30 years old.
The Asians graduate. The Asians graduate.
Like the lady like the African lady, right? She's not going back to college, and and if she do, it's going to be worthless. At her point, she's just going to be her highest need is to make a living and get a roof over her head. College in her 30s, late 40s, I don't know how old she is. I doubt that's on the horizon. I doubt it. She seems to be on a different plane. And some of the Africans come over here, they come over here to go to college and shit like that. I think those are different. But the one down scuffling on the ground, delivering your food and shit, I don't think they're going to college. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You think so?
Oh, I think some of them are, yeah. Because it can be done, and it's not if you consistently stay in the goal, and it's also a way to help with immigration, because you can always, especially if you come as a student visa, just stay in school and finish. Just stay in school and finish. As long as you stay with the visa, from what I was told, the government really doesn't bother you too much. Because I used to work with a guy, and he actually told me that as long as you're enrolled, they really don't bother you as much. If you come on a non-immigrant visa, which most people do, the expectation is for you to leave, except if you come on a student visa. So if you're coming on a student visa, you need to be enrolled in school. If you are coming on a non-immigrant visa where you're just visiting your family, then you just need to abide by the visa and leave. Most people don't do that. They just stay here. And then they're trying to find ways to earn income. So many of the Africans, so just touching back onto the Africans or anybody driving Uber, you're probably on a non-immigrant visa where you're quote unquote not supposed to work. Like you can't work on W-2, but you can work kind of, like as a contractor underneath, and they're just driving around doing Uber. A lot of these Ubers, it's not even the same person. Like there's so many, you know what I mean? Like they'll have, they'll have it. Yeah,
I was the guy. He didn't even speak English, right? He's like he using the GPS to help him get around.
That's very common with Hispanics. Oh, you don't even need to.
What he was. I don't even think he was Hispanic. He may be in Uzbekistan or something.
You don't even, John. You know better than anybody. You don't need to speak English to earn income. This country is so diverse with money earning potential. You can live here 30 years not to speak a lick of English, and it's very easy for the Hispanics because they have such a huge community.
That's my point in that, like, at some point they don't have to learn English.
Yeah,
we have to go to college. There's a big enough ecosystem where they're not pressured to go to college the way that Americans are, Black Americans in particular. Their desire for the corner office, like Hood mentioned, maybe not be in their mind the way it is in a Black man's mind or an American man's mind. So an American may set his sights just lower. Okay, I'll just be a grunt, do grunt work. Where the immigrants are, they're doing work for a friend or a family or something where they are closer to value added, if that makes sense. To where, the guy starts up a company, he may bring this guy on. So they're working for somebody, clearly. And I'm talking about the ones, that you see doing the construction, working in the restaurants and stuff like that. Because I've had some of the owners of the restaurants call me, and he want to rent rooms for all of his workers. So, I think that, if they're on that path, they have a chance to take a step up without education. Maybe they own a restaurant or something like that. If they're in construction, they may learn how to do something like the guy who cuts down trees. Learn how to do that, So I don't know. It's very interesting to see like the trajectory of a hood versus say, one of these migrants, or as Master Kim said, even a JP. JP has a couple sources of income. The hot dog stand clearly got his welfare, and then he got his YouTube channel. I don't know how much he makes, if he makes anything. But it's interesting.
But one thing we do know, and I think I said this, I think it was on CT's channel. It's never really discussed too much, John Galt, the literacy in the United States. I've actually mentioned that to CT. Over half of all U.S. adults cannot read above a sixth grade level. This is over like 54% cannot read. So I was actually told that one of the reasons why that companies do seek a college degree, because it does provide confirmation or at least certainty that the candidate can read. And not just functional reading, but reading that you can appropriately type and analyze, which is something that is very lacking. I didn't really think about this, but it's true. Most people are not competent to handle like quote unquote white collar work. In white collar work, it is mentally, John, this is what you did. It's mentally intensive. You have to be able to take feedback. You have to be able to assess, analyze, learn from mistakes, and document as such, and show improvement that's actually measured. The type of work that you did, John, yes, okay, you may not be building a home, but the value you have brought to a business, you don't even know the dollars and cents, the revenue, your solution, which was a business application that brought to a business. They have saved time, they have saved money. They probably are in a better position to be regulatory compliant.
Hey, hold on.
They know, but you don't know. You know the cost savings you brought to this company.
Sin says JP does know per capita. Is that right? Did he define it? Boy, that would be interesting if he got per capita and all these other smart ass blacks can get it. Boy, we have to ask him that. Next time I'm up on the panel and I see JP, I'm going to ask him, do you know what per capita is?
Also, John, keep in mind that JP only has an 8th grade education.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Does he
So
know?
JP hasn't been in compulsory education since he's like, what, 42 or 43 years old? JP hasn't been in school since like the mid-late 90s. He has not been in school.
You know, I saw this on Twitter. This is apparently in Michigan, Dearborn. People were talking about the Muslims the other day. Hey, that's Dearborn, Michigan. There, that's almost unbelievable if that's true. To see that in Dearborn there. What is it saying? Yeah, I heard
That's a United States city. Please remember, that's a United States city looking every bit like Fallujah.
Look at that. Sense that she got a copy of him. She's got a clip of him saying of him. Was he defining it? If he was defining it, I ain't gonna believe you. Say, I won't even believe it. If he was defining it. That would be something else right there.
Unbelievable. John Gov't, we are in 2025, and you just played a video of something that we saw in like the early 2000s in Iraq.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Or Afghanistan, or Iran, or Syria. That is Dearborn, Michigan. Michigan, which still has some of the safest cities in the United States. The same Michigan that, God bless them, what happened to the LDS church. But that kebab and hummus and slamming, yeah, hummus is good stuff. That's right, Master Kim.
Take a look at this. Right? Take a look at this.
No, he didn't private it, Sin. No, he didn't. Yeah, last night is still up, and it's still up and going.
Was JP up last night? He was up there last night.
Yeah, he was there last night.
A Dearborn man is facing serious charges, accused of intentionally hitting another man with his SUV. It happened near Michigan Avenue and Howe Saturday night. Pamela Osborne joins us live. And Pam, first of all, what can you tell us about the condition of the man who was hit?
Well, Kimberly, he is in pretty bad shape here today. This is where that 40-year-old man was run down 2 days before. We know he walked into the Dearborn Police Department, told an officer his life was being threatened. He was told to come back Monday to speak with detectives. But Saturday's hit and run left him unable to speak.
The victim is on a ventilator, and he's in a medically induced coma at this time. There is a chance or likelihood that he may not survive this.
According to investigators, 38-year-old Martada Alizerej is the man responsible for putting that victim in the hospital. Surveillance video in the area of Michigan Avenue and Howe Street shows a driver in an SUV running him down Saturday night. Prosecutors say Alizerej had been lying in wait for the victim.
It's a very unfortunate and tragic circumstances here that led to this. This was not a random one morning my client wakes up and says, let me go run somebody over.
Defense attorney Abed Hamoud says there was a history between the two men, with the victim having worked for the Alizerej family before he was let go some weeks ago.
There are many videos of the victim threatening my client, threatening his family.
After the crash, police say Alizerej left the scene, ditching the vehicle he was driving, and returned home where he called police, identifying himself as the driver. And he is now facing multiple charges, as well as being held on a $750,000 bond. Tonight, we're hearing from Dearborn's police chief about the victim's attempts to get help prior to this accident taking place. Here's what he said in a statement, quote, "Every individual who interacts with the Dearborn Police Department must be treated with dignity, respect, and empathy always." While the suspect is in custody and that investigation moves forward, We are also launching a thorough review of the victim's prior interactions with our department. Trust and accountability are not optional, they are required. We're live in Dearborn tonight. I'm Pamela Osborne, Local 4.
Okay, Pamela, thank you.
And that, it's interesting. The reason why I brought that up is that this was an Arab man that did this, that ran him over. And apparently it was a man that worked for him. You steal from one of them, they take it out into old world justice there. And he ran the man over and he didn't kill him, but he's in bad shape there. Master Kim is up from the Dearborn area. Ain't that right, Master Kim? You from Dearborn area? Is that outside of Detroit? Is it because it said Wayne County? Wayne County's in Detroit, right? Or Detroit's in Wayne County? Chaotic show. Was JP up there yesterday? Quando, was JP on CT yesterday?
Yeah, yes, he was. Yes, excuse me. I was on mute. I have it right here. 9 hours and 3 minutes.
Please don't tell me he defined per capita. Oh no.
Apparently, he probably did. That's what we're hearing.
You got it on mute.
At the 9 hour and 3 minute mark. Okay.
Okay. Churchill. I live in the UK. It's Churchill. He was the instigator.
Yeah, that's Great Britain, the head of state. That's who declares war.
Do you know what the Versailles Treaty did to the state of Germany? Do you know anything about the what? Do you know what that did to the German people? Actually, how about this? Hang on.
I know exactly what it did. It unified.
Who started World War One?
Austria.
Okay. And so why is it that Germany was the one to pay for everything and Austria not?
Because it was a German assassin.
Yeah, okay, maybe this gets
SSRP says, fuck all that, let you talk. Go ahead, buddy.
So what was y'all yapping about? What's the download?
Do you know per capita? Go ahead.
Oh, here it is.
The per capita means that they come up with a percentage amongst a certain type of a certain type of collective. Like, let's say if it's 100 people live in this state and it's 10,000 live in this state.
Correct.
Per capita, if it's 80 bodies compared to 800 bodies per capita, that 100 state will be more dangerous than the ones with the 10,000 people in there because it only have 800. That ain't nothing but 1.1% compared to 80% of the 100 people. So basically, the one with the 10,000 do not have 80% of people committing crime.
So what do you think about it? Who commits crimes more per capita?
I think the bigger the city, it makes people. Although you like, for one, Chicago and Milwaukee. Chicago is bigger, so it's kind of easy to get. It's easier to get away with stuff compared to Milwaukee because you easily to get found. So people that will delete in Milwaukee is more braver. And the reason why I say they're more braver is because of that fact. It's easier to get caught than if you go to Chicago with millions of people. You know what I'm saying? So they got to be more, they don't have to be more strategic in Chicago compared to Milwaukee.
We were actually having a good conversation and we got interrupted by this retardation.
No. SSRP, he paid.
That's fine. I'm still the same thing. We got interrupted by this retardation.
Yeah. Hold on. Righteous. Just hold it in. Righteous. Just hold it in.
Y'all talking about stuff that y'all don't know anything about. Y'all just going on what they tell y'all what happened.
I know about it based on human nature and the results that we're living in now, based on the past. I'm very articulate and I'm very particular and detailed in my activities. You know I'm not against you, JP.
Hey, JP.
Hold on.
JP.
All I'm saying is, a lot of times when you talking.
Hey, Pony, you there? Yeah, he got it right. You got to give it to him. He got it right. Yeah, I was
Yes, he
actually.
did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. A lot of Geotron, BD Sports. Geotron knows quite a bit about the Bible. He actually was correct in reference to World War One. Giving Austria as an answer is a very acceptable answer. But we all know there's quite a complexity that comes to World War One. And Geotron is, he's an N-word. He's a nigga. He's a man of the streets.
The bigger thing here though is JP getting it, and all them other blacks either couldn't get it or wouldn't do it
or wouldn't say it. But JP was correct. JP understands the concept correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, damn, what does it say about all the other blacks that either can't say it or maybe they don't understand it? One of the two.
Yeah, he gets it.
This says a lot about them. He I didn't. Once he started getting into the numbers, I didn't even.
We didn't need to even hear it because he understands the concept. It's part to a whole.
Right.
Part which he completely understands. He mentioned percentage and then he mentioned a single collective. JP gets it. Like, and there's
That's why I think that those other blacks get it too. They can't be, that damn dumb. I think they're faking it to avoid having to address the real issue, which JP hit on, like the black neighborhood would be more violent per capita, which is true. And so, God, damn, that's something to see him get it on the same stage as the rest of them. So that's why I think they got to know. They got to know because they use per capita to their advantage. Isn't disparate impact the same thing as per capita?
Disparate impact? No, not quite.
Well, why not?
But disparate impact goes more to like residual. That's what I would say. It's not quite the same, but there's something you just said right now, John Galt, that they will use per capita to their advantage. Like, for example, when it comes to entitlement, Medicare, Medicaid,
right?
Raw numbers, white people, just raw numbers, white people are twice as many utilizing entitlement, twice as many. If you just look at the raw number data. So when Black people say, oh, there's more white people on Medicaid and Medicare than Black people, which is true. It's like twice as many. White people will then come in and say, oh no, well, there's more white people. What white people are referencing is per capita. They're referencing statistics. Because statistically, yes, sir.
When people that saying that Sharon Bracey, he knows this, he knows that. If he knows that, and if he's allowing blacks to be put down who are coming up, and white people, because a white guy came up there as well, and he was trying to explain to the blacks per capita, and Sharon Bracey allowed him to be put down. CT tried to explain it. Sharon Bracey allowed him to be put down. So you have to start asking yourself, well, what the hell is Sharon Bracey doing? Why is he allowing these blacks to basically pull down the veil of ignorance over their head? And he's pulling it down over their head. And he's getting paid to do it. That is very interesting when you think about it. Because if CT is cooning or grifting, then Sharon is the ultimate grift. If that's the way we're going to characterize it. And I'm not criticizing, I'm just calling for what it is.
Think of something, John Galt. These men, you cannot be so well versed in sports where you're studying people's averages, where you're studying like percentage. Think about it. How, like when you're looking at how many times, like a quarterback, statistics is so strong in sports. And these Black men, they know these numbers, but yet they can't apply these same numbers or the same application, the same concept when it comes to socioeconomic data. You understand percentage and statistics when it comes to the NFL, the NBA. You know what a batting average is.
Free throw averages, yeah.
You know that, but you can't apply the exact same statistics when it comes to socioeconomic data. See, that's what goes right back to what you're just saying correctly. They know what's going on. Same thing as, I think it's Sin 7. Oh, like they know. Sharon is purposely being disingenuous.
That's very bad. That's very bad, man. Like
they understand per capita. They're just rambling. They
honestly,
know, but because you can apply
but-
this when it comes to the NFL.
like, how the hell does he do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, and then he criticizes CT, who's on the opposite side of what Sharon Bracey does. Sharon Bracey is basically hiding the true face of blacks. And CT is exposing what he thinks is the true face of blacks. And yet the blacks don't like CT. So they want the message hidden about them. Instead of confronting it and fixing the problem, they want the Sharon. And it'd be interesting, like, because Brave and I were talking about this. Were you watching that day when CT was up there? I think I told you CT was on Sharon. I told you about that.
I was
right?
watching it. CT on Sharon Bracey's channel. Oh, I watched that.
Right.
I watched it multiple times.
And it's Sharon. I wasn't counting his money, but somebody paid him $45 to put CT down. That's a lot of money, to not hear somebody.
Especially for a group that claims that has no money.
Right.
A group that has no money, a group that's coming to zero wealth within 30 years, but they always seem to have super chats and cash apps.
Right. And then, then they put the white guy down. Again, he was trying to explain to him, and he gave him a real world example. They put him down. But these same type of people, like certain people, they will not put down. They don't put down the Afro nerds of the world. They don't put down the JPs of the world that they so.
And that other guy, Shinguru, who he was.
Rogan's son. Yeah, I mean, like.
And this is a guy who's clearly in his 50s. He mentioned, been around since 87. So he was a young guy, someone who was a teenager in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, he's just cursing and he can't stay on the topic. And clearly he has a gripe out for CT that he can't even stay on point with the topic. And yet no one put him down. They seemingly enjoyed what he was doing, just, being ghetto on the panel. And Sharon's deep into the grift, man. And I'm not sure if he admits it, but he's deep into the grift, bro. And he's worse than CT to me. He's worse.
Notice Afro Nerd on Sharon's channel. Afro Nerd brought up the woman. I just forgot her name. Oh, Bomb Cherry. Afro Nerd brought up Bomb Cherry. It's like, don't dismiss all this talk about skin color, whatever. Bon Cherry's as American, as in like Miles Davis, I think he said. When I go to Bon Cherry's house, I'm gonna get like seafood, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
Bomb Cherry. She was busy. She's cool. She was busy, sewing. She has a sewer's hand.
Mm-hmm.
They kept deflecting onto matters that CT was not bringing up. CT was specifically discussing ability and income and the clear dependency that you have on the white man. You have a dependency on the white man. You can relieve yourself from white man. You criticize white supremacy, but yet you stay within white supremacy and receive and enjoy the benefits. None of you live in the hood. More than likely you don't. When CT brings this up, their response is to start with this tether babble talk. So whenever CT holds their feet to the fire and tells the truth, you're benefiting and you love white supremacy. And many of you, like Bomb Cherry, you're like 75% white and you will have to bring this up. But yet in the same breath, you bring up white supremacy is holding you down. And the fact that CT states this, their only response are these ad hominem attacks about calling him a tether, which has nothing to do with anything. Like, it's just really confusing.
Someone said CT allowed his friend security boss to be cursed out by Pink. I don't know who Pink is. I didn't see that. I was up there for a little bit when security boss was there. But she was a good, she played along well from what I saw her. Some of the people got a little rough in the comments. She handled herself very well, at least I thought. Yeah, someone.
Look at the Jews, at the Asians, putting Africans to shame. Nigerians, Indians in your country. None of those groups are complaining and are successful as groups.
Hold on for a second. Let's see who this is calling here. Hello?
Hey, no rush. I was just checking to make sure to see if it was ready.
Oh shit. No, it'd be about 2:00. All right. Hey, did you send the cash up over?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hey, you ready? Go ahead. Sorry about it.
And also, John Gall, if you look at Jews, Asians, Nigerians, like the West Africans, just West Africans, Indians, these groups have very, very, very high college graduation rates in the United States, if not the highest. I think the Indians are number one, with West Africa being like close number two. And everyone knows the Asians graduate school. Like they play no games when it comes to their children graduating college. So even if you have an immigrant who's here driving Uber, working restaurant, whatever, if they have children, their children are in school. The goal is to always have your child in college. So that right there, which is so important, that competitive edge when it comes to college is so necessary that even
how do you account for the Hispanics beating the blacks and they're not leaning on college?
Hispanics, again, nobody practices group economics like the Hispanics. The Hispanics have like their own complete economic ecosystem, completely separate. The Hispanics have created something and they're the largest group by far. So they're like the largest immigrant group combined.
So you think that sending blacks to college is their salvation?
No, it's not. It's not their salvation. It's not a salvation. It's just a necessary. But just because something is necessary does not mean it's sufficient to bring about an end. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient to bring about a particular effect.
100% of you think. What percentage of blacks do you think we need to educate?
What percentage of blacks need to be educated?
Right, like if we need to send them to school.
Okay, well, let me to answer your question. Let me say this. When it comes to law school, when it comes to attorneys, it needs to be run at parity to your population. So if Black people are 14% of the population, 14% of all attorneys need to be Black. The number of attorneys needs to run parity to your population. We, of course, don't have that when it comes to Black people. Like they're only, I think like 3% of all attorneys are Black.
Okay, well, here's the thing. If that's the logic that you're going with, how many Blacks go through their life hiring lawyers? You think 14% of Blacks hire lawyers?
Oh, it's just like everybody else, and not just criminal, but just life. You need an attorney. Like the value of having an attorney in your circle is invaluable.
But I'm saying, like, if you were to poll the audience, the average person would go through life maybe using an attorney once or twice his entire life.
Yeah, but that person, okay, let's just say you use an attorney once or twice, but what is the value that attorney is bringing? There's a good question. That attorney is helping you keep your freedom. Like once you get caught into the system, it is, unless you have that level of education or you're smart, even if you do, you need an attorney. You need an attorney. There's something very unique to an attorney because number one, that is a position of public trust, and the attorney is the one who is able to argue before a judge successfully or not successfully on your behalf. You need someone to navigate you through this legal system, someone who can argue for you on your behalf before a judge. John, you more than anybody know that a DA can drastically change your life. A DA can do just a sign, and even Kamala Harris mentioned this, just a sign of my signature on a piece of paper, just the movement of my pen, signing my name, can be life-changing to somebody's life.
But I mean, I think, before you get there, right, you probably need people that know how to change light bulbs. And,
yeah, we do. Yeah.
Again, because as I explained to you about lawyers, if you want to work in a law firm, you got to be able to make it rain. And if you're Black, you go to a law firm, you don't have anybody that you can call and say, hey, why don't you sign a contract with my law firm to do some legal services or anything like that? And now you're just, you're behind the 8 ball. I tell you, I had a girlfriend of mine. Her dad was the vice governor of St. Croix, or the Virgin Islands, one or two. but she from St. Croix. I think it was Virgin Islands. And so the law firm, what's the name of the law firm? I can't remember the name of it. Maybe Latham and Watkins, one of them two. They hired her solely because of who her father was. Because they were doing business in the Virgin Islands. Once that business started to wind down or whatever, they looking at her that you got any more money?
Yeah.
Can you make it rain? Can you make it rain again? And she couldn't make it rain again. She's under a lot of pressure. So what did she end up going to the government? It worked out for her because her father was in a good position to at least get her that experience. A lot of the blacks don't have that make it rain ability. So then they end up doing public defender work or something like that. They're probably better things they could do than being some shit public defender representing criminals. I don't know, but that's just my thought. Yeah, we've had a couple lawyers here not making much money, unable to pay his rent. They're getting into these fields where they can't make hay out of it once they get there. I don't know.
Yeah, John, we don't know the full story about that attorney, just respectfully, sir. And I also want to read Master Kim. Master Kim, thank you. Yes, even having an attorney call on a piece of commercial land for sale, etc., speaks volumes.
If you're on that level, if you're buying commercial land or any kind of land, yeah. If you're doing business, but JP don't need a lawyer. And many of the blacks, and they don't want to admit it, they're probably closer to JP than they are to buying some commercial land.
And also, John, just if I may, all lawyers have to do some public defender work. That is unequivocally false. That's not true. You just made that up, Sin 7. Some of your comments have been kind of off and very off, but that's not true.
Yeah,
that is not true. No, like all lawyers have to do public defender. No, they do not. Not at all.
They may make them do some pro bono type shit. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's while you're in law school. Like you can just do that just to get like your hours. Like you're in law school, you need to get some hours that are necessary for graduation. Or if you want to do some work, part of like if you work for a law journal, you have to do some pro bono work. But to get public defender work, absolutely not. No, you don't even have to touch that side of law at all. Well, you heard it because you don't know these people, Sin 7. Speak to what you know. I've been reading your comments today. Speak to what you know.
I know you have to do some pro bono. I know they have to do some pro bono. Or some law firms make sure not required them to do some pro bono.
Yeah.
Public
pro bono, yes, but not public defender work. That is very, very different.
Yeah, it could be non-ponder. I mean, it could be non-profit, whatever.
A good person to ask is Imperius is a transactional attorney. I highly doubtful Imperius has done any public defender work. I don't even think Imperius wants to even touch that. He's solidly transactional.
Yeah,
and that's the two big groups of lawyers: those who either do criminal cases or those who do transactional work, like Imperius.
But I'm sure. I don't think Imperius works for a firm though. So
no, he doesn't. No,
firm may require you to do some volunteer work.
Yes, which would be pro bono, but not necessarily public defender. You see what I mean? You may do pro bono, which are for hours that are clocked in at your firm, because generally they want you to keep you. I remember back in the day, it was like 2,000. You have to bill like 2,000 and also do some pro bono hours, but it's not public defender. That is very, very different.
And I think there are some public defenders that they have private practice, but they own the registry. I think this is how it works. There are court defenders, public defenders who are public defender. They work for the government or whatever. I know DC has an office of public defenders.
Look at Master Kim. He's dropping gems. Lawyers have a good pulse on gangster foreclosure stuff or receiver stuff. Being at the right place at the right time will make you a king. Example, being in tight with a court-appointed receiver. Master Kim over here, once again, dropping gems. If you have someone like a big kingpin, gangster foreclosure stuff, and because a lot of times that stuff has to be receivership to the government. You have to turn over. I believe it's to a trustee. Master Kim, please let me know if I'm wrong. I think it's a trustee, ill-gotten gains. the government will confiscate that, and then that stuff will be sold. And that's what Master Kim is talking about. If
Yeah, any
you
of the
have
states.
any of these criminals and you're making, and you have stuff, anything that you purchase through ill-gotten gains, the government can confiscate that. And that's what Master Kim is talking about.
And since ever since, what is pro bono? You know, just there are a lot of benefits to pro bono. If you're in court, if you have a criminal defense practice, as an example, the relationship between they're all kind of symbiotically related. The judge, the prosecutor, the public defender in some cases, and they're all working together. It's symbiotic, and he's doing you a favor, you do him a favor, so on and so forth, like that. So you come in, take some of the load off some of the public defenders if they're short. It's a relationship building. I would imagine that's how that works there. If they were to take some criminal cases, it would be for the benefit of the business for sure. What this guy said? Oh, tomorrow he gets paid. He's been daily for the last couple of days. That's interesting. These people can't pay their rent. They're paying day by day. You know the African lady? Let me call the African lady. Let's see if she want this rent, this room. Shit called me the other day. What's up, Master Kim?
Master Kim, come on by. I never speak. Master Kim. Whenever it gets into the good stuff, I know you're gonna pop up. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know you're a busy fellow right now.
wanted to-
You and the team.
I want to
Hello,
just
sir.
chime in about you're right, the trustee or the receivership. It is like printing money, and I would love if Imperius could come up and explain it, because what happens is if you become there's a level of corruption in plain sight, right? So let's use gas stations for example. If I'm in tight with when Fifth Third Bank and Chase Bank, they foreclose on property because they have to like clean up their balance sheets, and just hotels, strip malls, gas stations, they'll just foreclose on these suckers right out the gate, without cause. Most commercial loans are 5 years with a balloon or something like that. So let's say Chase Bank calls on a commercial notes of gas stations, and you're in tight with the court appointed receiver. You can, allow yourself to be the industry professional to step in on the receiver's behalf to take control of the asset, because these are attorneys. They don't know how to run because they want the assets the business concern to still keep on going. They don't want these gas stations to close, so they'll have to hire the receivers will hire these professionals to run these gas stations and control it. So therefore you see the books, you see everything, and also you're able to consult the receiver that, hey, you need not control this stuff because of contamination, and the courts don't want to be involved in anything that could get worse. So in fact, during this whole receivership, you could actually offer to buy these properties at a severe discount just based on the nature of them. The banks don't want these assets back because of the contamination, so you prepare like the sky is falling, and the banks don't want these underground tanks in their name. So there's a lot of manipulation that can come out of working directly, being the trustees. And please forgive me, Pondered asked a clear question I'm a little bit goofed up on. Is it the receiver hires a trustee and they oversee that, and then they get the vendors to come on board and run the gas stations? I've actually tried to position myself. Oh, and I've always been on the outside looking in to be the bitch boy of a trustee, but never quite selected. I've been in control of assets that were under receivership. I and my partner had owned some gas stations that we leased out to a bunch of the term is called new Americans. And what that term means is, first generation from the old country here running gas stations. The Pakistanis, the Indians, the Koreans, the term is in business, we call them new Americans, and it's not a slur by any means. So we leased out gas stations to the new Americans, but there was a commercial gambling raid done here in Georgia where these people were arrested. And I'd love to dig up the article so you guys could see that this particular gas station had been raided because the owners had all these poker machines So we own the property. So the receiver has no choice but to interact with us because they're seizing the store, and we're an injured party because it's our gas station. However, there's a little sneaky thing that the receiver didn't know that was going to jeopardize I and my partner. And I think we're beyond the statute of limitation. In the gas station business, when you swipe the credit card at the pump or come inside, the credit card batches go directly to, for example, Sunoco, or as the new Americans call it, Sonico. So the credit card batches go directly to Sunoco's credit card processing, and that money is paid directly to us being the gas supplier. It doesn't go to the individual business owner's bank account. It comes to us directly because we're the biggest liability. A tanker of gas is like $36,000.
Right,
So
right, right.
we get their credit card batches and we less that. Oh, we give them gas on credit because we know that their credit card batches, all the Marlboro
Go
Lights, the
straight to you.
Newport, the Dr. Pepper money, all the lottery money, it's coming to us. So we get the bulk of their credit card proceedings come to us, and we
Wait a minute, you get all the credit card,
yeah.
the milk and everything.
Yeah, all of it except the EBT, which is unfair, right? Which
Right, right.
because why are we getting their Newport money? But it's their credit. So every time you go in the store and buy shit and say $20 on pump number 3, you just swipe the card one time. So all of those transactions go to the major brand, whether it be Shell, Sunoco, or whatnot, and then that money within 3 days is deposited into the local suppliers distributors account. And up your way, there's a company called Global Petroleum, and I'm using them as
And when does the
example.
retailer get paid?
The retailer, he doesn't get paid. We just less that off his bill. So it creates a problem, especially for a hood store. Okay, and this is why. Because a hood store might do $100,000 inside sales and only sell nothing but 20,000 or so in the hood stores it's reversed because they've got more grocery sales than they do gasoline. So there are points that we have to credit them or EFT them back money, but it's rare. But those are just high volume hood stores. So the point I'm trying to mention is during receivership, their money's coming to us that the receiver doesn't know, because the receiver, when they take over a business, they demand all of the income. They've got control of all the income. But on the sneak tip, they didn't know that there's still credit card processing coming through us, meaning the supplier. So that puts us in direct, because we're hiding money from the receiver, right? I told my partner, this is against the law. We're going to catch a case, right? But my partner is Indian, and these Indians, they just want that money.
Yeah.
And but I sent them an email just so that I could show that I'm not complicit in this in case the shoe drops, And then this is money duly owed to us, by the way, because this is for unpaid gas, right? But when the receiver takes control of it, they're the ones that are going to decide who gets paid and who doesn't get paid, right? Because so I will say that these receiverships are strong, and I've always wanted to position. Oh, and trust me, I'm like emailing these people, the receiver, because on the RICO of forfeiture. Oh, okay. So the RICO Forfeiture Act, here in Georgia, the asset where they will just go gank someone's shit, and in lieu of a criminal conviction or in lieu of it's civil. And these Indians, I mean, it's called commercial gambling here in Georgia is off the hook. You see these little poker machines in these gas stations and truck stops.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the Indians that are in control. I mean, they're making so much money. It is illegal. So the point, I guess the whole reason I mentioned all of this is to talk about the receivership and the trustees, that it could be as a result of criminal law enforcement activities, or it could be as a result of foreclosure and court proceedings. But what you wanted, if you're a plumber, or if you're an electrician, or if you're an HVAC, especially HVAC guy, you need to be up the ass of these court receivers, because the first things that get played with and vandalized are the HVAC units.
I didn't think about this, Master Kim. That's interesting that you said it. So if you're like in the trade business, you saying you could like pick up on some assets that are in civil type procedures.
Yes, because you also get the inside loop on foreclosures and short sales and all that goofy stuff that require the banks and the courts to get involved. Being in tight with, just like the tow trucks that, they got a contract with the sheriff department to come scoop all these cars that get
Right,
in
right.
accidents. They got the inside little hook, but the receivership is even better because it's not even, they're only they don't got time to be messing with 20 HVAC guys to go around fixing HVAC or double check shit, or even a locksmith. They don't got
Mhm.
time to be dealing with 20 different locksmiths or people that know how to bust into these Tidal safes. So the point I'm trying to mention is you find your and where do you go? You go to your local magistrate court, your local county. You just maybe offer to do work for them. So when the shoe drops, and I mean I was emailed a list that I'm going to email you, John, of 50 properties. So there was something that took place in 2009, 10, and 11, and 12 called note buying, FDIC
Yeah,
note buying. You've heard of that, right?
yeah,
Big
yeah, yeah.
ballers like John Gold. Very few, and Philippe would know about that. And of course, faggot ass Imperius would know about that. I like squeezing in an insult on Imperius every now and then. He would know about that. These high dollar people know about note buying. And what that is
No buying for the audience is just buying debt. So you have let's say you loan someone $1,000, you could sell that debt to someone else, and they, in theory, would collect the payments and so on and so forth. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes. So, for example, we could actually do an episode on calling some little planter state bank, which is kind of in the South here. We could do an
Mhm.
exercise where we call them and talk about special assets division or whatever, right? And the dialogue would be like, hey, my name is aka Master Kim, who handles I forgot what it's called, any sort of notes that are being under review and commercial notes. And well,
Yeah.
you need to speak to Ted. Hey Ted, hey, my name is Master Kim. We're calling to see if you have any underperforming notes. We're looking to buy probably 3 to 10. Okay. And then what they'll do is
And when
they
you
will
say 3 to 10, you mean 3 to 10 different notes, or is
yeah,
that like
three to 10 different. They want to sell them in volume. You
right,
can
right,
do
right,
onesie twosies, but they want to do it in volume. So
right?
and maybe you can buy 20. It depends. What are we looking at? So then they're going to email you a list, and on it is going to have gas stations. These are all commercial properties. Some's going to be some janky ass shit. Some's going to be like a Hampton Inn that was built in 2017. The note is $5 million, but we could probably make an offer for 2.3. We buy that mortgage, right? And now we are the bank. We then call Salim Hafez and we say, hey, Mr. Hafez, my name is, Master Kim. We are your bank now. Do you have time to meet next Thursday? And then we go meet with him. He doesn't know that we bought his note for 2.3. We
Right,
go to
right, right.
him and try to work out something for him to get caught up in payments and all that stuff. Otherwise, we want the asset is what we want,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
We
yeah, yeah,
want to
yeah.
foreclose on him and take over the asset of 2.3. And there are plenty hoteliers to do this. So for example, people listening right now can go to a website called FDIC Exchange. But and that's a website that the FDIC lists notes that they've taken back that are on the market. And you're going to find you're going to find a Dairy Queen, and basically you could look at the list that I'm going to get, and we're almost the devil because these people that own this chain of Dairy Queens, we show up as the devil. We can either keep them in business, or we could do a John Galt. John Galt does the rooms for rent and whatnot, and has the power over people's head. We can play that position. Also, you got to have the liquid. You can't,
Right,
this
right.
isn't. Well, let me go get a letter from my bank to show that I could get funded. No, this is an immediate thing that you have to.
Master Kim, you see there? Oh, Master Kim, let me ask you something before I go here. Someone, let's say, starting real small, like a JP. Now, I'm using him as an example so people don't get offended. A guy doesn't have a lot of money. Where would you tell him to start, or her?
Okay, well, first, what we know about JP is he's got his little food truck or hot dog stand. That's
Right.
a start right there,
Mm-hmm.
right? He can either open it or not open it. But this whole journey that he's been on, he's become kind of a hot dog business model aficionado. Despite he probably hasn't even sold a single hot dog, but he understands the health department regulations. He
He's
understands
learned something.
where to buy. He's right. So now he's got the blueprint to go get some other dummy, white, black, or green, or Yemenis. It doesn't matter. That want. He's not the. There are others that want to do the hot dog stand thing. He could actually walk them through as a consultant for 10 G's and set other people up. And I'm using this as just a
Yeah.
proxy example of where
Right.
he is today. Now, once he's open and slinging hot dogs and all that stuff, and I mean, everyone on the call, if you ever bought hot dogs from a hot dog stand, these people have got very vibrant, very great personalities. I mean, JP and it makes sense to me. In fact, he could probably charge 30 to 40% premium because he knows how to talk to people. He knows how to talk to people, make them feel nice and stuff. And if you watch yesterday's stream on CT, and I don't mean to move the
No,
goalpost
go
real
ahead.
quick,
Mhm.
he was an absolute surprisingly professional gentleman as he's being cussed out and shouted down. I was so surprised. But that also shows an evolution that he's got bigger fish to fry. But that also
Did you
makes
notice he had a
storytelling.
green screen yesterday? He had a background yesterday.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
It's very interesting.
So yeah, John. Getting back to the
Hey, what's
receivership.
the FDIC link message?
Yeah, it's called the FDIC Exchange. It's either EXCHANG or Exchange, and that is kind of the go-to site. You've got to log in, but you can see free information before you have to pay for it. But that's the main site. I'm not sure if that's it because I can't see it so small. But that's the main site to look for underperforming properties. And when we say underperforming, you may have never missed a mortgage payment, but in their mind, underperforming means it's in a asset class. So the FDIC will come around them, the regulators, and you have to balance out your books, right? You have to have so much liquidity on hand. And this is probably something that Ponder can answer much better than myself because she knows everything. You have to balance out your books. Otherwise, if your books are not balanced, you're going to have to call on loans so that you have less risky loans on your books and more liquidity on hand should the shoe ever drop. So many times laundromats, gas stations, liquor stores, hotels, strip mall units, there's certain types of properties that are always on the FDIC watch list, because maybe the failure rate is high or involved in fraud a lot. So those are perfect examples of picking up properties for dirt cheap by buying the note because you are now the bank. And unlike homes, you can do the same thing with homes, but they're protected by foreclosure laws as
Yeah.
they should be, right? But commercial properties don't have that. They don't
Yeah.
have that. In fact, they've got a balloon note, 2 years left of a balloon note, and you're trying. And dog, it is weird to be talking to a guy that's like a mini Donald Trump, and you got him in a you are the bank. You've got him in
Yeah.
a very tight situation where they either can't go refinance because you're the bank, or they've got to, you give them notice that they've got to go find a different bank to fund their loan and whatnot. And and for them to buy the note or cash out the note, they have to not only
You got to pay
pay,
more, right?
they got to pay more because your attorney fees and all this other stuff. But yeah, that was going on like wildfire with the people that were in the know, right? And the people in the know are hard to know because who's got $3 million cash? And this is where the Yemenis and the Lebanese and the Chaldeans all
Well,
got together, and the
Master,
Indians, because they got that kind of liquid to
Master,
put together.
There's a guy like Hood Surdy was on the channel earlier. He's just a working guy, and it seemed like he, just more or less said, "Hey, I'll just be a guy, just a working guy." And I've always thought, like, lack of education, is not just the end all be all. You can still pull yourself up. There's a lot of things you can do out here without education. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, it's in my opinion, it's just working hard and stacking up that money, upward mobility. I mean, yeah, I firmly don't believe there's nothing I've done. I went to a kind of a prominent business school called Northwood University, and for what I do, I've never had to do any financially modeling and anything no, it's, I sell oil and gas. I used to sell diesel and petroleum and diesel exhaust fluid, but I'm in this niche little business. In addition to keep in mind, I've always been an entrepreneur. It's like fighting in the hood. You don't win every battle. You get your ass kicked. It's all your money's funny is probably the better way to say it. As you're making money, you take that money and you're putting down on some other property or some other thing, and you're just trying to keep the velocity of cash coming in. Not that anyone had asked that, so please forgive me. I don't want to paint a picture that I'm like flossing and bossing up just because I know all this shit. I've taken it on the chin too. I've lost a lot of money.
That's the way it works. You know, Mexican, let me tell you a story before I get out of here. I was in the Bourbon Trail, black guy. He's a waiter at a restaurant, very good waiter, knew all the menu items. And he used that as a springboard to a Sprint executive. I think it was Sprint at the time. Vice President, some said, man, you have such good customer service skills. I can use you in my company at Sprint. And from there, I don't know how it ended up for him, but just putting your best foot forward when you're at the job. You never know who you may encounter that may take you to places you never thought you would be, you know. That was it. Yeah.
I was listening to your podcast. I listen to your podcast at night when I'm at my wife's business, being the janitor, cleaning up the construction debris, and I use that as the white noise in the background, but I'm listening, and it just makes it's so productive. I love the biscuits of information you squeeze in, and whatnot. I mean, it's absolutely awesome. And then like this morning, I was doing the same thing. I put the earbud in, I listened to the white noise, and then all suddenly, Ponder was breaking it down between Dave Matthews and Matchbox 20 or 21. I got them confused too because the lead singers look alike. They were popping at the same time, but I was so surprised that Ponder. I thought Ponder was an ounce AI legit because she said one word and I caught her slipping and she mispronounced it. And you know how like AI would be like, yes, I had to go to North Carolina and I got there early. They'll pronounce one word wrong. It's like, oh, that's AI. I caught her saying one word wrong. I was like, oh shit. But then no, she's not no AI. She's too quick. She's too smart. She's too when people talk about subject matter expert, they can speak freely. It's not you talk, I talk, you talk, I talk, right? So yeah, she's no AI, but that's super smart. She could be a hybrid alien Asian person. I mean, she's
you're so awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate
so
that.
smart.
I am very real. I do have a memory, though. I do love to learn. I do have a memory.
Now
that is AI. AI is knowledge based.
Can I say the word that you mispronounced or you fumbled? And
Which word?
I only heard it one. EBITDA. You said EBITDA or something different. Most people mispronounce EBITDA anyways, right?
EBITDA. I should.
Most people don't know what it is. It's like an acronym: earnings before interest, tax.
Oh, EBITDA. Oh, I call it EBITDA. It's EBITDA. I call it earnings before interest, taxes,
depreciation
and amortization. I've always called it EBITDA. I always have, but it's called EBITDA.
EBITDA or without the A, it's called. John, could you please correct me? Because some people only, instead of looking at the EBITDA, they're looking at the EBIT without the A or
without the D and the A. Typically, it's how you value companies.
Yes.
Some companies, the depreciation and amortization doesn't weigh into the valuation, so you just look at the earnings.
So some people would just, what is the EBIT or something like that, and some people, what is the EBITDA? But when you mispronounce that, and because you're so smart, it's you're being held to a higher level. So you make one little mistake, you got the people on the edge, like, oh, is she AI? Who mispronounced that?
Well, thank you for catching that. EBITDA. Thank you. I have always, I've been mispronouncing it for years.
John, am I right? She's so smart. She makes one little thing, it stands out. Yes. What's up?
Master Kim, she needed an update.
Oh, a system update. Yeah, I needed a patch update.
That's a system update. But literally,
I needed a patch.
Because it sounded like AI. Like, welcome to Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, Latino, did you guys see Yeah, I went down a couple of quarterbacks in the NFL, man. Race aside, race aside, I think what we're seeing here is less developed young men. How about that?
I agree.
And it goes white and black because I've seen some behavior for some of the white quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence, to be exact. I think it really speaks to like the low character of the men, low development of the men, all up and down
All jokes aside, right? Ponder, if she was a male, right, and she was, athletic, she could be a better quarterback than most of these people in the league because she's willing to learn.
Yeah, and I think that
willing to learn. These people just want to go out there and fling the ball.
Yeah, it really Ponder. We talk about those job descriptions, and a lot of the job description had really nothing to do with software. Had to do with teams and stuff like that.
Yes.
And quarterbacking is very similar in that a lot of it is baked into the cake that you can throw the ball. It's baked into the cake that everybody's pretty much fairly athletic. So everything else is above the shoulders. And that's where I think you're seeing the drop off in the above the shoulder play. They can all throw it very far.
Man, it's like only maybe 4 quarterbacks that I could take that I could say that they'll probably throw I don't know, maybe 35 throws a game. But most of the league, bro, they don't throw more than 26.
Ponder, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, Ponder. Your lieutenant, you're gonna love this too. Let's see. This is gonna be the last thing I share with you guys. I gotta run. Got a guy I want to check in today. Here it is. You ever seen this before? Damn, is this it? Yeah, this is it. You ever seen this before? Let me share this with you. Look at this. This is powered by Amazon, if I'm not mistaken. And so what it does is, I'm going to share something with you. Look at it. You see this? Fastest ball carriers. Next generation stats. Fastest ball carrier shows maximum speed measured in miles per hour of players. Let me show you something that they do here. It shows you how. Let me see. I want to show you this. All right. Let's see. Can I pull him up? Let's see. How do I pull it up? Let's see. Home. It allows you to see something very interesting. Let's see. Oh, that's Jets. Damn. I want to pull up Jalen Hurts. Let's see. Where is Jalen Hurts? And where is Jalen Hurts? Let's see. All stats. Okay, here it is. Oh, this is ball carriers. Hey, how did I find the rushers?
Jalen Hurts is pissed
Oh, here
off,
it is.
bro.
Here it is.
I mean,
Okay.
AJ Brown.
Yeah. Let me show you something why AJ Brown is pissed off. You ever been on Next Generation Stats before?
Yeah.
Let me show you something. I saw this.
They give you the speed, the distance, all that shit. They measure everything.
Jalen. Where the fuck is he? Jalen. Does it allow you to? Can you even select him? Damn, I was able to select him one time. Let's see. 20. Oh, damn. Let me see. Stats. Charts. Maybe it's charts. Team. Player. Jalen. Here it is. Jalen Hurts. This is Jalen Hurts. Season stats. This week 4. Do they combine them all? Okay, let me see. All right, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Anyone there?
We can see your screen. It is, and it's clear, just small print, but not a big deal.
Yeah, don't worry about the print. Let me show you something. So this is Jalen Hurts pass distribution, and I'll go week 1. Just to show you week 1. Oh shit, it went back. All right. So this is Jalen Hurts pass distribution. Look at all the balls being thrown less than 10 yards. Only 2 was thrown and completed beyond 10. He threw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. You see this? Right here.
Yep.
That blue line is the line of scrimmage, right?
Yep.
That's what the ball, and this was a touchdown. This one right here behind the line of scrimmage was a touchdown. And in that game, 15 of 24 for 130 yards. Not very good. And on it goes with him, it's here's week 3. Here's week 3. A little bit better, but still very few. Most of his passes were 10 yards or less. You see this?
Yep.
Only 1 completion beyond 20. Right? Only 1, right? He only tried it 3 times. He hit 1. And then on it goes. You see week 2. The same thing. Jesus Christ, look at this. And what you're seeing over here is that he clearly has a preference to throw to the right. You see this? You see this? Right? Because over here to the left, it's 5 yards or less. Right? And then if you go here, week 1, they have it for week 1. This is his running.
That's crazy, bro.
But again, what you're seeing is that
like all you got to do is shut him down on the right.
Yeah, I mean here he's pretty evenly distributed, but very very short passes. And what you're seeing is that teams ultimately figure out how to attack a man that can't use all of this field here. He's going to only use what's directly in front of him, right? Anything beyond that, he's probably taking off running. Look at 19 of 23, 19 completed passes for 152 yards, and this is why his receivers are so angry right here, summed up in this chart right here. Right, the teams will just sit on top of the routes. They know he's not going to press it down the field. You just sit on top of it and make him just go down the field. That's what it seems to be to me right there. Someone said chaotic thumbnail is just disrespectful. I didn't see his thumbnail. Anyway, this is not necessarily about football. It's about the lack of ability of the people to play. And they have to make it
together, bro.
Yeah, they're having to make it very easy for them to kind of figure it out there.
Like that team is winning based off defense.
Yeah, basically, and it's making it difficult for him to keep the team together because he can't make a team, making a team effort there. Very interesting.
AJ Brown mad because he's sitting in the sideline getting 2 catches per game. That's gonna mess up his payday when he has to re-sign for a contract. They're gonna look at him. They're gonna say, "Well, you only got the ball this much. You only carried this much. You only did this much yard," and that's gonna, you know what I mean? That's not gonna be beneficial for him. So I know that's why he's pissed off.
The thing is, Jalen Hurts owes it to his receivers to know the offense and the defense inside and out.
I mean, shit, he been there for what, 4 or 5 years now?
Yeah, and it seems to be he's regressing back to just doing enough to win. However, and that's not enough for the rest of the players to get them involved there. So very interesting.
Yeah. About to rent a room, John?
Yeah. Got a couple. Hey, Ponder, which group in Latino, which group would you meet with? You had to move on to your next interview at NVIDIA. Would you meet with the women of NVIDIA, the blacks of NVIDIA, the gay LGBTs of NVIDIA, the Asians, the military?
I answer that question. Oh, go ahead, Latino for Trump. Go ahead first.
What would be the purpose of the meeting?
To get the job.
Oh man, I would not.
How bad you want the job?
I would not interview No LGBTQ, none of that stuff. I would not interview the blacks because, like, nah, dude. Like, it would probably be the Indians, bro.
Did they have a Hispanic group? Partner, did I say they had a Hispanic group?
I believe you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, but unless it's Hispanic
You said
women,
pick the
I really don't
affinity
want
group.
Hispanic
There's
women.
women of NVIDIA.
I'm just being honest,
Hispanics
bro.
of
Like,
NVIDIA.
and I can say these things without hurting, without my feelings being hurt or anything.
So which one would you pick? You pick the women?
If I had to pick between Spanish women and men, I'll pick the Spanish women.
But there's no men group. You get to pick military, disabled, Asians, Hispanics, blacks, or women.
For what? The military now?
No, this is to work in NVIDIA, the chip
Oh,
company.
okay, in NVIDIA, I'll pick the Indians, bro.
You pick the Asians? Okay, pick the Asians. Who do you pick, Hunter?
Oh, I already said the vets, first and foremost. That's all I do. I gotta get in with the vets, and I'm going to,
like,
of course.
If they don't know it, they're gonna figure. Like, this is the thing about Indians. It's like a.
Well, it may not just be
chain effect. You know,
John,
what I'm saying?
I personally
one
do
thing
only work for veterans. If my manager's not a veteran, I don't even want to work for him.
I can't hear both of y'all. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Latino for Trump. I interrupted. Sorry, sir. Please continue, Latino for Trump. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think I'll pick the veterans though, Latino. Latino, he messed up. But yeah. Ponder, I think I'll pick
I'm here.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, who would you pick?
I said I'll pick the Indians because or the Asians, because the thing about them is that they work in unison. So you teach one thing and then they'll teach the other, and that way it just makes it easier for you.
Well, it's just an interview. Like it's I don't know why he has an interview with them because it's not technical. Well, clearly they want to see how you get along with other groups. So they tell you pick a group, and that's going to be the group you're going to talk to. They may not. You probably won't even be working with them or having anything technical to do with them. It's just like a fill you out type meeting. That's typically what they do. But I've never seen it done where they ask you to pick an affinity group and say, "Hey, pick one of these groups and talk to them before we go to the next step and offer you the job." That's very different. Usually they'll have you meet the team. And it'll be like, Ponder, you familiar with what I'm talking about, right?
And it comes to the interview process?
Right. Like the first interview would be technical. Maybe the second interview would be technical. That could be like a team technical. Then the third interview, if you go that far, it'll be like, let's just see how you are in a casual setting.
Correct.
And
to make sure that you match with the culture and like the overall vibe of the company, because it really does matter when it comes to teamwork and team setting.
Yeah, and so, but this is where they're saying pick an affinity group. That's very different. I've never seen that. Maybe that's new.
Yeah,
a couple of years.
Especially in California. Let's talk real quickly about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the CEO, Jensen Huang. I believe he is Korean, if I'm correct. American. He's an American, raised here entirely, and he's in California. NVIDIA is a very international company, and he wants to make sure that whomever is brought into the company is going to know.
Man, night is yesterday, man.
He fell asleep.
Falling asleep.
He fell asleep hard, John Gall.
Yeah, so
he fell asleep, and CT did not take him off the panel. He's there with his camera just napping away while JP was talking.
Oh, he was getting a good one in too, boy, because he woke up and shifted around and went right back.
Yeah, there was even a guy from Australia who called in and he started talking about the small hats and everything.
Went back to sleep.
I don't know why he does that, man. Like I don't get like, there are 24 hours in the day. Pick the best few hours that you can get online and not go to sleep, and do that, and then back tomorrow, whenever you're awake.
Sure, I mean, it's like you said. He tried to go in there and get content, but I guess the content made him.
Did he even talk yesterday?
No, that's
what was that?
He didn't say one word.
He didn't say anything.
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh.
Damn, he said one of them went to sleep the whole time.
He just went up there, and I guess he just fell asleep.
He just got too tired.
But this
And he
is
was
what I'm
on
saying. Like
camera.
you and a lot of other people.
Damn,
I mean,
but he had
I
this.
agree.
You know, usually he gets up on people's channel and you
And
know
rap
he'll use
something
it
up.
for content. He'll use it for content the next night. Damn, like he had to go to somebody else's channel. He couldn't use CT's. It's great.
I mean, damn. At this point,
Yeah,
point, he should just have a channel and call it Sleep Time Night.
Night. You know, I think honestly, I believe that's what's hurting, contributing to Ox channel. You know, first of all, he'd be doing some of the streams without a shirt, bro. You can't do that. You with a 6-pack, you can't do that shit. Then you get on there with a shirt, then your background, like you still got the studs up. I think people would have wanted to see the studs, and I think he should have. CT was telling me that Hamp passed 50,000, and you know, is about 45, 46. I'm not sure where he is now, but you know, you'd have thought that he would get to, you know, it seemed like he's just stuck in the mud. And I don't believe it's shadow banning, honestly. I think there's some things probably he could do to, you know, dress it up a little bit better. I don't know. But I just don't, you know, because he's monetized. Why the hell would they shadow ban? Oh, he goes to get what? I mean, you know, if he's doing 3 or 4 hours, he can't just sit there and not go get water or something like that. But I think, yeah, just the look of it is, and I don't think he goes into enough detail on some of the better cases. But I don't watch him a lot, so the people say, "Well, oh yes, he does." But it's some of the cases that, you know, like I've been up there, and I'm like, damn, I hope he talks about this a little more. But he goes, you know, he has another story to cover. Some of them more interesting than the others. So, you know, I'm hoping he can get the wind behind his back there and start getting some more subscribers. I've been watching for a long time, and it just seemed to be stuck. You think it's YouTube got him stuck, or you think it's just he reached the pinnacle of how far he can go?
What is there for him to do? I mean, just like, what is Nightdish going to do? Nightdish has to go to other people's.
I'm talking about Ock Nation.
Oh, Ock Nation. He's no different than Nightdish. Like everything he's just regurgitating what other people have done. I really don't see the like what is this hype so many people have for Ock Nation. He's not bright. There's no analysis. He's very weak. Like, and he also comes off like another non-college graduate. He's just regurgitating other people's content. There's nothing original about his content.
Yeah, I think, you know, going around. Yeah, I haven't watched him in a while. Someone says it's YouTube, maybe. Shadow Man Steel Question say he's not regurgitating the show. I think he just covers news clips, though, right? Is that right?
Wow. So what? It's not his content, and he's not even providing like decent analysis.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, that's.
There's no depth to his analysis. So you're going to show. And that's actually part of fair use. Like you have to bring something original. That originality when it comes to fair use is actual analysis. Something that could be argued in court. Oh, it's like editorializing. It's more than just commentary. I'm editorializing. Okay, that makes sense. People get that. That's fair use. But he doesn't do any of that. He's just regurgitating other people's content. This man he lacks the intellectual depth to editorialize anything that he's showing. And nor does any, like these people who are even in his live chat, like there's nothing original there. YouTube has made it very clear. If you're not providing original content, you are going to be struck. They are striking channels.
Yeah, I think what he does is, someone correct me if I'm wrong, he's covering copywritten stuff. No, it's pretty.
Thank you, Dolomite. Good at the news clips, but his commentary is surface level. Facts. Yeah.
Yeah. I think because you know, like I said, he just go, you know, this. You know, I haven't watched him. He made a change. Someone say he's doing daytime shows now. I've seen their alerts, but I haven't caught one yet. I'll see him. You know, he'll go through the news.
He was on yesterday.
Yeah. He does. Yeah, and you know, that's him. You know, and that very well could be what we need to think about that. We very well could that what could have been the issue is that he was at night, being on in the daytime should help him reach an audience that may not catch him at night. I didn't even think
I'm
about
sorry,
that.
John Galt, but to respectfully disagree, none of this stuff is original. John Galt, your channel is original. You have more than enough, plenty of original content. Where to begin? If it's your street interviews, you at the CBC, that was 100% original. You at the CBC. So other people, none of this stuff is original, doesn't apply to this channel.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so take that somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Yeah, we do have some, stuff you can't find on the news. Because I am a landlord, so like the lady that was beaten up. You're not going to find that on the news.
I mean, okay, again, stupidity. Candace Owens doesn't cover original content, but she's a millionaire. Candace Owens editorializes. That is complete editorializing. She's giving all of her own analysis, regardless if you agree with it or not. And even her coverage with this Charlie Kirk, that's someone she actually knew. And she's going in depth. So you don't have to agree with her, but you can't say that it's original content when she's wholly editorializing. Like, John, that's a big problem with this group. They don't know what editorializing and analysis and intellectual depth is because they lack this foundation themselves.
Well, I think for Candace Owens, what she's, her show, like and I don't watch her show a lot, but I think she's covering topics. And again, like you said, she is editorializing, giving her own opinion about the matters.
Right.
What makes her show original is her opinion. If she just got up there and played a news clip, well, that's not really original. I would agree with you. But she goes down the rabbit hole, does investigations into Bridget Macron and all these type of people.
Yep.
The Kamala Harris that she did.
Right.
She's receiving information from his family, like birth certificates and pictures from Jamaica. Like she went into depth.
Yeah. And you don't have to agree with
primary sources. Like
primary
sources.
You don't have to agree with her, but I think the originality of it, what she's doing, is what has contributed to making her a millionaire. I will agree with that.
Or the YouTuber Tasha K, who was sued by Cardi B. I mean, and she editorialized, and people, regardless if you agree with her or not, her content is her analysis, which is original.
Yeah, she's a good gossiper. Is she gossiper? Right?
She's just a gossiper. Yeah.
Then you have the other people who don't necessarily have original content per se, but they have connections. DJ Academic is one of those type people. As an example, he's reacting to a lot of stuff. Although he reacts to it very well, he's funny, he puts a good spin on it. But then he can call up a record producer and say, "Hey man, can I play this album? This about to be released." That gives him an extra edge over me that I can't even play the album at all. As an example. So there is that, I watched Ock many times. I was just wondering what's because I've been watching his numbers just seem to be stuck, and it could be the overnight just has him stuck, or some people say it's YouTube. That's what Mr. Kim said. I'm not quite sure. It could be a number of things. Even Crowder doesn't cover original. Yeah, I think he's kind of like Candace.
I mean, you gotta understand there's a circle of people that are into the same shit. So I mean, if he doesn't expand with something new and it's just the same thing, he's gonna have the same viewership. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You
gotta expand your horizons. Like not for nothing, not because I'm here talking to you, but at least you do street interviews. You do the phone calls with the tenants. So man, my favorite thing about you is the whole deep diving when you start typing away in that computer, bro. And just doing that deep dive. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, I think that like I said, someone mentioned it, and it's not criticism of Hawk. It's just a model of his show. He doesn't deep dive into many of the segments that he covers. He's breezing through a few topics. And maybe the people want more from him, which is a good problem to have, right? If the people want more in depth from you, that's a good problem to have, and that's probably why he's doing the daytime. Is it the same format in the daytime and night? Anyone watch it during the daytime?
I haven't watched that in so long, but I can tell you one thing though. I was, I was always under the impression that that blacks did not behave this way back in the 40s or 50s.
Yeah.
And he put videos on, bro, that made me change my mind on that day.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I did not know this shit, dude.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I've heard a Wicked comes up here from time to time. He said Ock does some like history stuff.
yeah, he goes way back.
Yeah, which is probably interesting. Yeah, I think I've seen some of that as well. Yeah.
And he's like, oh man, he's like, Latino, you don't understand. They were doing this way back. It's just that it wasn't something that was talked about.
I think Ock should get out in the streets or something. You know what I mean? Like, get out in the streets, interviewing people, kind of like the street interviews I do.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Talking about crime and shit. It'd be especially if he talked to people about crime from the standpoint of them being crime victims. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? So to say he doesn't, no, I think he does editorialize. It's not a deep editorialize, and no one. I'm not criticizing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just wondering aloud, is it the algorithm? Is it something else? Is it him going on late at night? That's all I was wondering. Shit, I want to get more subscribers. Shit, get the message out, and see him be successful there.
I mean, how many subscribers does he have? Doesn't he have like 12K or something like that?
No, Ock has about 45,000.
Oh, 45,000?
Yeah, and
the last time I was up on there, it was like 12K.
I could be wrong. I think it's 40. Isn't it about 45,000?
I mean, damn, if it's 45,000, then shit, that's a come up from the last time I was up there.
I don't know when you were last there.
Oh man, it was a way back. Like, I want to say maybe a year or some change.
If it was a year, that is a come up.
It is.
And he's now at damn,
like 30K plus.
Yeah. He also did that. Oh yeah. That probably would have been good right there. Trayvon. Yeah.
He did that one too.
Yeah.
It's like he brought up all the shit that you brought up too.
Yeah. That would have been a good one right there. Trayvon Martin. That's perfect for Ock too. That's perfect for Ock.
He also did one on Emmett Till. Yep, he did.
Yeah, that's perfect for him too. That was a little bit older, dated, but it dates well. That's interesting.
I mean, but let's be honest though. Like, white people were angry as shit, bro. Like, you think that they would have just accepted an apology when they wanted it, and that wouldn't have been it?
That's what they wanted. Yeah, somebody said he's been stuck at 45,000 for 6 years. Hell no. Damn.
That ain't no come up. Damn. I mean, congratulations to 44, but damn, man. Like shit. You gotta get on. Like you gotta start doing other things. Get on Discord. Get on. Gotta start promoting it.
Breonna Taylor. No, I think he should have. It's something else going on. Maybe it's the late night. I don't know. Maybe was he always late night?
Yeah, but you know what? Too, you onto something, man. You know, the summer is different.
Extra.
The summer is different than September all the way through what is it, May? Because everybody got to go back to work, kids back to school and stuff. So I don't think there'll be enough people in the early morning shows for him to get a whole bunch of viewership. You get what I'm saying?
He should.
So maybe this is why he's probably trying the daytime thing.
Don't say There's a door opening to the news. He opened the door on the situation. I go to others to get more. Oh yeah. That's a good one. That's a good. Yeah, that is true. Because he does go to, like, he'll cover, like, basically. I've seen him go like city to city.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you be like, damn, look at this shit over here.
Yeah.
Damn. Like, damn, it's bad in this little town. You be like, what the what?
Bro, he put a video the time I was up there that had me surprised. I didn't join the panel or anything, but I was in the chat. And he was showing basically thugs that live in Alaska. And I'm like, how the hell they get up all the way up there, man? Yo.
Military, bro.
Oh, that's what that is?
Probably, yeah.
And then they have kids and shit. Damn. That's crazy. 12, man, you better watch your property.
He talked to Magic. I be calling the Jews magics. And they, you know, they're big in magic. Did you know that?
Yeah,
the Jews are big in magic. Like David Copperfield, all the big magicians, and all the big magicians are Jews. Got Nickers in Nickerland. I got that book right there. Damn. Let me call this African lady back. See, she went this room before I ran into this guy. The African.
You got your mic fixed? What was it? You got a new wire?
Let me see what it was. I had to restart my machine. That's
what that's what happens sometimes with me.
It wouldn't recognize.
Yep.
I was like, damn, what could it be? And I reset the machine. Let me find this lady's number. Oh, I got it. Yeah, here it is. African lady said she had $1,000. Damn, she answered the phone. What? Ain't making any money out here these days, boys. Slow as shit out here. I've been getting a few calls, emails, and Facebook messages and shit. But it's been slow out here, Latino boy. Real slow out here.
Damn.
Did you see that that per capita? I mean, all this shit, the per capita last couple of days, bro. That shit was
Yeah. I was talking to you about that yesterday. Bro.
Yeah, that shit.
Like how I calculated. Like if I explained to you, if you grab 1.8, I mean Ponder's here. She could check me if I'm wrong. You grab 1.8, right, per thousand, right, and then you grab the amount of people that you think is here, which I thought would be what 400 million, and then I did my math, and then I came up with 720, 100K. So basically, less than 1 million people are being born in the United States per year. Am I wrong?
I think you really catch all the numbers. I'm just listening to your points. You're a million.
No,
people.
I'm just saying, like that's how per capita works. Like, you
yeah.
say 1.8 per thousand. That's basically two people per thousand.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's it, right?
Just like how you were explaining, if a town of 100K has 500 murders compared to a town of 1,000 has 50 murders, which town is worse?
Right. Yeah, 1,000.
I would say it's the one with 1,000 per thousand.
And not only that, I brought this up during the live Latino for Trump. If you have a town of 1,000 people with 50 murders,
you
need to bring in the FBI. What there's clearly like even the optics, just looking at it.
Like you ever heard of
the FBI needs to come in. That is crazy.
Well, it was a hypothetical, but
it's a hypothetical, but you get the point, John. From when we're looking at a part to a whole, and JP even understands this. If you have a collective, just 1,000 people, and 50 are murdered, there's a problem because the group, the population size, is just 1,000, and you just stated it correctly. Like one in every 100, there's a murder. That is just as an example. Like the numbers doesn't look.
If you break it down,
if you break it down, exactly. Like that's statistics. When you break it down, the numbers don't look right. It doesn't look. It shouldn't even look right. 50 people Out of 1,000, there's a problem.
Have you guys seen?
He gets that. That's why we know they're disingenuous. They know what's going on. They're very disingenuous.
Have you guys seen what's going on in? You guys seen what's going on in Memphis and Chicago?
Federalization. They're federalizing the city.
If you saw what they did in Chicago, wow.
Oh, wait.
It's like third world.
They federalized.
Shit, they went in to get Trinidad or whatever, and they had to.
But I mean, when I mean federalized, what do you mean by that?
I didn't say federalized. They didn't federalize the police, but they brought the National Guard, ICE.
Okay.
And apparently, there was a building that was full of Trinidad.
Yeah, I saw that.
And they had the damn ICE rappelling down. What are they rappelling down the building? Helicopters and shit. It looked like something like your Mogadishu or something, like they were invading the country.
There was a woman there too.
Did you see that? Questions? That was amazing.
There was a woman that she was part of the gang.
Yes, I did. I saw some footage, John. Some footage though, John. They were chasing a woman, chasing like a delivery guy on a bike. They went into a home. I think it was like it looked like a trap house, John. To be honest. They busted down a door. Yeah, so they're recording some of this footage. Yeah, and that's the federal government coming into Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He's already asking to have Trump removed. Like he made that.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's really amazing though. That they had a building full of these people, like in Denver, and clearly they're allowing it to happen, or not able to do anything about it, which means that these people are living like under hell-like conditions. Can you imagine the landlord going in there with a bunch of gangsters in there? He just, man, y'all can have that building.
Yep.
And damn, truly amazing. Truly amazing.
Yep. And I don't know. I'm like, why would they allow this to happen? And then you start asking questions, right? And then you start thinking that maybe, I don't know, maybe just maybe they want these people, like you just said, the landlord to just give up. And then the shit goes foreclosed. Then I don't know, maybe a company like BlackRock comes through and sweeps it up.
Or maybe the city maybe the city take it over and provide some kind of subsidized housing scheme. I mean,
that's that too.
Like what happened. You're related to.
There's always money involved, man. That's what it comes down to.
I don't know if you heard the lady at the Congressional Black Caucus, the one lady, the real estate lady I interviewed, she was talking about tightening up rental laws for tenants, giving them the right of first refusal to buy a place. Imagine a ragtag bunch of tenants talking about buying a building that they never thought about buying before. And now they get to hold up the sale of a building till they get to organize themselves and get in a position to buy a building that they can't even manage. That's not going to work. Anyway, very interesting. Broke Jeans said he's in Chicago right now. Hispanics normally separate from blacks.
I mean, not all of them, but there's some ignorant ass Hispanics that want to be gangster and shit.
Yeah, you gotta watch the TV show Boss. It's only 2 seasons. And it's set in Chicago. And Kelsey Grammer plays the mayor of Chicago. And they do a very good job of talking about the racial dynamics in Chicago. Within the city, the Hispanics are very entrepreneurial, but they don't run the city. The whites run the city. They lean on the Hispanics to do the work and lean on the blacks for political votes. So the blacks have political power. The Hispanics have labor power, and the whites have capital power. That's kind of how the TV show lays it out there. It's a very, very interesting TV show.
I mean, it's kind of accurate though.
Yeah.
If you think about it, in Chicago, who has the power?
A bit of shared amongst all three, I guess, in certain ways. Your city needs to have a conversation about what? New York's gonna be in some trouble, man.
Yeah, bro.
If they elect that Montgomery, bro, Trouble coming, bro. Real serious trouble.
Yeah, bro. It's just like, dude, there was an argument one time. When was it? Like 2 weeks ago, when you were talking about this Mondami character, and Moxie was on the chat, and I was explaining to her that if this guy wins, she has to understand that the reason why he won is because it's not most men that voted for this guy. I'm not saying that it ain't gonna be men voting for this man, but you gotta understand it's gonna be the majority of what liberal white women voted for this guy.
It's gonna be white women. It's gonna be.
I'm not wrong about this.
It's a lot of third world people in New York too, bro. A lot of people like, bro, if you down at the bottom, and there are a lot.
This is the thing, though. Like, John, you gotta understand, bro. Like, look at these Cubans, right? That come to Florida. Most of these Cubans that come to Florida, running away from Cuba, and the Venezuelans, guess what? They don't vote Democrat.
But it's different, bro. It's different in New York. Cubans are different than the people they got in New York. New York got people from Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, and like they cab drivers and working in stores, chopping meat delis and shit like that. Those people gonna vote Democrat all the way through. The same people that voted against Amazon will vote for Mondami. Trust me. You'll see. I bet you the voting pattern, if they were to overlay the map of the people who voted or who were against Amazon, and the people who voted for Mondami in the primaries and who going to vote for him in the general, it's going to be, it's going to be the same people. Like all the Muslims and all those type of people. They're large parts of Brooklyn filled with Muslim. You get those votes. You're going to get all the, a lot of the. He may not get the blacks, but he's going to get a lot of the liberal whites. Yeah, he's going to win, and he's facing a Republican. And the Republican is not going to win.
Nah, he. But Donald Trump made a good point. Is if Eric decides to drop, they could already dropped. Oh, so he did?
Yeah, he's already dropped.
Okay, so then there might be a chance not for a Republican to win it, but for Cuomo to get enough votes now. Hopefully, Eric Adams, the little amount of votes that he had, will now go to Cuomo. So,
I interviewed Cuomo's secretary. I mean,
yeah, I saw.
I mean, you're gonna get more of the same if you get Cuomo, and he's so weak.
I get that, but it's better than Mondami.
I don't know if Mondami's gonna get the blacks. I don't think the blacks voted for
No, he ain't.
Most
of the blacks don't want to vote for him.
But we talking about Black Americans. He won't get them, but he probably will get a lot of the immigrant blacks, Jamaicans,
like the Africans and stuff like
Africans, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, because he's for a lot of what they're for. So yeah, that's true. They got Cuomo, who's weak and feckless. See, if they get Cuomo, you know what's gonna happen? The only way he can win is what? The only way he can win is probably only one scenario he win. He would have to get all the Hispanics, all the blacks, and the whites in Staten Island. It's probably his path to win. The problem is, if he does get all the blacks, he's gonna be beholden to them for 4 years. And what can he give them? Nothing. He can't give them anything.
I'm going to give you more food stamps.
He can't do that. He can't give them more housing in New York City. He can't do that.
I'm going to get rid of the illegals.
And I just don't see a path for him to effectively govern, even if he were to win. He would have a lot of people against him. And the people that are for him, they just got their hands out. They have nothing to offer and help him run the city. So I don't know if he can. Even if he wins, it's probably not the best thing. They need to figure out, let the Mondami happen, and then you get it out of your system. And I don't think the blacks are going to vote for Mondami, man. I don't think so.
Nah.
I don't think so.
Nah, I already saw all this by race and stuff on the first time that they voted. And most blacks did not vote for him. It was literally liberal white women.
Let me see. Blacks in Mondami. He identified as black.
Kamala Andami.
3-year-old Democratic
Come on, man.
socialist who has been stirring up a lot of conversation surrounding his run for New York City mayor. But his words may have fallen flat on deaf ears for some Black voters. AP data found that of the 33 neighborhoods where at least 50% of people were non-Hispanic Black, Donnie only won majority support in a quarter of those neighborhoods in the Democratic primary, while former Governor Andrew Cuomo won the remaining 25. But I do need to point out that Black people are not a monolith. Mamdani's social media presence has made him very popular among Gen Z and millennial voters, who, like their peers who aren't Black, are fans of the Assembly member's authenticity and ability to pointing to older Black voters' tendency to vote for incumbents. And when we ask these voters what matters, public safety, sustainable living regulations in the city that are just hoping Black New York City political and religious leaders ahead of the race in order to get it.
Let's see if who's Al Sharpton for?
Oh, Mandami.
Is he?
No, I heard he was for. I heard he was with Cuomo. Please correct me. I heard that. I don't know if that's. No. Okay, I heard wrong.
These demonstrators.
Come on, man. This guy's a straight
march on Washington.
We all know.
Exactly
Not
62 years
Adams.
ago. At that event back then,
Al Sharpton and Ann Coulter
called
both
the
for Eric
March on
Adams.
Wall
I was
Street.
wrong. Both of them.
Al Sharpton joined Martin Luther King III in leading thousands from the Federal Center at Foley
Look, can't
Square
even walk.
past the Stock Exchange and the Bull statue. Then leaders from labor, civil rights, clergy, legal, and other organizations took the stage to state clearly why they'd come.
Financial freedom.
Freedom.
Oh my, he dropped out.
All of the other freedoms more than just a dream.
Freedom.
What is he yelling for? What is he want in that very expensive
It was a
suit?
theme repeated from the
I mean,
stage
freedom.
and by the
Yo,
numbers.
you had breakfast today?
1,000 people decided, oh yeah, there's a lot less.
John Galt, sir, John Galt. Do you mind pressing pause? I'm sorry, John Galt. Once again, I cannot. This is offensive. That little girl should not be out there. This is what they do, John Galt. They use their daughters, their children. That's a little girl. Why is she out there marching? For what? They do this all the time. They turn little Black girls into these race soldiers, and they grow up full of hate, full of violence, being angry. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of this, and that's happening with George Floyd.
Yeah, I think what is going to happen here? How do you spell his name? Mom Dummy?
Yeah, yo.
I think what's happening here is Montgomery. I think Sharpton is seeing where the wind is blowing. And
He's looking for the money, John Galt, where the money is flowing and going.
well,
You know
I think Sharpton is realizing though that he is I'm willing to work with Trump, Montgomery says 3 weeks ago. Reverend Al calls out Trump for attacking Mandami.
Blood in New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy Zorhan Mandami.
In this country, Adams is a very good person. New York City can't have.
President Trump saying, I helped him out a little bit. He sure did. Does that help out Eric Adams as he tries to be reelected mayor?
I think it couldn't be worse for Eric Adams for the president to say that he had trouble with an indictment and I helped him. It's for the president to say that he politically interfered with due process. And for Eric Adams then to appear like he was only helped by a political deal is certainly helpful to Mamdani. I think that if
it's Al Sharpton more or less saying he's with Montgomery there. Al Sharpton, bro, like, he got behind that casino push with Jay-Z, knowing that it's not going to be a good deal.
It didn't go through.
But, he knew it wasn't going to be a good deal for the people that he represented, but he got behind it anyway because of the money. Al Sharpton clearly is positioning himself to tell Montgomery, hey, man, I never talked against you, man. I defended you with Trump. So when you win, keep some contracts for me there. You can kind of see that Al Sharpton's playing defense there. I think he knows Montgomery's going to win.
So that casino situation, right, that you was just talking about, Jay-Z didn't get it, but
no, he didn't get it.
But Nas did. So there will be a $5 billion deal done in Queens, and a casino will be coming soon.
Yeah, there you go. And I think Sharpton got paid for at least siding with Jay-Z. So it wasn't a lose for everybody. He got a little money there.
Oh, of course.
Mondami's gonna win though. Yeah, that's gonna be something there, huh?
Damn, man, that's gonna be crazy.
I'll be back, guys.
That's gonna
Question,
be
are
crazy.
you still here? Hopefully the question's here.
Hey, John, I'm right here.
I'll be back.
Hey, John.
I'll be back.
I actually had to jump on a meeting for. Oh, okay, I'll be right
Yep,
here.
go ahead. Jump on your meeting, and you guys can go back on live.
Are we gonna live stream you onto your channel?
I mean, no, because I'm still working, so I get up and go when I get on sometimes, but yeah, I'm constantly looking at my phone.
The multitaskers.
Yeah.
The multi.
Yeah, I mean,
I just wanted to say real quickly when when your wife came on, I was so surprised. I really, of course, thought it was you. I was just so surprised how much. It's like, okay, wow, Latina knows so much. I was just like going back and forth. And then when you told me it was your wife, I was like, oh my gosh, this explains everything. This explains everything.
I don't know if you noticed that every time you guys talk about your stuff, I stay quiet. And the stuff that I do know, I comment, and the stuff that I don't,
Oh my goodness!
stay quiet.
I was getting so into the groove. Like, oh my Scrum Master hat was just coming off full force. Plus, I remember you mentioned she does accounting. So of course, that's a lot of the applications I was building specific to Treasury, and accounting falls under Treasury. Furthermore, those types of applications are the first to be audited by the government. So when I believe it was her who I think she mentioned regulatory. I was like, okay, yeah, absolutely. Like that's like my background. So like I was just so full force on it. I was like, oh my goodness. The work I do now is more, it's just like, it's way more legal. And I work with cyber legal. So I don't do as much application building like I used to, but of course I use the skills because that's how we solve the problems. And anything that I build that's for automation, like we had to build, a cyber incident notification program, which of course you're going to build an application. If I have to build any program, it's going to be an application. So that was going to be in-house, specifically just to communicate with like the red team, the blue team, like the incident management team, the SOC team, and legal. That was an application. That was a huge application. You really can't really go out to the market. Like you can't really have a vendor, so to say, build that for you. It really needs to be in-house. Then you can later on see if there's a vendor who can provide better services. But that really was like the last time I built like a huge comprehensive application. And of course, like I keep a very close eye on it. Like once you build these applications, John Galt knows it too. Once you build something like that, you work in a team, you're working with an engineer, working with legal, working with cybersecurity engineers, working with a tech team, working with India. You cannot help but just keep your eye forever on that application. It's like your baby. You feel so much pride that you've like built this system, and then it provides so much value. Like
it's like your own baby.
It is. It's like your own baby, and then it just kind of stays forever until it's finally sunset. A lot of these applications really are not like sunset or like decommissioned. It takes a long, long time. And by the time it's decommissioned, you've already moved on to a better application. So you're building these proof of concepts that get better, better throughout the years. And now Latino for Trump, because of how we deliver, everything is continuous integration, continuous deployment. We're always working with people like your wife, Mrs. Latino for Trump, always looking to better these applications because, like I said, everything that's built is to serve the business. If the business doesn't want it, it's not built. They're the ones supplying the money. Like you build for purpose, and the purpose is to make line of business better, like make their job better, make their job more efficient. Automate. You don't want anything really shouldn't be manual. Everything's to be automated. And once you automate everything, there's going to be even new problems to solve. So it just only gets better throughout time. Who's invasive? Richard, you haven't worked with me. You know I'll be good. I'll be good to you. I'll be good. They're invasive and F stuff up. See, because you haven't gotten me, Richard. Richard, I know how to deliver. And I'm always very good to line of business and to the engineers. I always put the engineers in a good place to succeed. Always, 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 always. I'm very good to the engineers, including offshore. Including offshore, I have a very good reputation because you're the guys building it.
Yep.
Oh, now you're talking about iguanas. Richard, I thought you were talking about like work stuff. Oh, Richard, I thought you were talking work stuff.
They shit in my pool.
John knows that play with
And
AI.
where you live in
making
Florida?
himself get a money. You have to be living in Florida, Richard. Oh no, it's my day off. F work. Is it? Yeah, it's Thursday. Yeah, it's basically the weekend for a lot of people. A lot of people, the weekend starts on Thursday, depending on what you do for a living.
I don't have a weekend.
Yeah,
I work every day.
every day, every day, and also
Sundays are
Saturday.
the best day.
Thursday's a good day because things are usually a little bit slower on Thursday. And it's good because like on Saturday, like Richard, you know what I'm talking about. A lot of these releases are on a Saturday because there's such little traffic. And you know, I think I still have that. There was something that Imperius shared. I think I still have it. Where did I put it? Imperius, he had a job description. Imperius had a job description. I don't know where I found it, but we can actually look at a CrowdStrike cloud job description. Let's look at one of these. Let's look at one of the share screen CrowdStrike. So I think many of you are familiar with CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike has the SIEM tool, which is called Falcon. Falcon, it's a very important tool. It's a SIEM tool that many enterprise companies, including where your wife works, Latino for Trump, where she works, they use this as well. CrowdStrike's a very, very important tool. It's a SIEM tool. So let's see here. And a lot of these positions are remote. Let's start off with one role. This is just posted today about this role. This role is part of the technology ecosystem and is responsible for driving CrowdStrike Technology Alliance partner development and third-party ISV product collaboration for outbound partnerships with focus on NG. This is next gen, SIEM, SOAR, and Foundry. All of this has to do with SIEM tools. So basically they are using AI. They are, just to let that be very clear. These tools such as SIEM, SOAR, and Foundry. SIEM is actually an acronym, Security Incident Event Management. And these tools use AI, primarily machine learning, to gather data so they can analyze and give you knowledge for detection and prevention. So it's like an IDS and an IPS device built in one, but it only can do its job with the data that's fed in. So you do want a lot of data, and you want someone who has a background with analysis to know how to enter those queries, to know how to structure the data and then ingest the data into these SIEM tools. SOAR is generally an in-house tool. SIEM can be third party, but generally most companies keep SOAR in-house. SOAR stands for Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response Technology. Most companies, they build their own SOAR tools. They will work with a third-party vendor and they will build SOAR like in-house with the help of a third-party vendor because they want SOAR to belong to the company. Like SIEM can usually be third party, such as CrowdStrike, that's a SIEM tool. But SOAR, most companies want to build in-house, and they usually are going to have the help of a third-party company help them build their own SOAR tool, because SOAR is going to hold a lot of very private data, very, very private data that you don't want into a commercialized cloud. You want that to be an on-premise cloud that you own in your own data center. CrowdStrike can make that happen. They work with companies to help them build their own SOAR tool. And Foundry also has a lot to do with Palantir. This is also data analytics as well, and founder uses AI. So for this role will identify integration use cases with key technology alliance partners. Number 2, drive third-party ISV collaboration for product needs. Number 3, build business cases and identify key partnerships. Number 4, manage the delivery and launch of integration. So that goes again, delivery, that's collaboration. Data connectors and packages. Number 5, frame future scene program expansions with PM. So product manager and project manager and engineering teams. And number 6, track results and outcomes of partnerships to present to key stakeholders. This goes back to Scrum. Scrum is the best at tracking results. And because when you track results, you want the results to be measured. So like you're showing when it comes to track results, you're showing progress through time. So this has to be measured, and Scrum is the best way to do that. What you'll do, qualify and develop partner integrations with technology alliance partners, manage all aspects of onboarding, including contracts, NFR licensing, and system account setup. So this goes back to onboarding and also touches a little bit with what Imperious does, where you're onboarding new clients. So you do need to have that background as well. Lead initial onboarding conversations, ensuring partners understand integration requirements and expectations. Manage the partner development lifecycle. Establish and negotiate partner contracts. So that goes back to procurement. So even with this role, you do need to have a little bit of a background with the type of work that Imperious does. Convey use cases to partner and establish expectations and timelines. This goes back to line of business, and this also goes to project management. So you do need a project management background as well. Enable partner development through documentation and development resources. This goes back to an analysis. So you need to know how to type and analyze and document. An engineer is not going to be able to do this. That's not their background. Align with product management, solutions architects, engineers, sales, operations, and program management teams to align and evaluate market opportunities and product gaps, to identify and engage with partners who can meet market and technology requirements. And look right here, collaborate with cross-functional teams and key stakeholders to align partner recruitment efforts based on roadmap. This goes back once again to collaboration. Notice this role is not very technical. This role is not very technical. Let's see how much they're looking to pay you. This role is from 110 to 160. Developing on how many years you have and how well you interview, you can probably get 160. That's 160 base. That doesn't include your bonus. That does not include equity. Eligible for bonuses. Remember, bonuses can be negotiated. That can be like 20% of your base. So think about 20%. How do we calculate 20%? Move the decimal to the left twice. That could be an additional $32,000. If you're able to negotiate your salary to 160. And keep in mind, this role is remote. This is remote. Technology is the place to go. CrowdStrike is completely remote most times. And if they fly you in, if you come in office, they fly you in. And the benefit package is going to be excellent. And you're still receiving 401k, which this company matches 401k. And you have paid time off up to 3 weeks. And also with paid time off, you also have like mental, like just, I need a break. You can take time off just for like a mental refresh. You don't even have to be sick. I just need a break. Just take like a day off. No need to be sick. People understand you need like a mental break. These are the best companies to work for.
You got a meeting?
I do in a little bit. I was just sending a quick IM. I was sending a quick IM. This is a great, look at this role. 3 years of experience in partner management, business development, or related roles, understanding of technology ecosystems, preferably in cybersecurity, experience with technology partner programs and or cloud marketplace integrations, strong process orientation with ability to document, track, and measure. That goes back to project management and Scrum, Agile. Excellent communication skills for coordinating with cross-functional teams, both internally and externally, to help move various stakeholders forward on joint goals. That goes back to collaboration efforts. Remember, this role is not technical. Should only take 2 days. Is that how long your mental breaks take, Imperious? Imperious, this role is fantastic. And it also incorporates a little bit of your background as well with contract management, contract administration. It's a little bit partner onboarding. So they even take a little bit of legal, some of the work that you would do, just a little bit. Manage all aspects of onboarding, including contracts, NFR licensing, and system account setup. Generally, large enterprise corporations, they would have legal handle this right here. So like the Imperious type people, transactional attorneys, they would handle this. Licensing, yeah, you would have an attorney, a JD handle this type of work. Lauren, let's do a little. Republicans have a majority in all 3 branches of government. Most realize the shutdown isn't Democrats' fault, but at least we can trick the people who live in the sticks and the old folks' home. I mean, that's a good point, Lauren. That's a good point. Trump does have all 3. I mean, I don't think Trump has a super majority, but Trump definitely has a majority. I mean, we know that for a fact. The Republicans have the majority. Let's see in the House. Okay, so Republicans have a narrow majority with 220 seats, while Democrats hold 215. Okay, it is pretty tight, and there are currently 2 vacant seats. Steve Scalise, Majority Leader, Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, of course, all Republican, Conference Chair, Lisa McClain, Republican, of course, Policy Committee Chair. Yeah, I mean, of course, naturally, Trump has the majority, not a super majority. It is a slim majority. Yeah, it is a slim majority, but Trump still has the majority. And as Trump said, the Democrats refuse to budge, which they don't have to, they don't have to concede. And Trump did make a, I don't know if he's going to follow through with this, but Trump did say that during this shutdown, people are going to lose their jobs. So taking what Trump said at face value, it appears that most of these people are not going to be furloughed, they're just going to be terminated. Entitlement programs are still going to hold. Everybody who's receiving, SSI, Medicaid, Medicare, that's going to be paid. It's going to be paid. Entitlement is going to continue. It's the government workers, they are going to be furloughed or just terminated. Remember, WIC runs out in 2 days, so Democrat constituents are going to hurt bad. Yes, WIC runs out in 2 days. Generally, these people are paid around, that first week of the month. But Imperious, to touch on what you said, not disagreeing with you, Imperious, but just to touch on what you said, they did state they are contingencies. What the contingencies will be, that's a good question. I do believe they're going to revert back to state funding. And a lot of WIC is just that people are not going to be paid. So if you are a woman or a man who works on behalf of WIC, like you're a woman who helps, like maternity or breastfeeding, you may not be paid immediately, but you're going to be paid. And WIC, when it comes to like formula, milk, that's still going to be handed out. So babies are still going to receive formula. More than likely, the people who support mothers, babies who are on WIC, they're still going to go to work. They're just not going to be paid immediately. They're not going to be paid on their known pay date. They'll just be paid later. Yes, the new, let's see, Pierce. No, it's actual people who get WIC. The money won't go out. Right, the money won't go out, but the people who get WIC, they're receiving formula. They're receiving like breastfeeding care that comes from like a wet nurse, or like there's some, I forgot the name of the people, but there's women who help other women, just help them breastfeed their babies. Like babies are still going to receive their formula. Those babies who are on formula, they're still going to receive their formula. Like Similac is not going to stop being handed out, given out. I don't believe that. Imperious, no. Imperious, no. Imperious, when it comes to WIC, they're not, no, Imperious. I can maybe see that with Medicare and Medicaid, but WIC is completely separate. And there again, there's also state level contingencies that are going to come into effect. Like WIC is just too sensitive. Imperious, no. Imperious, WIC is too sensitive. This is women in their infants, women infant care, women who just had their babies, women, babies under 3 months, under 6 months. No. No one's going to stop formula from being received to an infant, Imperious, because of government shutdown. That's not going to happen. There are contingencies in place. Also, WIC is completely separate. Even at Walmart, those WIC stores, or WIC is completely separate from like general. So if you are paying through WIC, Walmart has something completely separate for you, like food, formula. Those items that can be paid through WIC are separate. And WIC also has state programs as well. So it's just the federal government. Again, contingencies are in place, Imperious. Like there's no way people are going to stop infants receiving their formula. That's not going to happen. No, it's not. No, Imperious. No, none of that. No, Imperious. No. Like it's just WIC. Come on, Imperious. No, Imperious. WIC is too sensitive. Like you're dealing with like, especially with mortality, infant mortality, maternal mortality. Like that's too sensitive of an issue with WIC. Okay, the new maps, right? So there's new congressional maps. So we know Texas has a new congressional map. I think Texas picked up 4. I think I'm wrong. The new congressional map. Let's see. Can Texas use its new congressional map for 2026? A trio of judges will decide. And this is as of September 29th, 2025. The same plaintiffs who are challenging the state's 2021 maps have asked the court to block the new GOP-approved districts from being used in the fast-approaching midterms. Here we go, midterms coming up. This week, a trio of federal judges will consider whether Texas can use its new congressional map in the 2026 election, marking the first legal test for the districts produced by a summer of intense partisan clashing. State lawmakers redrew the electoral lines with the goal of adding 5 more Republican seats, so 5, not 4, 5, from Texas to the GOP's narrow House majority. But a cadre of individuals and advocacy groups now argue this unusual mid-decade redistricting is unconstitutional on several fronts, including the lawmakers illegally relied on race and drew a map that violates Black and Hispanic voters' rights to equal protection. When it comes to gerrymandering, you cannot redistrict based on race. That is illegal. They're asking the courts to stop the state from using the map for the fast-approaching midterms, which would likely mean reverting to the most recent version passed in 2021 and used in each of the last 2 elections. The state, meanwhile, argues that new lines should stand because they were drawn with the nakedly political yet court-sanctioned motive of winning more GOP seats without regard for race. The hearing, which begins Wednesday in El Paso, will stretch for 9 days. The 3-judge panel, which is also overseeing an ongoing lawsuit against the 4-year-old maps, will then issue a ruling on whether the new districts can be used in the midterm, and if not, which should be used instead. So there we go in Texas. That's 5 people. Yeah, Imperious, come up. I'll drop the link. All right, Imperious, there you go. And Ohio did 2 more. Texas, Florida. Texas 5, Florida going to do 4. Okay, Texas is 5, Florida will do 4. Okay. USDA Wednesday briefing shared its concern. USDA, U.S. Department of, okay, Imperious. When you say USDA, you're not referring to Department of Agriculture. I don't know what other USDA there is. In a Wednesday briefing, shared its concerns that WIC funding could run short by October 15th and that the agency is looking into other funding provisions. I don't know. I'm sorry, Imperious. I'm not sure what you mean by USDA.
No, the bigger issue is the Louisiana case before SCOTUS right now. That's the voting issue. It's going to limit Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And see, that's what the issue is. These map redrawns mean nothing right now. Once that goes through, the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is going to be limited to remedies. So when these liberal judges for the last 40 years have been ruling that states have to draw majority-minority districts based on race, that's gone. So it's going to be done. All these Republican states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Utah, all these states that the courts have forced them to have to draw majority minority districts for a Republican or for House seats, it's going to be done. So there are going to be 0 majority minority districts. 0. So all those, like the 2 in Louisiana, the 3 in Georgia, the 2 in Florida are going to be gone. Like it's going to be all Republican districts, because the only reason that these states you can see states like, for example, Massachusetts, where all 9 seats are gerrymandered so that they're Republican districts. But for some reason, the Republicans can't do that because liberal judges for the last 40 years have said, oh, no, that's racism, though. Section 2, you have to draw a majority-minority district, which is against directly the 14th Amendment. So that's the big issue. Once that goes through, it's done for the Republicans. Or the Democrats. They may never win the House again. And they're not going to win the Senate for another 20 years because the Senate map looks horrible. So that's why they're freaking out right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to babble. Like, are you there or no?
No, I'm listening to you, Imperious. This is a big deal. I'm listening to you. I was
just saying that's the big issue, because once it goes now that, like, for example, Florida, because what do the liberals do every time they challenge a map? They go, what did you just read there? It's unconstitutional because it doesn't have minority majority districts. Well, that's going to be gone. So every map's going to be constitutional now, because the Supreme Court's already ruled that any map that's made for political gerrymandering is legal. Now they're just going to say racial gerrymandering is legal too. Doesn't matter.
I remember this occurred in Texas about 20 years ago.
The Gingles case, yeah. And the thing is, the Gingles case does not direct the courts to force them to draw majority-minority districts. It's literally a made-up thing that just happened by the district courts. If you read Gingles, it doesn't say anything about that. But the liberal judges for the last 30 years, this is what they always do. They'll take something that the Supreme Court says, and because the Supreme Court has no balls to shut their fellow judges down, they'll let them go on with these misinterpretations for 30 years. That's what's happening to the Second Amendment right now. Literally, you have cases with the Second Amendment right now where the judges, in their opinion, just goes, we don't respect the Supreme Court on this, and we believe that we are entrusting societal safety, and the Supreme Court doesn't. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, the judicial branch is a joke. Like, it's literally a dictatorship of old people. Like, it's literally the physical weakest, most isolated, secure, protected people in the country rule you. And then they rule the Congress, and then they rule the president. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the whole system's a joke. I should have run for district court judge instead of the president.
Imperious. The reason why, think about it, Imperious.
It's the only mechanism of power they have. I've said this for 30 years.
Imperious. The legislature does not want to debate and work together. If there's any one body that has the most power in the United States, it's a legislature. It's a legislative body.
Yeah, Article 1 is supposed to have unlimited power. Yeah, Article 1 is supposed to have unlimited power. But it's checked.
Okay, but who's Article 1? Let's remind everyone in the chat.
Congress is Article 1. But Article 1 is
and they
checked.
Don't want to work together. Imperious.
That's my point, but that's its nature. No, that's its nature. Article 1 isn't supposed to work together. It's supposed to be a divisive branch. That's why when they do get all on one, like they did after the Civil War, where it was supermajority Republicans, they can do anything they want. That's what they did. They literally overruled they passed amendments. They passed every law they wanted. They passed all the voting rights, the poll taxes. They passed everything. And the president can't do shit because the Congress is, okay, if you don't sign this law, we impeach you. Like the Congress can just go, any judge that rules against us, impeached immediately. Any president that rules against us, impeached. That's what they did.
So after the Civil War,
I can't really hear you. You're going in and out.
So I just wanted to remind everyone, Imperious, and I know you learned this in school. After the Civil War, the punishment for the rebels was that they were not allowed committee chairmanship. So for about 100 years, the Democrats were unable to basically push any new bill, any new policy, nothing. Everything stayed in committee, because one thing everybody knows, nothing gets done unless it leaves committee, and nothing can leave committee without the say-so of the chairman.
It's not just that. It's just that from the end of the Civil War up until Woodrow Wilson in the teens, the country was isolatory. The country we had a civil war, and we didn't want to deal with anything anymore. That was a traumatic thing for the country. And nobody wanted to deal with these big issues.
To like the 50s and 60s and periods with civil rights.
It's before that. Woodrow Wilson was the start of it in the 20s, and then Roosevelt continued it with the whole, New Deal, and he pushed against all the race stuff. He wasn't as bad on race stuff, but he was all about giving government handouts. Remember, all the entitlement programs were when Roosevelt came through. All those entitlement programs that we have are all from him. And so, like I said, this is a long-term slave state that you keep people you keep them reliant enough on the government so that they don't fight against it, but weak and not rich enough to change anything. So and so you just keep people in a sense of stasis. They can't change the government because they need the government to live. And they're too physically weak because they're not fed enough. They don't have healthy food. They are given everything. They're lazy. They don't work to actually get up and fight the government. So it's perfect. That's why, you're all saying, wick. Let them all die. I don't care. This is what I'm saying. There has to be a limit. Forced charity isn't charity. That's just stealing. And giving it how much money do you think of the WIC money actually goes to those people, and how much of the money actually goes to the bureaucrats? They siphon that money.
You know what WIC is? Imperious, you really are going after the least.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not, because these are the programs that the Democrats use to launder their money. This is how it's done. People say, "Oh, that's why you." No, that's why you hear on CNN. Hold on. This is why you hear on CNN. Illegals get nothing. They don't get. Well, how many illegals are on WIC? All those fucking anchor babies. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the government only works. It's just moving money around so you can't trace it. What do you think? Where do you think the $26 billion Gavin got for homelessness, and he lowered the homeless rate from 100,000 to 175,000? He actually increased it. Where'd all that money go? They put it into all these WICs, low class thing, low charitable or low income this, low income that, housing subsidy this, school lunches.
If you fix the problem, right, then there's no funding. So they always gotta, they always gotta keep the
Exactly.
problem
Without the
to sell you the
problem, they don't
solution.
have a reason to exist. Like, if the problem of poverty, drugs, race actually was solved, these people, these butch dyke lesbian Karens that are sitting in the fucking government wouldn't have jobs. You wouldn't have the elite upper middle class college to government pipeline. Like, this is all it is welfare for the upper middle class, so they get to sit in places that they get to impose their ideology on people without any oversight. They just are the ones that are your case manager that just deny you if you're white, and you have to take 4 years to get an appeal. You'll never find out how it happened. The paperwork and the bureaucracy hides everything. Like, do we not see how things work? Like, this is what I mean. This is what I'm saying, Ponder. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like, it's nice that we want to do things for people, but forced charity, taking people's money in a lump sum and then just giving it out to states and whoever to use it as they want to use it, is literally money laundering, and it's stealing from each one of us. Ponder, do you know how many billions of dollars have been given to NGOs to move unaccompanied kids, to put them in people's houses that they don't know if they're pedos or not, they are not related to fam? How many billions of dollars are given to those organizations, Ponder? Where do you think the billions are? Do you think it's earmarked in budget saying, we're going to give this to NGOs to move unaccompanied children that nobody knows? No. It's put on humanitarian relief under the budget. This is what I'm saying. Like, do we not see the scam? Just say you're giving it to somebody people feel sorry for, and no one will check it. It's the same thing with child support. Every receipt that a person gets for child support should be recorded, and all that money should be audited at the end of every month to make sure none of that money was spent on toys, none of it was spent on bar tabs, trips, clothes for the mom or the dad, or parties, or any. No. Why don't we track that? Why don't we? Because, no, children. No. Give the money. Just give it. Children.
Imperious.
Let them fucking die.
You know that the laws are starting to change because
Imperious.
Well, yeah, Tennessee.
Can I talk to you, both of you, about this real quickly, please? What I have here on this screen, if I may.
Sure, of course.
Okay. Who is receiving social safety nets benefits?
Well, I mean, it's poor, like,
it is poor people. We always hear.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's okay. You understand that this money is not tracking who individually it's going for. It's tracking what agencies it goes to.
No, I understand that, and a lot of that will be going to the state level.
Hold on, Ponder. Did you hear the whistleblower that came out from the Social Security Administration? I'll try to find the video and post the link in the back of that. They push them and they put them on long-term disability. When illegals come in here, they are interviewed to be put on long-term disability. And then when they're put on long-term, they're given a social security card. How do you feel about that, Ponder?
That's right here. We have 46 million white people, and I put non-Hispanic, white, non-Hispanic, all races. This as of 2022, 46
How do you
million.
know that's going to that white people? Because I see a lot of crime statistics where black people are recorded as white in the prison system.
Agreed.
No, all you have to do is just change a
Happens in New
simple
York. It
letter
happens
in
in
the
New York.
system. And remember, like I said, Ponder, nobody checks. There's no auditing.
Actually,
These
Imperious,
people are activists in these these government administrations. They literally go in there and they say, we're activists. I don't care. I'm willing to lose my job as long as I give billions of dollars to the illegals while I'm in here.
actually,
You
Imperious,
don't get
remember,
what's going on, Ponder.
Imperious, you remember
I'm not
the
denying that this is happening, but that, hey, Artifacts, hi. I'm not denying that this is not happening, but Imperious, the level of, I'm not denying what you're saying is incorrect, Imperious, but when we're discussing this level of fraud, and when we're looking at just two race groupings here in the United States, Black people and white people, both groups in large numbers are receiving these entitlements. And when it comes to Social Security, which you know, Imperious, you pay through your payroll. Every single time you work, you have to pay into Social Security. These people at the end, at what, 65 or 68, they're receiving these entitlement benefits, which and technically I don't see it as entitlement. You've earned
You're a
it.
citizen. You paid into it. You earned it. You that is yours as an American citizen. This has nothing to do with refugees, with economic migrants, with foreign-based special administrative passes like the Venezuelans.
I'm looking at white Americans. This is not, which again, not NGOs. The vast majority of all illegal immigrants we know are not white people. We know that. You have Medicaid. These are white women, white American women and their children. WIC. So 2.1 million white women, non-Hispanic, receive WIC. That's a lot of women. Imperious, when it comes to things like this, I don't do race politics. These are women and their children. I could give a damn about race. You cannot these women need these things. And most of the time, a lot of the time, they're just transitioning. We don't know their situation, but if they did not have this entitlement, they would be in a lot of trouble. And when it comes to WIC, this directly impacts mortality, women and infant mortality. I don't want to go into details, but you know it takes a lot to care for these newborns right after a woman has her
Ponder,
child.
play the link I just posted in the back really quick. I want you to listen to this. No, I'm not talking about, put the kids aside. I want you to listen to that interview by a Social Security Administration official. That was a whistleblower. Just listen to her interview, and I will wait, and you can respond to me after you
that they
hear
would
all that.
qualify for long-term
Can you hear
Social
it?
Security disability.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, and long-term Social Security disability is for life.
Yeah.
So if they get identified and qualify for long-term Social Security disability, they are as good as set up for life for medical treatment.
That doesn't sound like a refugee to me. Just being honest.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody who's planning on staying here.
Yeah,
A
right,
refugee
right.
stays until the problem's over and then goes home.
Well, that's right. And so they instructed us to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're now called clients.
They're called clients.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because clients pay.
Ssure.
See?
Sure. I'm starting
And
to
so-
see where this is leading. here.
So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they'd had any headaches, recurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Excuse me, anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Part of the screening is supposed to be, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever?
Right.
No. Okay, good. You can come in.
Yeah.
You get on the airplane. Are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Yes. Good. So we can give you disability.
Correct.
What?
Yes.
This is insanity.
Yes, it is insanity.
But in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number?
Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security. Yeah.
Wait. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get a Social Security number.
Right.
They become legal.
Correct.
Are you pulling my leg?
No, I'm not. And then after we processed them for a Social Security card, then we were to process them for a U.S. passport.
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
this is criminal, bro.
So that's about the time I kind of decided, okay, I was done. I've heard everything I want to know. I was so angry about this, that they would receive a U.S. passport. It just, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that we were giving these people Social Security cards and U.S. passports and free medical, free housing, free food, free everything.
Yeah, but the thing that bothers me, because the food we can recoup from, and the money irritates me, but we can earn it back and we can stop the program or whatever it is. But once you give somebody a Social Security number and you give them what's considered globally the golden ticket, which is a U.S. passport,
right?
That is beyond comprehension that we're
Right.
doing this.
That's right.
Do bureaucrats know this is happening?
Well, interestingly enough, no, they don't. A lot of governors are unaware of how many refugees have come into their state, where they're located, under what conditions they've arrived. And I believe this is intentional. I believe this is intentional. Now, we do know that the governor of Texas and the governor of Tennessee have both stopped this, and they're refusing to take any more refugees. In fact, the federal government has filed a lawsuit against both of those states because they're refusing to take any more refugees.
How dare you keep your people safe?
Right.
But okay, so let's just say all the states are saying we want to pull out of this refugee resettlement program from the federal government. Then they're fine, right? There's no other way the refugees are getting in.
Well, no, the state can assert that they no longer want to receive refugees. And then the federal government says, all right. And so then they start implementing a program called the Wilson Fish program. And Wilson Fish simply bypasses the sovereignty of that state. In other words, the state no longer processes the refugees. That means, in plain English, you no longer get to know how many are coming in, when they're coming in, where they're going, how much money is being spent on them, whether they're diseased or not diseased. You've lost all control over the entire situation. And as a sovereign state, you've relinquished that. And so Wilson Fish comes in then, and all of the federal monies that are set aside for this program bypass the state and go to third-party entities. And that would be something like Catholic Charities or Jewish Vocational Services. So it would bypass the state entirely, and they would take over the entire process of processing the refugees.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And as a U.S. citizen and as a citizen of the sovereign state of Missouri, I am not in favor of that. I think we need to maintain our sovereignty, just like we would in the United States. Honestly, we are first a citizen of the state of Missouri because we are a sovereign state, and then we're a citizen of the United States of America. But our first sovereignty and citizenship is to our state. And a lot of people don't realize that. So in order for us to maintain the health and welfare and the security of our borders, we must know who's coming and going.
Yeah, you have to.
Right.
You have to. And FUNU doesn't work for me.
FUNU doesn't work for me either.
And giving them a Social Security number and a passport actually makes this problem worse, not better.
Correct.
Have we been placed at risk? I mean, you mentioned that this is an invasion. Are we at risk?
I believe we are at risk, Josh, because when they come in, we're urged to compatriate them with fellow refugees, those who have come in before them. We are urged to locate other communities of refugees from the same country of origin, the same language, the same culture as those who are arriving. And so when they come in, and we have had Syrians come in, and we know Syrians are on the list of those 7 countries that have been banned. And so we've received Syrians here in Missouri.
Even after the ban?
Yes.
What?
Yes. And so these Syrians are coming in, and we know that they are coming from a country of origin that has malevolent intent toward us as a nation. And we now know they're not being vetted, and we now know that not only are they coming from a malevolent country or a country that has malevolent intent, and we now know they're not vetted, we're giving them support, and we're giving them a passport.
What name do they put on the passport if their name on the thing is FUNU?
I don't know.
Can they just pick a name?
Now put the next video I just posted up about Minnesota, how they just found out that 50% of all Muslim immigrants that have gone into Minnesota over the last 20 years have done it illegally and have done it fraudulently.
Bro, well, but back
So now
to
you have an entire state where half of that population has come, and now, so are we going to get up and deport them all? Because now the Democrats are going to go, oh, you can't deport them all. They're here now. Oh my God, the children, don't deport them. You can't put them on planes.
Should shock all of America. Focusing on a list of over 1,000 target cases involving more than 900 individuals, our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visas, and many other discrepancies. Over the course of the operation, our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. Since September 19th, officers from our fraud
Ponder,
detection and
now
national
you can
security
answer me.
working
What
in
I
teams
am
have
I that
conducted
extreme,
over
Ponder?
1,000 site visits across.
Am I that extreme, Ponder? When you don't get it, your country is using you as slaves and are bringing in your new masters. That's what you don't. You Ponder, you are a slave. Trillions of dollars are disappearing out of thin air. And everyone's just rushing it. It's literally rape, Ponder. You are raping and plundering, and nobody cares. Because, oh my God, children, let them all fucking die. I don't care, Ponder. This is what I'm saying. Empathy is death. When are we, like, what is the solution, Ponder? To just keep helping forever until everyone's dead? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't care if poor people lose. There needs to be less poor people in the world. Do you know that?
I'm not saying, in Paris, that's not what I'm stating. I'm referring specifically to the WIC program.
Let them die. Let the mothers and children die. Yes, let them die. Let them die. What do they produce? What do they produce for society? How do they help anyone other than just plain existing and saying, I deserve to exist because I just am existing?
Look, the United States has made it very clear that it needs people.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
we need less people. No, we need less people. No. See, this is the whole point.
What the government is stating and
the government is stating that illegals don't vote. We just found out that the Iowa superintendent was registered to vote and voted in Maryland.
Yeah, they do vote.
What the fuck, Ponder? You're the only one playing by the game, by the rules. You've literally fallen for rules for radicals number 4. Hold your opponent to their own standards while you have none yourself. That's why they go, oh, you're Christian. You can't deport them now. They're here. Jesus wouldn't want you to deport them. What would Jesus do? You claim to be a Christian. Don't you love Jesus?
Imperious. I am not, again, disagreeing with what you are stating.
Why don't we launch them over the border with trebuchets?
Imperious, if I may say, I have personally seen what these illegal immigrants do. I have personally been affected by them. They really do go hard for this marriage fraud, which I personally, my own life, I said, used very harsh profanity and told that alien to leave me alone. I even reported, Imperious, I've actually driven to the ICE office myself to report an illegal alien.
No, I believe you. I'm just saying that, Ponder,
the time has come where
sweeping generalizations need to be made. Sweeping generalizations need to be made for the survival of the country.
To stop, Imperious, I just cannot.
What happened before the 1960s to all those women? There was no WIC before that. Did they all survive? Yes. We had private charities.
We did.
this is
And
what I'm-
and you more than anybody know that it's the Catholic Church who handles that.
And that's what I'm saying. So they'll go back to the church if they need stuff. And the
And
church will have
also,
requirements for them.
Look at USAID. USAID, the Catholic charity, from what I read and understood,
Yeah,
they
is the number one recipient, but that wasn't the Catholic charities. That was the Catholic NGOs, quote, Catholic NGOs that are really globalists using the Catholic name to bring people into this country. It wasn't the Catholic local mission groups that house homeless people and vets and feed people in food kitchens. No, this was these were NGOs, communists, okay, acting as Catholic charities, okay, saying we're going to take this money, and then they pocket 90% to funnel into Democratic politicians' pockets. They take 10%, put these kids into with pedophiles. That's what happened, Ponder.
Yeah. Like the
Why,
two,
Ponder, how do you think all
LGBTQs
these
that adopted
Democratic
that kid.
politicians, how do you think the media, why is the entire establishment media behind the Democrats? Because it's money. They're funded by the government. You're seeing it now, but all the USAID receipts, all these companies, all these conglomerates, everything, government workers, NGOs, welfare, social service, everything is a welfare program for useless human beings. 80% of this country are useless, Ponder. Did you know that? Ponder, did you know that 70% of the state of California is on social assistance of one type or another?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
70% of a whole state. It's just it's just pure, like, and this is what I mean by women, and I'm not talking you specifically, Ponder. You're a smart chick, but women in general can't have opinions on this, because in the end, if it must be done that you have to put 1 million children, let's say, into the ground to save your nation, women won't do it. They'll say, let's end our nation. That's what I'm trying, and that's what I'm saying. Like, hard choices have to be met, Ponder. What happens now when you have 40 million people in the country saying, it's our nation now, we're taking over? Because that's what you're having. I don't know if you saw Chicago, where the feds had to glide down on Black Hawk helicopters to take back an entire apartment building because Tren de Agua controlled a 20-story apartment building in Chicago.
And Pierce, speaking about that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've received pushback on this channel. I very much want the federalization, these cities to be federalized. I do. Like, just me personally.
Anything, any city, any region, any territory that refuses to enforce laws or enforces them in a ineffectual way should be federally taken over. That's what happened in the 50s with the South.
I agree.
Okay, Eisenhower took over all the South and said, you guys are imposing poll taxes. You guys are discriminating against black people on the basis of race. You're not letting people vote. Okay, I'm taking you over. That's all. And this is what I'm saying. And this is all Trump has to do, is just say, okay, I'm taking it over. Stop me. Congress try to impeach me. This is what and Trump's starting to do that. That's why, if you're seeing everything the Democrats have, the only power they have is the appearance that you'll be seen as mean.
Mm-hmm.
That is everything that they are.
That's all.
Don't vote for them because they're mean.
Yep.
That is it.
They
But
never
once
give
you
you
stop
policy.
caring about being mean and you wear it as a badge of honor, people actually respect you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a mean person, but you're proud of it and you're out there, but people are like, okay, man.
And based
It's that
on
you're
what the
such
fuck he's
pussies
saying,
to
too.
just say, yeah, Trump should just say, fuck it. I'm arresting every governor in this country that has a sanctuary state. Stop me. What are you going to do? That's what I'm trying to say. Do something.
Dictator.
And that's, I say, okay, I am a dictator. Do something, pussies. That's what Roosevelt said. Do something, pussies. I'll pack the court. I'll arrest every member of Congress. Do something, pussies. What did Lincoln say? I'll put any person in jail in Congress. I'll arrest this entire Supreme Court. I'll execute anybody in my cabinet that talks against me. Do something. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, nobody, it's all down to every day. Everyone's got to drive on the freeway and go to get their Starbucks in the morning and think everything's okay. That's everything. Our entire society is built off don't change the status quo, because everything seems on the surface pretty and pink.
Okay, Imperius, one thing that Imperius, but you know more than anybody, once the federal government comes in, they never leave.
Good. Now we have a dictatorship, is what I want.
And Pierce,
I
I've
want
heard
a
you say
monarchy.
this, and I'm not even
Good.
disagreeing with you. Having a more authoritarian regime, I'm
I
not
want a
even
monarchy.
disagreeing with you.
I want a
I
theocratic
know. You've had some.
hereditary monarchy.
I know
A
you've had some.
theocratic hereditary monarchy is the only long-lasting and proven dictatorial or managerial way to instruct society.
Oh, okay.
Like
Imperious. So
any kind of democracy is two wolves and a sheep fighting over what's for dinner.
Yep.
I would much rather submit to a majestic lion more powerful than myself than submit to 1,000 rats of my own species.
Yo, dude,
okay,
it's like
I know. Yeah, I know.
it's
Imperious
like
is
the
base. I mean,
it's
and
like
when he becomes poetic, I do like that. But here's
but
the
it's
thing.
like
Yeah, just let you know. Sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry, but it's like the dictator that we had back in DR. Like all the women from that give me the story, they always have something negative to say about this man, right? But every man that gives a story about this man, it's a different story. It's like, bro, like, oh, like the money was worth, nobody was stealing, like you could sleep with your door open, like nobody would commit a crime, and if you did commit a crime, like if you stole, they'll chop your hand, and like, bro, and like they would tell me all these stories of like how great it was. This is the men point of view, but then the women would give me the point of view of like, oh no, this guy was horrible, and I'm just like, come on, man, like
The thing
the
is
guy had
to
the country
impose
running
people.
good.
Women don't see what we've done is we've removed the reality of safety from women. Even in third world countries, you have things called femicide, where it's somehow worse to kill a woman than a man.
Yeah, and
Femicide.
that's that dude, and that's the whole reason why Trujillo's empire fell because he killed 3 women. He sent to kill 3
Yeah.
women, and once
Yep.
he did that, that was it.
Because what it is men have daughters, and men go, "Oh my God, what if that was my daughter?"
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
what I'm saying. Having women or any kind of, it's just, there's a reason why the serpent went to Eve. It's the lesser and weaker vessel. It could control that easier. And women are, and this is the thing, it sounds so bad, and I wish it wasn't like this. Look, the women that I've dated that I have I treat them nice. I don't, but in the end, the basic thing, what women don't want to realize is they are fuck cattle. They're fuck cattle. Everything that you equate to a woman is about fucking. Even women say, "Oh, she's so beautiful." What is beauty? Oh, a reflection of how someone wants to fuck her. Like everything about woman is to fuck. But yet, for some reason, because men are such pussies and don't want their property, i.e., their women that they've made, to be treated how they've treated other men's women, they have this one's like men that have daughters are a plague because they innately become the complete and ultra feminist because they don't want to imagine their daughter getting a facial. Like that's the end of it. And this is what I'm trying to say. The existence of woman is a degradation. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like people don't understand. Like this is what I mean. It's just the realities of the world nobody wants to talk about. And that's why I told John a couple of weeks ago, I said, the only conversations I want to have are the most uncomfortable ones because they're the ones that we haven't had in 1,000 years and the ones nobody's allowed to have. It's the last bastion of censorship is the types of discussions that no one wants to have.
Bro,
Like,
I
don't know.
I stopped hanging out with friends that told me it's like, yo, you can't speak about women that way because you have daughters, and I'm like, bro, you need to get the fuck out my face, bro.
If you have daughters, you realize how precious they are.
Exactly,
and that
man.
they can't be used like that. That they get fucked up like that if they're used.
Thank you.
They're very delicate emotionally and mentally and physically. They're supposed to be kept away from everything until they're able to be passed to a man that can therefore for the rest of their life keep them from everything.
Yep.
The father keeps them away from
my
them.
last name dies right there too.
Well, it depends, but that's not as much, especially because if you imagine if you married into like the Medicis, would you really care? You know what I mean? You're part of the Medici family. You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't, that's kind of like, that's not the thing is really a father cares about one. He understands that the daughter, while she's under his control, has to be cared for, protected, and provided for like a child until he's ready to pass her to a man that will treat her like that for the rest of her life.
Amen.
That's and people think it's like me disrespecting women. No, it's women disrespecting
but you're absolutely
themselves.
right, though.
It's women disrespecting themselves, and then me calling it out on what they're treating themselves like, and then being seen as a bad guy.
Yeah,
If
I
women,
mean,
like I said,
but these girls that treat themselves like that, they're not valuing
because they
themselves
have
for the
bad fathers.
future.
Like I said, it goes back to the
Yeah,
men.
but they're not valuing themselves for the future, which is
It's
to
because
have
their
a
fathers
husband and
didn't
have
value
children.
them. Their fathers didn't value them. Do you know how many men that have daughters that are on OnlyFans are like, okay, she's making a lot of money.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
on
yeah.
her
That's
own.
a horrible father, dude.
She's
Piece of shit.
she's making a living. She's a
Yeah, but you're
strong.
a
She
piece of
doesn't.
shit, though.
Exactly. Women have been able to make their living for their entire from eternity being a prostitute. Is that really the good thing? Is that something that we should be reflecting? That we should be encouraging? Because
Hell no.
obviously it screws women's minds up, just like being a man
Hell
and
no.
sleeping with a bunch of women, and then you think back when you're older, like I do all the time. I feel bad about it. Like, dude,
Yeah,
I feel bad all the time.
most smart women love math and typing shit, man. So get yourself an accounting job. Get yourself
Oh, I know. My mom
something
was a
that has to
CPA.
do.
Dude.
You know what I
Yeah, my
mean?
mom was a CPA.
Like
Yeah.
women love that type of shit. So like, just do that. Like, why does it have to be OnlyFans? Like
Dude, like, and it's because the thing is this is what I'm saying. It's the nature of women understand. Like, this is what I'm saying. They're not stupid. They're smarter than guys in a lot of ways because they understand innately that they can't survive without help, whether it be society or a man or their family. Okay, so what they do is they've pushed a society and they've guilted men into creating a society that men have been replaced by that safety net of society. So therefore, women have become men to be dating how men date, only about looks, because men only need women for how they look. Essentially, that's how men date. Women needed men for survival, resources, protection, all this stuff. That's been removed. So now they can become guys and only date on looks.
Yeah.
That's why they always say, I can't find a hot guy. I can't find a hot guy. Every guy's ugly. Only 1% of men. I want 6 foot, 500K. This, that. Yeah, because now they can be men, and you've removed their original instinct for mating. The original instinct for mating. Women never wanted to have sex. They only did it because they had to do it to survive. That's why they have the clitoris, an entire organ dedicated to sexual pleasure, because it's not normal to want to be invaded and pounded into. Imagine, Latino, you laying on your back and a 200-pound guy that's all hairy, dripping sweat on your face.
Oh,
dripping sweat on your face, looking, breathing hard into your face, going, "Oh yeah, take it, bitch. Oh, I'm gonna fuck that pussy. I'm gonna grab those," and all those, like a man's rough hands grabbing your tits, a man's smell. You think they want to do that?
It's like Linwood on a 100-pound girl.
Yeah, never. No woman ever wants to do that. They have to be convinced to do that by liquor, by social pressures, by need for safety.
I mean, shit, when you see those like hot ass chicks date those fat, ugly ass Arabs, man, there's a reason.
Dude, holy shit, Ponder. Can I post a picture in the back? And I'm gonna post it's a picture of this really good looking young girl who has this, she's writing this email to her friend talking about how she's been shit on, banged animals, banged underage kids to be, and then in her thing, look, hold on, Ponder. Yeah, like it is.
I can't do that. Like shaming a woman, I can't do that.
It's not shaming. It's her own words on an email. It's her putting a picture. Like,
and look what Pierce, you've basically just proven, you have just said why I don't want to bring this up against this woman. Nobody wants to do this, and you're doing this for. And you're doing this for safety and for money, and the money is just so you can survive. No, and I'm guessing this is something Dubai. In Latino for Trump.
Yeah, it was Dubai. Yeah, it was a Dubai thing. Yeah, it's a porta
potty. You're there giggling, Latino for Trump. I don't even.
But Ponder, it's because it is survival though. Because remember, women have now been convinced they can only survive by $1 million a year. That's why they don't have children. That's what's the first thing you have. Why women?
I saw something where a woman was basically paid by the father. Was she an American girl? No, a girl from Brazil, where she was being paid by the father to basically take the virginity of the son who was underage.
Yeah, she talked about that in email, that she had banged like 13-year-olds to make them men from in Morocco and stuff.
But listen, it's not shaming women. I have a mother, I have daughters, I have a wife, and I respect all these women.
Dude, my mom would shame these women. Are you kidding me? My mom was a virgin. She married my dad at 16.
My mom would look down on this chick and she'd be like, "What the hell is wrong with her? She need mental help."
Yeah, my mom married at like 16, 17. My dad was like 9 years older.
Dude, my dad
Like,
was
she was
11
a
years older
virgin,
than
dude. My
my mom.
mom would shame these people too. Are you fucking kidding me?
My dad was what, 32? My mom was 19.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. That's how it should be.
Yep. And look at my
Like
brother
Tom
now. He's
Likas
what,
said this. He said, men, stop looking at women your
24?
own age. Stop
His
looking at
girlfriend's
women that are
26.
18 right
Yeah,
now.
that's not. Yeah, okay, both of you, that's not going to happen. If you seriously cannot over 21, we're living in a completely different time. It's not happening. Like
No,
there
but
was a guy.
it's
I'm sure
not
it
though.
was. I'm sure that was great
I
back
mean,
then.
look
Yeah.
at Al Pacino.
No.
He just had a
No,
kid with a
No, but
Asian
in
lady.
most of the world, that's how it goes right
Al
now. Paul.
Pacino.
It's
No.
only in the West. It's
Yeah,
only in the
and
West.
yeah, the West, which in the same breath, Imperius, you talk about the supremacy of the West. You do.
Yeah,
And
but
so
that's
many
part of our
facets of that.
degradation.
No,
Our
it is not
supremacy
part of
was
degradation where a man
our
cannot
supremacy
find
was
a
that we had
teenage
arranged
girl.
marriages through the church.
No.
I'm
Imperius,
only
you
like
can
what, 3
find
years
someone
older
over
than my wife?
21, and that is more than enough for everybody.
Ponder,
Over 21.
hold on. Ponder,
Imperius,
what?
Imperius, no, I'm
Hold
not
on.
even
I
going to
get your
remotely
opinion.
even debate this with you. They're
I
looking to
get.
change like porn to 21 as opposed to.
No, I'm not. No, Ponder, hold on.
Look up your doctor did it. Imperius, no. Over 21. Over 21.
Why? What is the abstract number? Mary was 15. Joseph was 80.
Why are you Imperius? My
Mary
God.
was 15.
Like, how is
Joseph
this
was
even
80.
a discussion? How is this even
Mary
a
was
discussion?
15. Joseph was 80.
You cannot, Imperius, of everything that you're saying, the fact that you're still arguing for teenage girls, no.
I'm not arguing.
Yes, you
Ponder,
are.
listen to what
Over
I'm saying.
21.
Listen to what I'm saying. Ponder.
21. Do you
Ponder,
know
teenage is just an abstract number. It's just an abstract number.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop that.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
normal- it's
Imperius.
normal
No,
back
it is
home.
not. Imperius. You
Ponder,
know
a male's
Imperius,
brain
Imperius,
doesn't.
Imperius, 1 second, please. You know, Imperius, you know that the federal government pushed all the states to move their drinking age to 21. If you did not, you were not going to receive funding for international.
But why was that? Why?
Why exactly did they do that, Imperius?
Because they had hospital bills that were coming from the federal government that was having to be paid. They didn't do it for the goodness of their heart. They did it because all that stuff.
Of their heart. There is a reason why you're not going to sit here and have a bunch of teenagers drunk driving your roads. There's a reason.
They do it in Europe.
Who cares? It's Europe.
People in
Why do you
Canada
pick
drink
and
at 8.
choose when to follow non-United States societies and cultures?
Dude, the drinking age only became that way in the 80s.
My about the Middle East. You will. You are the first to complain about the Middle
Ponder.
East.
My grandpa got pulled over 5 times in his 20s
You know
for
what? You
DUIs.
want to speaking about Africa, which you like to do quite frequently. You know they have these child brides still in Africa.
In Georgia, you can get married at 15. In Georgia, you can get married at 15.
Imperius. It is so just the societal degradation. How you treat
that's not degradation if there was a mature man at that. No, hold on. Ponder.
Jerry Seinfeld, I think, got with his.
Dude,
with his
he was in high school. Latino for Trump. Shoshana was in high school. She was still literally.
Mick Jagger banged a 14-year-old when he's 40, and he took her around on tour.
Imperius. Wow.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's not like. Remember. What about the Jack Nicholson? What was the boat issue?
I mean, I'll be honest,
at Nicholson's house with the boat. What were those actors that had that 16-year-old chick that died on the boat? I think it was what was there?
Natalie Wood?
Yes. And then she died on the boat. Yeah, and they died, and then none of them got. Dude, she was a 16-year-old girl. They were all having sex with her. It was like 4 or 5 huge name celebrities. Warren Beatty, I think, was one of them. And then she got killed on a boat. Mysterious circus that looks like a murder. None of them got tried. It just disappeared.
If I could fly.
So I'm just saying, like, this is not like this is dude, if you had 18, 19-year-old girls being paired with mature 30, 33-year-old men that had financial stability and everything, you'd have a strong, stable society. Because there'd be no cheating on the end of the men because they'd have what they want, the young
That
pussy.
is total and complete lie. That is a total and complete lie that these men do not cheat. And they're cheating, bringing diseases to these women. That is
men in general, as you get older,
all you're
don't
going to
cheat
do
as
is
much.
just take her youth and just use her for your own personal
But she's using him for money and security.
No,
it's an equal exchange.
no. We have progressed in society that a woman can obtain financial security without marriage. That's the one thing that you're not
Why?
happy
No,
to
they haven't.
hear.
No, we haven't.
Yes, you can.
All the top
Imperious,
15 richest women in the world are all from divorce.
Imperious. Hang tight, Imperious, hang tight. Imperious, I am a Black woman, a dark-skinned Black woman. With all the BS I have gone through, the racism, I am still in this great United States able to earn an incredible income through my intellect. I do not have to fuck for money. I literally can use my brain to earn a very, very, very high income. Imperious
like
on W2. On W2.
No, I get that. Ponder, I never said you can't. I said, why would you want to? Why would you want to? If I could sit back and be a sloth.
Want to, Imperious. Imperious, I want to.
But why? What does that mean to?
No, Imperious, I don't want to use sex. I don't. Imperious, I could have in my younger years, especially how I looked back then, and I'm like 118 and 5'8", and these grown ass men coming after me, and even my own dad, who is a very old school man. I even remember he made a comment that, you know what, if this was before, if things were the way they were before, like in the 80s, I would have been married off. He literally said that to me when I was like 21 years old. It really bothered him, and he's an old ass man, that the fact that I was not married, like it bothers these people at 21. No, Imperious, I do not want to do that. Imperious,
I just find it as illogical. I get it. I get it. I find it as illogical.
I don't want to do that. And you hear
stories. I know, but what does it matter compared to efficiency? Don't you know this?
What efficiency, Imperious? I don't want to use my body. I don't want to use my body to earn income.
I use my body every day. You're using your body. Your brain's part of your body.
Imperious, look where we are in this country.
Your brain's part of your body, Ponder.
Imperious, look where we are. The country we live in.
Ponder, your brain's part of your body. Men every day in construction are using their body.
Talking about that. We were just talking about the Rolling Stones song "Brown Sugar," which is about Mick Jagger or whomever basically buying a Black girl in New Orleans at the marketplace. That's what the song is about.
Dude, I would have no Ponder, I have no problem with rich guys buying chicks anyways. That's what happens anyways, Ponder.
Imperious, even the women, I live here in a sundown town, even what these white women have told me about the fact that things were so different for them back then. Even we're talking about 40 years ago, the level of dependency that you had. Moreover, wait a minute, Imperious. And let's just say you're in a happy marriage, you're young, you have a great marriage, no problems. Your husband, either he lost a finger, which is worse than a man losing a leg, a man losing his index finger, he is completely and totally handicapped. A man losing dexterity, he can't work, especially if he's blue collar. And then not only dealing with men and your addictions, Imperious, which you just happen to gloss over. Men, your addictions. Men, your health issues. Men, it is a benefit to men to be married. Not only do you get young wife, you get sex, you get a home. The woman is the home. You all would live in a cardboard box.
Ton too.
Men live in the hood and they drive badass cars. A man will live in a shitty house and he'll have a man.
I agree. A single guy doesn't care. Yeah, if a guy's not after a girl, he'll live in a shack.
Me, hell to the no. We're the complete opposite. Imperious, my house now, Imperious, I'll tell you right now, it is valued at over close to $600,000. And I'm not even gonna tell you what I owe.
No, it's nice. I believe it. Yeah.
No. I busted ass so hard, so I, questions to ponder, can live how I want to live in a safe place, safe HOA near a lake, so I can just work out. It's not to have a man. It's just so I needed safety.
Yeah, but that's the life of every woman I knew from college. Like, hold on, Ponder.
And I did that through my intellect, Imperious. That's what we can
Ponder,
do.
Hold on. I get it. Ponder, let me explain though. Okay, like when I went to law school. Okay. Do you think those girls in law school were sitting there looking like to actually be lawyers, or do you think they were using their brain, okay, and then they got with a guy who made tons of money? Yes. They never had to work. They had their brains, and they get to work out every day, and they live in Coto de Casa.
That would be awesome. Ponder, that's a dream come true.
Why would you not want to do that? You could have traded it in and done that.
Yeah,
you're 5'8", 118. You could have traded that in and done that. That's what I don't understand the logic of wanting to work if you don't have to. Ponder, if I
don't
could
even
do
work like
nothing
that
in my-
anymore. Imperious, like I don't even have to work like that anymore.
No, I get that. I'm saying, and when you were young, though, if I was young, Ponder, the amount of work that I had to do when I was young to get anything, if I knew I could trade that okay, to have done nothing but marry some chick and sit on my ass for the rest of my life, that is the smartest decision in the entire universe.
I
Why
like
would
having my brain. I like having my brain go to
But
use.
you
I do.
can have
I'm
your
being honest
brain.
with you. I'm just being honest with you. And Pierce, you know what?
But
So
that's the
clearly
best
you're
reflection
stating,
of your brain, that you're taking the path of least resistance and getting the most access, the most resources, and the most reward from the least amount of work.
Imperious.
That's
Another thing that
literally
you're
the
not
best
mentioning,
efficiency.
men, they don't practice monogamy. They don't.
Ponder,
And you don't
most do
know.
what Ponder. I'm 37. If I had a chick, I would be too lazy, too tired, and it wouldn't be worth the effort to look at another girl. That's how most
Yeah.
men are in their
Men like new.
Too much stress.
Imperious. I get hit on, and one of the reasons I
Too
don't
much
just follow
stress.
is because I know these men are married. I just like there's Imperious.
Yeah, but it's too much
Imperious.
stress.
I have pictures, guys after guy after guy. I get hit on all the time. These men look good as
Yeah,
hell. I'm like,
because the
you're
guys
married.
aren't getting sex. That's a simple thing, because she's
Yeah,
not having
these
sex.
men are
Say
married,
that
like
thing.
the best looking guys, like these guys, especially
Yeah, and they're usually married to some
I
ugly chick.
know
They don't even
they're
care the chick's ugly.
right, but
He
they're
just wants to have
married.
sex with
So
her.
Imperious, why should I be? So I'm going to put myself. Think about this also, Imperious. Why am I going to be like the jump off? Like because these guys,
Why would you be a jump on if you're a virgin?
because these guys have a black girl fetish.
No,
I'm
but if
going
you're a
by
virgin, if
myself.
you're a virgin, men never ditch virgin girls.
Good to Imperious.
I didn't ditch my girl, dude. My fiance was a virgin. She decided to work for the UN in New York. I didn't ditch her, dude. No guy gets rid of a virgin if he gets with a virgin.
Facts.
There's no dude that does that. None. It doesn't happen, Ponder, because the biggest ego trip to a man is to know that only he's had it. That is the ultimate ego. And so he's literally saying, Ponder, if you were young, when you were young, and you would have just to some rich ass white dude, like a Billy Joel or a fucking all these guys that married black women, all these, and you were just like, look, I'm 5'8", I'm 118 pounds. I'll give you 2 kids, but I'm not doing shit for the rest of my life, and I'm just gonna have my own business that I want to start, or I'm gonna research or go to Scotland and study, get 5 doctorates, do nothing, go to Oxford, go to Cambridge. Yeah, okay, that's what rich chicks do. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, Ponder, you're literally like the most logical, most efficient, most successful thing that you could do to yourself is to be the most traditional way you can. That's the whole point. That is why it's fought against, and that's why it's deterred the most. Like, that's the entire reason that it's deterred by people, because all these rich chicks that tell you, oh, don't do that, be a boss, bitch, get married to rich guys and do the thing I just said, and then tell you don't do that. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it would be like, to me, if I found a girl that worked at Starbucks that was gorgeous, that was a virgin, that was sweet and nice and this and that and this, and she didn't have any freaking student loans, didn't have anything. Why wouldn't I date her? And why wouldn't you marry a girl like that, that didn't cheat, that was sweet, innocent, calm, stayed at home, didn't like going out, had no social media? Of course you would. That's all I'm saying. Ponder, it's not like, this is what I'm saying. Like, what do you think Martha Washington did? What do you think Josephine did? What do you think Augustus's wife did? What do you think Cleopatra did? Helen of Troy? Like, do you think that they were like, what? You get what I'm saying? That's all.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. We just
It's
live
just
in
so much
different
smarter.
times.
Like, I get the fear of getting with a guy that will treat you like shit, or because the real big fear, and I think you can confirm this for a woman, that the deep biological fear is that a woman trades her years of good looks to where she can access multiple men for one man who she stays with, but he dumps her after those looks are gone, to where she now can't rebound and get taken care of by anybody else.
You know, that's exactly what's been going on. Welcome to
And
social
that's the
media.
big fear. That's the big fear.
You see
And
these
so,
women at 40, and especially Caucasian women who are given all their beauty and their years. They hit. It's first off, these men leave these white. Okay, can I tell you a story? There's a social media right now. This guy is a white dude. He's a pretty good looking white dude, 40 years old. He left his white wife at 40. So they were married for about close to 20 years to be with a 19-year-old, very, very, very pretty black girl. And she wanted to be a young mom. They have like a page together. Like these men do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They
Because
chase,
ponder.
like, and think about that. It doesn't even, you can completely
And the
remove
guys
race.
that marry those, and the kind of
You
chicks those
can
dudes
remove
marry are
race from my
homebodies.
example. You can remove race
They're
from my
homebodies. Guys just want a homebody girl dude, that's what I'm saying. Like the amount that,
Why did he not stay with his wife? He had a wife of close to 20 years.
because dude, after a while, women stop wanting to have sex, especially during menopause.
Okay, 40-year-old is not like, that's not the case.
Oh,
40
yes, it is. That's menopause
No,
age.
it's not.
Yes, women are hitting menopause in their 40s now. A majority, yes, Ponder. Because of the chemicals in our food.
Okay.
Because of the chemicals in our food, because of all the things we do, the drugs we take, yes, Ponder, just like puberty hits now at 13 and 12 and 11.
So you're saying, so basically you're saying now that if a woman gives herself at a young age to family, to husband, to family, she's running the risk of entering menopause at 40, because you have a lot of women, that is not the case for them at all, I'm curious. They're still very, very active and youthful. Very, very active.
There's premenopause too, right? Isn't there premenopause as well?
No, I've heard of that, but I don't know. Like
Ponder,
and on top of that,
I know.
Imperious, there's something else I think you need to know. I'm sure you heard about, like women and geriatric pregnancies.
Geriatric pregnancy after 35, yeah.
That's not the case. It's not true. I can provide to you the medical journals, because I pull up primary sources.
The term geriatric just means high risk. It doesn't mean like geriatric, like you're too old, like the actual uterus is like shriveled up. No, it just means that it's a higher risk pregnancy. Like Ponder, the
there's a correlation between
the bigger correlatory is between autism and having children older.
No,
That's
and I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, autism with the male's age. It's
females. No, it's females too. It's males
not.
and females age.
No, it's
That's why
men.
you have a male that's older and in their 30s and a young
No,
female in their 19s, and they have the best children. Yes.
Imperious, I'll pull it.
Ponder. If you look at most of these athletes, if you look at most of the, like Michael Jordan's parents, they were separated by like 20 years, his dad and his mom. Most athletes' parents, like when you come at these genetic freaks, are from like an older dad and a young woman, because the child, like Shaq's mom and Shaq's dad, like they're separated by like 15, 18 years. Yeah, like it's genetics, because you're taking the strength, because remember, men don't physically mature until their late 20s. Like an athlete's most productive year is like 28 to 32. That's when you're at like your peak.
Okay, I have a medical journal. Advanced maternal age correlates with decreased sperm quality, an increased risk of DNA mutations in sperm, and a higher risk of mental health disorders and neurodevelopmental conditions in offspring, such as autism and schizophrenia. Imperious.
Yeah, I never disagreed with that, but I'm saying it's a much bigger correlatory with the female than the male.
No, it's Imperious. It's
because there's one egg and there's billions of sperm. The odds that one of the geriatric sperms get in there is a lot lower than the one egg being geriatric.
If a woman keeps herself healthy,
it's just the numbers.
Imperious. If a woman keeps herself healthy, diet, exercise, and sunshine.
No, of course, yes. There's Ponder, I understand what you're saying. You can, but how many people are in that kind of health to have kids at that age?
Right,
how many people are, like in their 39? Like, let's say you're 39.
A lot of those women are not even having children anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like you have to be in good shape your whole life. Like,
and they don't even want children.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm still okay. I'm still good. I busted ass.
Yeah, you may take it. Yeah, you may be different because you're at that. You've taken care of yourself your whole life.
Like if I were to wait 10 years, I'm well into I'll wait like 15 years. I'm well into
like 30 right now. You're like 30, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Okay. So Ponder, because you've taken your whole life and you've taken care of yourself.
I worked really hard.
So but that's different than most people, Ponder. What is the average BMI index of the average person in America? And what is the height and weight?
These are all fat women.
We're all fat. So we can't have kids later. And because number one, men are getting too fat, so where they have bad sperm, they can't get a girl pregnant. Men are getting so fat, and if you look at the problem with men, it's what is that called? Fertility rates. Men, because they've gotten so fat and their testosterone has lowered over the last 20 years, that they can't get a girl pregnant. That's the whole point. That is the bigger issue for men, is that the testosterone levels and the sperm count has decreased so much over the last 20 years.
And Imperious, these men are bringing old sperm to women's wombs. I'm just saying, Imperious.
30s isn't old. You're talking 40s and 50s. Yeah, I
Okay,
can
30
understand.
isn't old for a woman either, Imperious.
Yeah, but it is. No, it's a different, because women bodies mature and are active earlier. Dude, when I was 11, there were girls in my school that had double Ds.
I'm sure. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
Imperious.
women, the female body. That's why women are meant to have kids younger.
Okay, just because
that's what
a woman matures sooner, not so much as faster, but just sooner, does not necessarily mean
I'm not
that
saying young kids should be having kids. I'm saying that innately the female body is ready for sexual maturity earlier than a male's body. Okay, number one. That's why girls in general, I remember girls used to beat us up in elementary school. They were bigger than us.
Let's also take into account chemicals added to affect the woman's womb.
But it's just that, dude. My sisters were bigger than they were. My sister was bigger than me until I was like, dude. Reggie Miller talks about this. Remember what's her name? What's Reggie Miller's sister? She's like one of the best basketball players probably of all time for women. She's probably better than everybody that made it to the WNBA. That wasn't around when she was there, but Reggie Miller's sister, up until he was like 13, would dominate him in the backyard, like dominate him 21-0, 20-0. And then out of nowhere, he just had his growth spurt and his physical maturity at like 14. And she said, I never beat him out. He would dunk on me. He'd run me over. He'd do it. And that's what happens. But when you're young, girls are much bigger than guys are. Like you guys are stronger, fat, like that, because you guys mature faster up until like age 10 or something. That's what I'm saying. Like it's just different. Girls, like literally, like yeah, dude, like look at movies of like the kids movies. Like the girls are taller than the guys are. We don't like, I mean, guys mature slower. That's why our brains aren't even functional until like 28. Like male brain doesn't fully form until 28. A woman's brain, for her survival and stuff, for social cohesion and knowing how to manipulate and how to extract resources, at 14 she's ready. She can survive. A male's so effing stupid. We guys are so stupid. Like that's why we do stupid, risky things like DUIs, jumping off cliffs, freaking blowing up stuff like on 4th of July. Like do you remember, like, dude, I've seen videos of like guys putting like fire like rockets in their hand and lighting it off and trying to see if they can launch it off their hand and stuff like that in 4th of July, like blowing their hand. Like guys are stupid. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we're stupid until we're older. That's why you want an older guy with him, because he can be stable. He can actually talk to her. He can actually understand her, respect her, give her stability.
Like I'm telling you, and I can provide primary source data. They have found direct correlation between male age.
Of course they do.
Yes.
I never said they didn't.
It's not even, and it appears that's not here. While there is no direct evidence that the aging of a woman's own ovum, egg cell, directly causes mental health issues in the mother, research reveals several strong and interconnected links between female reproductive health and advanced maternal age.
That's what I'm saying. It's just the same thing. It's the same thing for both sides, but it's more correlatory with the woman, because you would assume so.
No, it's more correlatory with the man.
Because you would assume that the vessel to which incubates the child needs to be in good shape. The facility, just like if you were in a test tube, you wouldn't want an old beat up test tube. You'd want a new one that is functioning correctly with like at its top efficiency, that you know you're going to get the outcome that you want to grow the organism. Like the DNA, yes, there may be odds where the DNA hurt because of incapable DNA for old this, old that, whatever. Absolutely. Not arguing that whatsoever. But at the same time, there's issues with that once that's done, because the odds are, like I said, every guy has millions of sperm. Maybe a few thousand of those might be geriatric. But the odds are the odds are higher that a healthier sperm will go into that egg. But if the egg is old itself or geriatric, that you can't get away from that. That's all I'm saying. And it's not a bad thing. This is what I'm saying. Like everyone thinks this is just how nature
just
develops.
think about this. Oh, you have a woman 35. 35. Okay, let's even do 45. A 45-year-old woman. She has never taken birth control, so her body has never been under artificial hormones. She's always been very, very active, very, very active. I mean, body looks.
Can she? Sure. Yeah, and she might be
has that
fine.
waist hip ratio, so she
Yeah,
doesn't
she
have
might
that
be fine.
visceral, like
Yeah, she might be absolutely fine. The child might, but
yeah,
I'm talking in the
but
broad
there are
scale.
going to be some concerns if she were to be with a
Yeah,
guy who was also her age.
exactly. Yes.
She should
Yes.
maybe she should find a guy 10, 15 years younger
You're
than her.
younger. Yes.
45, you find a
Yes.
guy
In a
who's
situation
30,
like that, I would agree. Yes.
fresh
But
young
that's a
spark
very rare
at
position because,
30.
but yeah, you know this, Ponder. Older women don't want to date younger guys. They want to have fun with them. They don't want to marry them. Come on, you know that. Like
Okay,
there's a weird,
but what
you
if
know
you
that. There's
put
the
a
status of
child?
that. Come on, you know that, Ponder.
Well, I mean, not quite as big of a difference. Erica Kirk, she was like 3, I think, like
Yeah,
maybe
3.
even 5.
But I'm talking. These women are like in their 40s and they want to date
And
20-year-old dudes.
okay, that's gross. Okay, that's 20. I
But
mean,
that's
like,
what I'm talking. But that's
I
what
mean,
they
like
want.
age
But that's
30.
what they want. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about like a woman in 41 dating a guy who's 37.
Okay,
We're talking the women that are 41 want to date guys that are in their 20s because they don't care about older guys. They have all their money, like you said. The girls have their money. They have
So
their
if
house. They
she's
have their
looking for
trips.
stability, she's looking for a child. You can like a guy who is 30,
But they do that now. They want a child from a surrogate that's 20. That's what women are doing now. They're just saying, okay, I want a
20 is
hot
too
20-year-old guy
young.
to impregnate me.
In
That's
Pierce,
all they want.
20 is too young. I'm saying
No, but I'm just
45-year-old
talking a
woman,
general age. I'm just
35.
talking a general range. I'm talking a general range, Ponder, of what's happening. Like if you look at what's happening across the country, women in their 40s now, what they're doing is they're saying, okay, I give up. I know that it's too much. I'm not going to date some guy because I'm not going to lower my standards. I have everything I want in that compartment. So what I need is a child. So what I'll do is I'll get a really hot guy with the DNA that I've always wanted in my life, and I'll be the man and the woman. I'll get him pregnant. I'll be the father and the mother. That's all they're doing. They're saying, I'm going to be the father and the mother. I've already now established my whole first 20 years of my life as a man. I've established and created a household like a man. And now I'm going to be a woman, but not with a man, but with myself. That's all. It's just recreating a family structure in the absence of a man thinking they can do both things because they've been told, hey, look, you can do both things. You're a man for your first 25 years, and then we'll just impregnate you at 40 like a woman. And everything will be fine. That's what I was talking about. That's the big issue that's going on. Not so much like, oh, older men with younger women like that. That's the natural thing because a girl that's in her that's 19, that's at her peak, that has at the peak of her powers is going to want to be with a guy at the peak of his powers, and you're going to create better offspring. You're going to create better dynasties because you're going to have a man in that who can deal with the ups and downs in life with her because she's going to be safe because she knows he's older. He can handle the ups and downs, the bad things that can happen in the future, all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not just like old guy going and perving on younger chicks all the time. Most of the time when guys get older, especially if you're in that kind of range, you've been with hot younger girls. So who cares? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It's not so like always taking advantage of the girl all the time. Like nowadays, women are the predators. They're the ones hunting men. Because they know that all you have to do is make a false accusation. The guy will pay you off. I mean, look at Shannon Sharp, right?
Disgusting, by the way.
I know, but that is like, that's the more common thing now is that young girls are preying on rich older guys. That's the more common thing. Women are the predators.
She didn't prey on him. That man was stupid.
Oh, yes, she did. Oh, yes, she did, Potter.
It appears he was giving multiple warnings from Monique, his big sis, Monique, black woman.
Oh, yeah, but that's the point.
Alone. Find someone like your age or at least
that's the point. She was sitting there, Ponder. I go to these gyms like Equinox and all these. Ponder, these girls go in there wearing the most expressive stuff that accentuates and pushes up and makes it. And then they go in front of the camera. They stand right next to you to do stuff. They will even talk to you and they will come up to you. Dude, she probably was going half naked or changing out and walked out in a towel in front of them.
Oh,
I would not.
I could never see you at a gym. I
just don't like going. I just like going to Gold's because I just like throwing my earphones on, getting on the machines and getting like I just work.
Gold's,
I don't listen.
That's Schwarzenegger's gym, Gold's.
Yeah, I don't talk. I just put my earphones on, listen to some metal or some hip hop, and I just go to town, dude. When I'm at the gym, I want to be angry. I want to like push shit out.
Oh my god! Like
you know what I mean?
No, that's exactly how I am. I don't pay attention to anyone. I'm not there to meet people. The focus is the fitness. You have 1 hour, hour and a half. Like you go in there.
And Art, by the way, I do love hearing myself talk. I do. I have to say that.
Actually, Piers loves
No, but
to hear.
anyways, I got to get to the gym here. Speaking of gym, I got to hop in, but
Okay,
the gym.
all right. Okay,
but I'll
talk
be
to you
back if
later.
I can later. But I think this is a good conversation. But I think like Latino,
Yeah,
he has.
I need to break down what you about the what you brought up regarding.
I think Latino has a good idea because he actually has a unique because he's dad. He has 2 daughters, so I think he would have a unique
He's
perspective on this
married.
because. But what I'm saying, he has 2 daughters.
Right, and he's married.
And I
right.
think that perspective would be a lot different than my perspective of someone who doesn't have that experience. You might want to talk to him because he might have something a little bit more unique
No,
about the
he
feeling
agreed
of
with
why
you.
men,
He agreed with you.
why
I'm
men are
just saying
so.
we men are going to be who they are. I'm just saying is that we've reached a new paradigm in society. Like first off,
We're reverting back though too. We're reverting back
imperious.
to
They're
rules.
not reverting back when it comes to women. The age
Oh
is
yeah,
going to
they
be
are. Oh yeah, they are, dude.
no.
The big
The
thing
age
on
is going to
Twitter
be
right
women,
now
of
is
course,
all
want to
girls.
be married, but the reason why they're at this point, men have to realize you need to hold each other accountable. The addictions that you all have, the cheating on your wives. Nobody wants to discuss this. And yeah, a lot of these men are just dumb, imperious. A woman who is educated, she has elevated society. Intelligence starts with the woman. If a man cannot respect the fact that you have an intelligent wife and how you can best utilize this beautiful, intelligent wife, how she can bring value into your household. If you're not going to see that, then she's just going to wait. Nobody is going
No,
to.
and I get that. But I think the girl has to be willing to let the guy find out how he can do that. Like you have to let the man. Like no leader just knows how to lead innately with everything. You have to experiment things. You have to determine things. You have to experience things. So like a
Well, I
girl
agree
is
with
just.
what. Remember, did you hear what Tucker said? The best key to happiness: get married, young, have lots of kids, and go broke.
And screw up
Like,
together, yeah, and screw up
yeah,
together,
but
and you guys
everybody
explore
being
together.
young, not young wife,
Yeah,
an old gross man.
yeah,
If a
because
19-year-old
we're all
marries
dumb in
another
here.
19-year-old, yeah, that makes sense. Like you're
Yeah,
21,
because then you
21
both
or
you grow
22,
together and you learn it all
you
together,
grow
and it's kind
together.
of like an
Exactly.
adventure. It's like an
Exactly.
adventure
Yeah,
together.
that's the key to happiness. Not old guy, young girl. Ew.
No, it
Like,
depends though, because again, remember,
no,
the Holy
imperious,
Family was different. Remember, Joseph took under Mary. She was 15.
imperious.
He didn't have sex. He didn't want her to do. He just took her. It was his responsibility as the elder in the society
It
that
was
for a
more than
woman that had
2,000 years ago.
nobody.
And the baby was
So
also born in a manger. We don't do that anymore, Imperius. And the baby was
no,
also born in a manger because there was
I
no room.
know, but what I'm
No
saying is it's
food.
not just innately bad. You have to look at everything in context. Ponder, just like in law
So
school.
have
You know what they say?
medicated.
No, Ponder. You know what they say in law school?
What?
I got to leave after this, but you know what they say? When you
What?
ask someone, you ask a teacher, and you go, "Can they do this? Is this legal? Is this illegal?" The answer is always, "It depends." It's always, "It depends."
Depends. Okay, Imperius, talk to you later. Go work out. You have to. And
All
you have
right,
a
talk
meeting.
to you
I
later.
know you have
Bye-bye.
a meeting. I know you have a meeting.